fruits.
A very good morning. A very good morning to everybody on this call, the people on the Zoom link as well as YouTube Live. Welcome to eSummit 2020. I cannot begin to tell you how excited all of us are for you to be a part of this. And we have planned an incredible 2 days for you to learn so much. We have incredible speaker sessions, one starting immediately after this. We have 5 amazing events well planned out that you will thoroughly enjoy. I hope if you've not registered for the events already, head over right now to psesal.com and register for it. We have Brand Wars, Shark Tank, which is our flagship event. We have Crisis Bidding, which is already closed, unfortunately. We have ad making, and we have some really cool events. So do register right away if you haven't already. I would like Satya sir is on this call, and none of this would have been possible without his support. So I would really appreciate it if Satya sir could just say a few words about the eSummit, the eSal, and everything he's seen over the past 2 months.
First of all, very good morning, and Dhruv, thanks for putting this all together. Dhruv and E-Team have been very busy for the last couple of months and reviving the eSummit after 2 years. And what a time to revive this. And this has been one of the toughest times. And I think the challenge and the obstacles and the barriers actually brings out the best in good entrepreneurs. And the eSal at PS, which is the student arm of CIE, I can't be more proud of you guys. And I think, I look at the agenda I've printed out. We've got some fantastic events and lots of good folks. And I think you're in for some real fun and joy over the next 2 days. So I'm thrilled to be here, and and we've got a fantastic eSal team this time. And I really wish you all the best. And for everybody else that's out there, please enjoy, learn, share, and do let us know how things are going here, and so that we can come back with an even bigger bang next year. Thanks, Dhruv, and over back to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So for everyone who's watching us right now, a fun fact. Exactly 3 years ago, on November 7th and 8th, was the last time the eSummit was conducted by the eSal team. And that was a huge coincidence for all of us. None of us really knew about that. Fun fact number two, 3 years ago is also when CIE began their journey in PS. So this moment is a great moment for all of us across the board. And we are very excited to share all of that with everyone here.
Dhruv, if I might just add one thing, 3 years of CIE just wouldn't have been possible but for the fantastic enthusiasm and support of the students. So for all you students and aspiring innovators and entrepreneurs out there, CIE is just there only because of your interest. We've had 1,000 graduates, 950 to be precise, but we are very close to touching a 4-digit mark. Fantastic industry collaboration, all of that. But the central core of CIE is really the students. Thank you so much, all the students that are out there.
Yes, sir. I've personally been through both CIE courses, and I can tell you such an engaging experience that you create. That's really what brings out the spirit of entrepreneurship in all of us. And I know for the fact that we have over 500 to 600 registrations for the eSummit, which just really talks about the volume of people who want to do something different with their life, who want to go out there, make a difference. And I think CIE has been instrumental in stirring that in PS. And I hope that the eSal can do that as well in the future. And that is all about what the next 2 days are about. It's all about you learning, having fun at the events, and making sure that you take something away from this and grow. So, not to keep the inauguration ceremony too long, since our first speaker is already here, and I cannot tell how exciting it is to have him on board. But haven't you ever wondered how to bring innovation into the corporate world? Abhijit Siker, the technical vice president of 3M, has an astounding experience of 27 years in the research industry. His 3M experience has encompassed product engineering, application engineering, and Team Six Sigma. Good morning, sir. I'm very, very happy to have you on board today. I cannot wait to hear you, sir. Are you on call, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Dhruv. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me open the video and change the
Yes,
settings.
sir.
So hope you can hear me all.
Yes, sir. We can hear you. We can hear you. And I just want to note to all the people on the YouTube live, if you have any questions at all, drop it in the chats and we will ask Abhijit sir after his session's over. Yes, sir. You can begin.
Okay, thank you for inviting me for this exciting event. As Dhruv just told, it's a 3-year anniversary and a nice occasion to kick off this summit. So I really appreciate the ECell leadership, the student leadership, and also want to thank the leadership of Professor Satya, who's been really encouraging the students and taking this to a next level. So with that, I would, as Professor Satya just said, that it's a meeting where there are innovators, there are entrepreneurs, and aspiring students who are on the verge of getting out in the world. I would like to share a few things. As Dhruv just explained about myself, I will not spend too much time there, but I can tell you that these 28, 29 years with 3M has been a very good learning for me, and everything that we learned can be applied in either any other corporate life or any other individual initiatives that you can take. And that's the precise topic today that I chose to talk to you, because you are in an exciting time, guys, students or innovators, where way back 30 years ago, we just were aspiring to get jobs. Here, you guys are ready to create new things that will create more jobs. I think that's the whole objective of all of us being connecting here on a e-summit. And the current times, I think this is very apt. So I would start by sharing my screen. So just give me a moment. So Dhruv, just tell me if you can see my screen well. It's
Yes, sir.
centered and the slide is visible.
Yes, sir. We can see your screen.
Okay, so the story is about 3M innovation, but it is not, I'm not here to just talk about 3M, but what you will take at the end of probably, Dhruv, I have 25, 30 minutes now and then question answers. So at the end of 30 to 40 minutes, you will take back some learnings from this talk, and that's what everybody looks for. What's in it for me? So take this as a story, use this as an example, and then apply it. I think you will get 50% of formula to your success. So with that, I would like to start. I'll start my introduction with some 3M facts so that you know where I'm coming from and how 3M has applied this continuously to bring innovation to the marketplace. And all of us have experienced that. It is not just a talk, but you've seen and experienced the products. And then how we can apply this. It's a small learning, but it's a big step that you can. So a quick facts about 3M at a glance is we are present in more than 200 countries, 4 business groups, we are 93,000 plus people, and this keeps changing because we keep adjusting our portfolios. We acquire and sell companies globally. But the fact remains that 3M as a R&D company, it's a material science company, and you can see we have 115,000 patents. And coming to India specifically, our R&D center in Bangalore, it's placed in Electronic City. We have more than 125 patents in the last 5 years. So it's not just the global somewhere in the headquarter or somewhere in the West we are creating this. It's happening globally. 100 plus state years of dividends. So in terms of financial performance, this speaks a lot. Very difficult for any company to sustain with this track record, and one of the 30 companies on the Dow Jones Industrial Index for consecutive years. With that, this is the credentials and then we have a global presence. So you can see we are present globally. The reason I'm telling you this is all in the last 28 years that I learned, it has added a lot of understanding to me in terms of the global culture and how we can do. India is also we have a mix of cultures, and there's a learning there too. But you can see that we have R&D centers around the world, manufacturing sites, and sales offices. We are located in Bangalore, and I would invite any of the students' leadership to come to our R&D center when things improve, and we can show you that this technology that 3M showcases. So we are into 4 businesses, and probably each business you would encounter or you're seen our products or sometimes used our products, because we are a B2B company. Only a portion of us is B2C. So safety, industrial, we are into transportation, electronics, healthcare, and consumer. The vision, the reason anybody gets out into the world, the basics management of lessons tells us that you should have a vision. That drives everything that we do, and it has to be authentic, and it has to connect with each and every employee or every team member that associates with you. So if I can read it very clearly, our vision, the previous CEO crafted it as for us was technology advancing every company, 3M products enhancing every home, and 3M innovation improving every life. Now this vision came from what we have been doing and also lines up with what we want to do as in future. Every company has some strength, and every individual too. Even your business you want to start, there are 3 critical points that I would highlight at the end of this talk are very critical. And one of them is your strength. What is your strength? Now, we at the core, you can see the center is our fundamental strengths. It's about technology, manufacturing, global presence, and of course, the image and brand that we build over the years, because we have been in the market for 118 plus years. Exactly, 3M was founded in 1902, where the first flight was tested. And now we are here, created a good history and proven ourselves from time to time. On the left side is the customer insight. This is where we take the inputs from. And the right side is the customer first. This is where we serve our customers. So at the center is our fundamental strengths that we keep on, advancing, growing, improve the depth. Moving on, this was one of our initial founders who led, and this is how 3M has been shaped. Our culture, we call it Mr. McKnight's culture. He was hired in 1907, and he was a bookkeeper, and he rose and he became the CEO of the company and retired in 1950s. You can see that what he said was hire good people and leave them alone. In our case, people is what makes everything. At 3M, we have one of the best and brightest minds in the world, but they are not, you don't have to be necessarily the brightest, the topper, the topmost ace person. Anyone who joins our culture, who has a right attitude, can be. So we have about 800 plus, 8,000 plus scientists working around the world. Now, this is most important part. We call it 15% culture. Now, when we say 15%, don't ask me why 15, but this is just the guideline. Okay, now this I'll explain in a few seconds. Is 15% culture, we call it is well alive today all through the years. So in what it means is 15% of his time or his efforts an employee can dedicate to the project that he thinks is useful and can add value to 3M. So these are two big examples I'm citing which came out of this 15%. So on the right side, you can see uh, a girl comfortably sitting in the car, and you can see the sunlight falling on her. What is most important is the car has a film which protects the UV light from coming in. So, and this is a worldwide success. We 3M window films, not on the cars in India, it's been banned, but elsewhere also in buildings, really help to cut off the unnecessary portion of the light. We want the good portion, we want the light, we want the spectrum of the light that to come inside. We use physics there, and the film cuts off the unwanted light. Okay, the left side is a precision shaped green. Now this is a B2B connect where we supply to the manufacturing industries for the abrasives, and one of our brand is called Cubitron. This is a 3M internally developed adhesive which is precision shape. So every time it cuts, it generates a fresh new edge to give a fresh cut. So the abrasive lasts long, as well as you get a long lasting, plus you get the cut. So these are the two good examples that came out of this. And these are billion-dollar businesses for us across the world. So this is the crux now. When we are talking, I just told you, customer is at the center, and three elements that a company may need to be successful. Of course, there are trading companies and others, but I'm saying if you want to be a successful all through as a technology, manufacturing, overall company, one is the insights. We take a lot of insights from the market. Innovation comes from the confluence of customers and market insights, technology, and a culture of collaboration. On the right side is the technology platforms, which I will talk in a moment. And most important part is the collaborative culture. Now, this collaboration comes at all ends within the company, across the countries, across different units. We collaborate, and there are some examples of external collaboration also. And these three give us, you can be sure that these three things, a combination of these things will surely give us a formula of success for your initiative. Insights, I'll talk of each of these elements with one example, and then you will know why I'm saying insights is important. So on the left side is in 1917 or 1920, one of our salespersons saw that how they were making a two-tone car. So what they do is in a garage or an auto body garage, they would mask one area and then the paint. But the pain points that he understood was the paint used to spill. They are putting a newspaper on one side. The paint used to spill on the other side and it would spoil. So their two-tone effect was not effective. He came back and then he spoke to our internal team, and then we had anyway a good adhesive, and then we put it on a paper, and that's how the masking tape business was born. Globally, you will see masking tape is required by every small painter that he uses, because you need a fine edge when you're painting. On the right side, this is on the industrial side, on the road, on the cars. On the right side, you will find in the hospitals, this is one of the initiatives that 3M. So some of the 3M scientists camped in the hospital. They got embedded into the hospital system for some time to just observe what they are doing. And when they found most of the nurses, when they came to nurse the patients, they would always rip off the bandages to see how much the wound has healed. Now, this scientist, it clicked to him. Why can't we make the dressing transparent? So that's how the transparent dressing was born. So we call it Transderm, okay, or Transpore is our brand in the market. And you can see that if anybody at any time, you don't want to visit hospitals, I know, but in case you see a wound, and this product has a transparent film, it has an adhesive, and this film it's not just the film to observe what is inside, but it allows the skin to transpire. Isn't it amazing? So all these three things put together in a product because we had the technology to do things. We had the core competency to bring all these three into a product and it's delivered to the customer very consistently. At the same time, the adhesive will not pull off your hair at all. So this is one of the innovations that how we take insights from customer. I'm sure you're getting what I'm saying. The other, I don't want to just leave you with some global example that happened 5 decades ago. One of the things that we see right now is what we have done in Indian market. We did insights, or we call it ethnographic studies in India market in 2005. And the reason I say this, I was a part of this team. We went into different homes and we saw what the customers are doing. And what we saw is customers or people in India, it's a hard floor. Nowhere else in the world is hard floor. So you won't find this product elsewhere. Hard floor with wet mops. They try to scrub the floor on the corners because that's where the dust accumulates. And then we got this insight. The customer didn't tell us, but the insight was you need something to rub in that cloth. And that's how we call it the try clean corner was born. Now the abrasive is 3M technology. We just put a abrasive corner on a cloth, and that's why we call it 3M pocha or floor cleaning cloth. And within first few years, the sales was generated and it turned into crores of rupees. It's still one of the popular products in India, and it's been made, not the material is not an industry, it's been made in a cottage industry in Coimbatore. So we try to bring in the sustainability element in the product too, and it's India for India. So this is one good innovation that we brought into the market using customer insight. Similarly, other example, this is a familiar sight. If somebody has driven in the morning on the road, you'll find one of the trucks lying upside down. He's looking upside at the sky. Why this happens? Because at some point, the nighttime visibility is questionable. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the driver is drowsy. If he's not able to find the road, his truck would slightly drive on a pavement. And then what happens is there's no collision, but it's just turned up because he went over the median and that caused this accident. Now, why this happens? Because nighttime visibility was not there. So 3M uses this technology called prismatic or retro-reflective, which you can see on the road. There are markers put on the road which reflect light at the driver. It is not for people who are walking on the road, but it is at the driver. And then this example, we was born on the right side. You can see there's a median marker that we have developed. Earlier markers used to have, globally, there are some markers which had aluminum in that. But in India market, you put aluminum on the road, in 3 days it would be gone. So people vandalize it for aluminum. They can't get anything out of the reflective part. So then we change the material. That's where we did the research in India. Our engineers work to create a product that is sustainable on India. Now this doesn't get stolen because the thief knows that he's not going to get anything out of this, selling this, the plastic piece it's useless. So that's how this median marker, and it has a higher surface. So visibility is more in this. So these are examples, I would say, of Indian innovation. And the reason I'm citing is at one point I was a part of the team. The other time I was managing the team, and this should continue. I would say for everyone, natural resources, demographics, digital economy, and evolving economic landscape. These are the places where we can draw a lot of insights and develop a lot of business. Now, India always, you see that we call it innovation means jugaad and all. But to me, it could be jugaad or anything. But as long as it's sustainable and creates business, that's real innovation. Now, coming back to technology. Now, this is most important. This, you would have seen, most of us as chemistry students, all of us at chemistry students, thanks to our education till 10th, you're seeing the periodic table. Periodic table is what? If you remember, it's a table of elements. And what elements do, when the two elements combine, you get compounds. That's what we do. These are our technology platforms where we have a depth of research and lot of understanding of these. Let's say abrasives is the first one. The second one is adhesives. Then you can go down to various platforms that we have. Even some of the capabilities that we have. You can see WE is a weathering capability, and it's a platform for us. We know precisely in what portion of the world, how the material will weather due to sunlight, because most of the films are outside on the air. Let's say Citibank signage, the blue in Citibank, or the some of the banks, Karnataka Bank signages are made with 3M films, and then those films are exposed to sunlight almost every day. They should not weather out. It's about the brand image. So we have weathering capabilities that we can deploy and know how the sun shines at what latitude, what angle, and then we deploy it in making the products. So one adhesive technology, this is an example how we have taken in different markets. Now it's the product goes in different market. It can go into safety and industrial. You can see we are putting it on the cars, transportation. You can see on the display enhancement. You can see that inside the car there are consoles, and if the console is not bright, you will not be able to see read what it's showing. Healthcare, there are films. I just told you example of healthcare bandage, and of course in consumer, post-its and scotch. These are examples. So one adhesive going across different markets is what we have mastered over a period of time, and this we do keep doing it. These are examples of how we combine in a creative ways, and one of this is the building. A lot of buildings have the films. These are multi-layer optical films. These films serve two purposes. 3M has a core film technology and also light management. These films, when we generate, there are 100 layers in a small, let's say 1 mm or half thick film, 100 layers, which can take care of impact. So if you throw a stone, it won't go inside. I'm not saying bulletproof. Bullet is a different thing, but stone throw, missiles, it can prevent the glass from breaking. At the same time, they keep the bad light out. Medical dressings, also let's say if you visit a dentist, they are using some fillers that go into your go onto your tooth for filling, and they are made of 3M epoxy materials. Of course, some of our technologies are very inwardly focused. We have a lot of manufacturing technology and manufacturing. 1/4 of our patents we receive are related to our own manufacturing. So these are the migration maps over a period of years. You can see from 1925, when the masking was developed, we went into different markets and innovated. Let's say the touch film that you have on your cell phones is not just the film, there's an adhesive behind that. And both the film and the adhesive have to be optically clear. At the same time, it should serve the purpose. So that's what is one example of how we have innovated and been kept ourselves current. And that only happens when we continuously invest in innovation. Another example is in non-woven. Sashin ribbon was the first product that 3M developed for gifting. And then we, over a period of time, nobody sat there in 1940s doing all this thing, projecting. But over a period of time, we've gone into various processes. Let's say micropore tape, which is for healthcare. It's easily it tears. It doesn't pull off your hair. That is made from non-woven. Your Scotch Brite that you use in your kitchen is manufactured and made for India, for Indian cleaning of vessels. So this is not possible. There's nothing is possible without people, and that's why we are connecting here. It's world-class scientists, and so you can see some of them. This is one example. There are a lot of Indian scientists working at 3M Center, as well as India and also in other parts of the world. And some examples and quotes the scientists have said, and you can see that it is all about collaborating. And also Mr. Olester Benson, who I work with him personally, he says that look into the face of failure, do the next experiment and learn. That is what 3M expect of you, or anybody would expect of you, I would say. This is not possible just doing it. It is a collaborative. So within 3M, like this E-Summit, we have a lot of collaborative. 10 years ago, we have e-poster shows. So poster show could be happen in the US, and I could be presenting a poster from India. Of course, the technology had other benefits, other constraints at that time, but there are 10,000 plus members and 1,200 plus events annually, which we are trying to push internally, which facilitates boundaryless collaboration. And this is the key. Collaboration is the key. Without collaboration, success will be very difficult. And so what you say, how we operate, and how can any other company operate? If you have a research and there's development happens with the customer. The research happens knowing the challenges from the customers. We develop materials, technology, invent new materials because the customer needs it, and then we deploy it in the market, looking at the market trends, and that's how we make business or profits. So these are products are not just products; they are solutions also. Right? You can see in the industrial market. This is an example of spray gun. Normally, painters either in auto garages or anywhere else use gravity feed gun. 3M, we found out that it's very painful to have always keep the gun straight. You may have to go and paint the roof, and you could be hanging upside down. How can you do a gravity feed for the gun? So this is a patented product process. So it uses the air pressure, it directs the other way so that the paint spray is not affected. One a good example I would say is about disposable respirator. Everybody, this is the time for mask, but 3M has always promoted respirators in the industrial or occupational businesses for years together. Understand the difference between a mask and the respirator. Mask is trying to prevent. We don't want what you're breathing to come out. While in the industrial case, the industrial worker has to respire. He has to get oxygen from the surrounding and then breathe out what comes out easily. So you can see that there's a valve. It's a patented valve, and it's a cool valve. It just keeps the mask cool. In the current times, you are not supposed to use a mask with the valve because you don't want to exhale. Suppose there is a contamination, you don't want it to come out. So they don't want. But in the industrial environment, the cool valves are very popular. They help the workers. So they can use this respirator for 8 hours and still be working. Otherwise, it's difficult. Command Clear is another. This got launched just a few years ago in India. You can find it's a technology where you put adhesive, and if you put it on the wall, it doesn't spoil the wall. Normally, if you've seen any adhesive you put on the wall, it will chip off the wall or take off the paint. So this is gentle on the surface where it's sitting. Of course, Post-it, I will not, everybody knows, but we invest in our communities too. We go connect with the people around and talk to people and get some insights. Sustainability, we take it as a challenge and opportunity for us. 3M has products that are helping to make us more sustainable. Example, purifying water is one example. One of the best separation membranes that we create can be used in water. You don't need RO mechanism. You just need that filter, and water should pass through that, and you will get pure water. I'm not just saying this. This is what is the credentials. We've been on this. We've been most ethical companies, one of the most ethical for years together. On the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, we figured out for consecutively for several years. And of course, this is what the industry talks about us. So how we deliver products, we take this technology, we look at what customers want and create a solution. Looks simple, but the technology depth, which is the core, is very critical, and people are critical. So finally, you would definitely ask, where is our opportunity to connect with 3M? Definitely. So we've been tied up with this a 3M Young Innovators award that we have. We have tied up with CII for past 5 years. We've been doing this, and you can connect with us with your ideas like this through our CII events. Finally, I told you at the end of 30 minutes, you will get to show. This is what my slide, this is a nugget slide where you can see on the left side what 3M does. Right side, whatever could be your initiative. It could be your project in college or a startup. Find out what is your core competency. So you know what is your core. You cannot be going everywhere. You need to prioritize and fix on your core so that you know, and then draw on the strengths of outside through a collaborative approach. And of course, to make it success, to monetize everything, you need insights from the market. It cannot be that you're doing something because you know customers will not take it. You have to exactly cater to the customer need as a solution. and then the product is successful or your service is successful. So I think every company does that, but these are the, I would say, the key elements I would say you can take away from this talk that I gave today. And mind you that research is the transformation of money into knowledge, and innovation is the transformation of knowledge into money. With this, I would end my talk and thank you. I can take any questions if you want. I can also talk to you offline, and you can email me and connect with me. So thanks, Dhruv.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. That was a very, very informative talk. I think we learned a lot about 3M, and not only about 3M, about how 3M has grown. I really, really liked what you said about taking the customers inside, actually going into the garage, because that is something that CIE stresses about as well. And so do we, because that's so important. So, and everything, sir, was really, really insightful. I think a lot of us have learned a lot. So we had a few questions, sir, from the audience. So what kind of critical thinking do you apply and use to validate ideas when you're trying to innovate for a market? What kind of questions would you really ask yourself?
Yeah, so very good question, I would say, because you can see 3M has 55,000 plus products. Okay. And I would take example of India. In India, if you take the last 5 6 years, we itself customize and developed or introduced 500 plus products. Now when a product comes out, it is not just the product that comes out, but behind that there are 4 ideas that are killed. So there's a critical process, we call it new product introduction process, and it starts with a idea hopper, and then we always we are always checking at every stage with the market. It goes through idea, then it comes into a concept form, it goes through a feasibility phase, then scale up, development, scale up, and then launch. At every point we are taking, let's say we may start with 4 ideas, 4 options. We are checking with the market whether what will go wrong. At some point we will go back and take field trials and then come back, and then that's how we refine. So first connect is go back and check with the customer whether that is acceptable. Don't just create a product and go to the market. That's one. And then in this refinement, there are, what is important for us. I said, let's say I'll take an example. Say your core is, let's say, manufacturing. Then you will say, does it fit in our manufacturing zone? That is a critical point. An idea that fits into manufacturing, our manufacturing core would get a priority, or that can go further. Second part, can we go to the market? This is very important. We have saw a lot of products, but not every product has a go-to market strategy or a path that we can reach the customer. So that is very important. Can we reach the customer? That is another part. The third part is, can you do it on a sustainable basis? Of course, then there are a lot of financials worked out. 3 critical parts we check, and we are always checking this, and the ideas and always get refined. So you can see that for 500 products, we would have had more than 3,000 ideas, and then only 500 came out as product. Some of them are short-lived because the customer need changes. We then come out with the new. So be ready to tweak and modify the product as we move on, because it's an agile world nowadays. Nobody will live for a product for 15 years now. It's a small time you can make in the market and then move on. So hope that answers your question. You have to put it through a continuous check, and these checks are not just done by individuals. So there are people who have experience, like experienced marketers, experienced financial person, managers, and technologies and scientists. All of us, we review the ideas continuously and then push it through the complete hopper and then the development cycle. So 5 stages of NPI we follow through, and these are well known. You can find it on the internet anywhere. Okay.
Yes, sir. I think that's a perfect answer to the question, and that really tells us a lot about how exactly that can happen. One question that the audience had was, I spoke about customer insights, so did you. Why do you feel like customer insights are so important, sir?
Yeah, because the most important is, let's say, everything that the customer, let's say, take an example of what Apple did. You have the phone, and Satya sir also is there, who knows, who's worked with Intel. He's developed chips because their customers wanted the product. They wanted faster processors, faster mechanism. On the face of it, customer wants it fast. It's a pain if it's not working fast. At the same time, they wanted a touch. So it is always right to touch with the customer. Otherwise, it won't sell. If you want to monetize something, this is not a philosophical session where you feel good at the end of it in terms of thinking. Ultimately, you want to monetize. And who's going to give you money? Your customers. Unless they accept, it should address a pain point of the customer. If it doesn't sell. Otherwise, you are just me too. You can just play on price. Let's say you can give give a mouse and 2-3 mouse are same, 10 rupees here and there, some mouse will sell. But does it work efficiently on any surface? I think that is where the mouse scores over others. So the customer wants that. That's why customer insight is very important everywhere.
Yes, sir. I think that's so important, because without understanding your customers who's going to be buying the product at the end of the day. So only once you get an understanding about them is when your product will be successful. We live, like you mentioned, in a very agile world. Everything happens very, very fast. And that is a huge, not stress, but question for students, especially because they're worried about how everything's changing. So what do you think are very important traits for people to have, especially engineers or student entrepreneurs?
So let's say I'll take an example of this. Today, even if you want to target something, let's say you want to fire at a moving object, what do? You anticipate the speed and then accordingly calculate and then shoot at the object. If you shoot at where it's there, you will never be able to shoot the object. So same thing like this. You want to make something in the market. Today, if you make to what today people want it, likely that the train would have changed and you would have missed that target at all. So that's why the trends are important. Today, what customers want, look at the trend. As engineers, you should be able to trend. Let's say if you're an electrical engineer, you should be able to find out the next in the trend. People are going to mark, it is not just a button switch. People are going to ask what is smarter in the electrical products. Okay. So you have to, and then target at the next trend that's coming, because everything is agile. Today you do something, by the time you reach the market, because you'll take some time to reach the market. So target the trend, target a little ahead of time. Some cases you miss that too. We were ahead of the trend with the film that we had. We were sitting on a successful touch film or multi-layer optical film for 10 years. We didn't make anything, and then we made billions of dollars. So it's okay to be a little ahead of the trend, but then at least your chances, you'll not miss it completely. But if you have missed the trend, then I think it's a complete failure. So that's why it's important that in an agile world, look at the trend and then go after what is the next thing that the customer wants. Because it's not going to, today you say, tomorrow you're not going to go in the market. Maybe it's possible with some services at a short time, but products takes time. So that's why today you're saying, that's why people want to use technologies for longer time, because people who have used manufacturing setups, they want to take the return out of that and then they move to the next technology. So even the government, let's say what's happening in 3G, 5G, 4G. With 5G, speed will be so high that all the things that we use is going to be redundant. So look at that. If you start to target 5G now, you'll definitely be successful in 2 years' time.
So that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. It's just about predicting the trends.
Exactly. So,
yeah. So you had mentioned in one of your 3M articles that even a successful idea which has acceptance needs a good foundation and mechanism to scale up. How does one determine among the many iterations that what is the most efficient foundation?
Okay. So, yeah, I know what article you're referring to, which I in fact worked with IIM on this. So one of this thing is it always needs a successful foundation, because sometimes the idea is good, but you should be able to scale it up and create something, a sustainable solution. So let's say I'll take the example of the floor fabric that I told you, floor cloth that we developed for India. It is one of our patented products because it had the try clean corner and all that. But first design that we developed was very robust. Customers told us that when we clean the surfaces, it should not be completely dry, though you want it dry, but the house owners and the house workers or maids, they told us that I need some water on the floor because when I clean the room and I come back, the water should be there so that I know where I have cleaned. Now, we had a product which would completely dry clean it. Now we had to, if we would have gone to the market with this, it won't have been successful because though it cleans well, if the maid or the person who's cleaning the floor is not able to see where he has cleaned, it won't have been a success. So we had to develop a product which retains some water and leaves it on the floor, not a puddle of water, but a little bit. So this took time for us. So first robust design that we had, we thought, oh, we've got it. We have a product that can dry clean it and it'll work. It didn't work. So over a period we realized, so we had to tweak it down. Sometimes over-engineered idea has to be brought down to make it acceptable because that's a perception that leaving water on the floor is nothing to do with cleaning. It is a perception or it is a way to know that they have cleaned it. So that is what we need to learn. And then when we deployed it, you go to we were competing with the normal pochas that is there. Pocha sells for 10 rupees. Imagine 3M putting a lot of brand efforts going to the market. It was not feasible for us to move the market to a 200 rupees cloth. It was not acceptable. Now, first product that came out was very expensive. Then we had to tweak it down to make it. So over a period of time, it was not an instant success. Over a period of time, we had to bring down the content in such a way that it is acceptable. At the same time, then we went to the, as I told you, that it's a sustainable product. So we got the price down, but we also generated a lot of employment around that. And then that is our success. It is sustainable now. So though it is made at a cooperative basis but it is very sustainable. So it evolves. So that's why it's very critical that the idea needs a lot of support. Now, if the management or people taking decision would have said, oh, this doesn't work, just shut down the idea. So the investment in R&D has to be sustained. You have to keep on investing, and that's why the iterations are critical. We knew that there is a gap in the market, and that's why we first created IP and went after it. So sustenance is very important. It has to be what I would say funded for a little longer time to make it successful. It can't be instant.
Yes, sir. I think that was a pretty clear answer to the question. So I'm sure that 3M has an incredible culture work environment. What part of that work environment or that culture do you think students should follow that will really help them?
I think for students, that's why I tune my talk to what you see right now is this. If students for their initiatives first, and this generation, I would say, we call it the current one. I really appreciate what you guys do is you guys are very easy to connect with each other. You guys, so that connection should not be instantaneous. You should learn to collaborate to do things, work on each other's strength. Now, in my team, I don't have team members, one person knowing everything. So we rely on each other as a team. So like when newcomers join to 3M, we first inculcate the culture that we take good part from them because you're bringing in new ideas, new way of doing things. We also take that and we tell them that this is very valuable. At the same time, for certain things, let's say somebody doesn't know the quality aspects of a product, then we put them into the mentoring part. So try mentoring. Collaboration is very key everywhere. They show me one success in the world, we didn't have collaboration, and you will really have to search for it unless it's a scientific discovery that you discovered a molecule. But otherwise, and even that too, if you go back, it's collaboration. Currently the world is building on each other. So the collaborative approach is good. And then everyone should know your strength. So you should know what is your friend's strength, what is your colleague's strength. Draw on that. That is the two things. With this, I think the chances of winning are more. So I would say call the students, say collaborate and build on each other's strength. These are the two important aspects. And then colleagues will change. Right now you have friends in college. You may go into organization. There would be colleagues. So build on each other. There should not be the what our colleges tell us is very one thing that we catch which is not right is the competitive nature to go ahead stand first in the class. That should not kill the collaboration. That is very critical. When you go out in the world, it is collaboration. It is not how you stand first in the class. You will never be able to succeed. Standing first in the class is just one test that you are able to absorb what you have learned and reproduce. But when you go out, you should be able to collaborate. I think I've taken longer time than what.
No, sir, not at all. No, sir. I think this entire has been very, very insightful for all the participants across Zoom and YouTube. So I think everyone's just enjoying it, sir, and learning a lot. You mentioned agile, and I think that's gotten a lot of interest from students because there's another question about it. So since the market is very, very dynamic, how do you think product durability can be achieved economically? So without spending too much money, or at least how did 3M do it, sir?
Okay, so product durability, it all depends on what kind of durability you're looking for. Let's say I'm just taking example. For what it is designed, the durability has to be worked out. Let's say you need. I'm just taking example of a tape, and you want a strapping tape. What is important? It has to stick as well as it has to have the strength. So it comes from the you have to draw strength from your material science for any durable nature or rugged nature, or let's say in terms of the IT world, I would say if you have a robust platform or a software, you have to be ready to protect it from people who would want to hack it. So that's the durability in terms of the IT part, durability in terms of the material. So you have to draw from the best material. Now, always there is a compromise when you say at the lowest cost. Always I'm in the R&D and my sales and marketing team, when they want, we call it Sasta Sundar Tikau animal. They want it very cheap, they want it very beautiful, and then they want it mazboot. Okay, so there's always a compromise. So there is a balance between what is required. So how much to put on a durability and how much the customer would value it. If a product is required to be durable and it gets corrupt or bad in 6 months and you are expecting 1 year on that, I think you'll definitely fail. But if you, from material science capability, if you give a material that lasts 1 year, they're asking you give 1.5 years, that would be good. But the cost part has to be considered. So always it's a balance. It is not a straightforward answer to your question. It depends on what you're doing. But over a period of time, we have 118 years of experience within 3M. Let's say with individuals that we work, there are a lot of long timers, 25 plus years of experience. We know where to go to get a durable material at a cost effective nature. So you have to scout around to find, and sometimes try different, we call it design of experiments to find a durable material. Like an example, I told you what we use on the road. Earlier, it was aluminum. Now, imagine to find something in plastic which comes to the strength of aluminum, it's very impossible. But then we found what is the expectation in the market. And then we developed this plastic material. Our polymer scientist we consulted, and it's been developed locally. So we came out with this combination of 3 polymers that would give that mold that would be if it can be of course broken with a big hammer, but otherwise it doesn't break. Yeah, and a normal usage, it won't break unless a vehicle strikes on it. But otherwise, so that durability, we brought it down. Earlier, aluminum was highly durable. In this case, it is kind of acceptable and at the cost. Otherwise, we won't be able to put it on highways, and the government won't have accepted our product. So it depends, I would say.
Got it, sir. But sir, I think that sort of pivoting and reinventing.
Exactly.
Have to keep
You got it. Yeah, you got it. So pivoting and reinventing is the right word I should have used.
Yes, sir. So that sort of, I'm sure that's something that is very important even in an entrepreneur, because when we have an idea, we never know whether that idea will be successful. but pivoting, reinventing it, redoing it multiple times, and we will get there for sure. And that's our time, sir. It's 10:30. Thank you so much for joining us. This talk has been so insightful. I personally have learned so much. Based on the response we've gotten, everyone else has learned a lot as well. Thank you so much for joining us on this morning of the E-Summit. Um, and we hope to see a lot more of you soon, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you. Thanks. And all the best to your summit.
Thank
And I hope you connect well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So that was Abhijit Siker sir from 3M, and that was absolutely incredible. Love that session. We have a lot more planned for you today, but before that, the first thing that's going to happen is brand wars and air crash starting at 11 o'clock. You have only 30 minutes. Brand wars, I hope you guys have submitted your presentations already. Air crash, get ready. You're going to have the time of your life. We will now be on pause on the Zoom link for 30 minutes, and at 11 o'clock, we will come back. So if you're on the Zoom or YouTube, join us back at 11 o'clock. Looking to see you there. Works. Cool.
Okay. There's a
I
lot
guess
of
we
people
all
caught.
can
I've captained the international side right from 2000. We're in the midst of a pandemic, and on top of that, we're in the air, and the plane's about to crash, and there are just like there's one parachute left, and I have to make it a point to make you know that I am the one who deserves it. I am the most capped Indian player of in current Indian player, and also I'm the most successful Test captain of all time with 27 wins, and I've got the most Test stumpings, and even I've been known to be the best finisher of all time. And as you can see, I'm quick on my feet. I'm calm, experienced, charismatic, and like I've led teams to victories. I've led India to its first World Cup victory in more than a couple of decades. And I really, just another 10 seconds, and I really feel that I deserve the parachute much more than my fellow competitors, with all due respect to them. But with all being said, I 100% feel that I deserve the parachute.
Okay,
thank you, pilot.
Let's have Sachin Tendulkar next. You can mute yourself, Sachin Tendulkar. Please unmute and start talking.
Yeah. So, Shreyas, could you please leave the panel? And yeah, so the next person can start.
Hello, Sachin Tendulkar. Please.
Who's it supposed to be? It's supposed to be Rachna Ramesh or Virat Kohli.
Who's going now? Is it?
Yeah. Okay, just let's Virat Kohli start talking because Sachin Tendulkar is not responding.
MS Dhoni?
Yes.
Yeah, so Rachna, you can start for Virat Kohli.
Shall I mute myself?
Yeah, you can mute yourself.
I'm Rachel.
Yeah, it's Rachel.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Rachel Ramesh. I'm so sorry. I misread it.
That's okay.
Yeah, so Virat Kohli, start. Your time starts now.
So your time begins now. You can start.
Okay, I heard two voices. Are both of them for me?
Yeah, okay. Wait, we'll tell you properly. Your time starts in 3, 2, 1, now.
Okay, perfect. Hey guys, as you all know, I am the current Indian cricket team captain, and I am the captain of the RCB team. I'm one of the fittest cricketers of today, and I handle pressure very well. If I am not saved today, the Indian cricket team will be going for a toss because without a captain, the ship can't float. And can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right.
Going.
I accept challenges, and I'm one of the best cricketers on the team. And I've got India to like the next level. And considering my competitors, with all due respect to them, I think their time has been finished. They're mostly in their retirement stage. So I think I would be more of an asset to the team and to the country. So I think I deserve this parachute. And also, if you look at the highlights of...
Yeah.
So I'm going to unmute myself and tell that your time is up. Okay?
Interesting.
but they had a particular program, okay, the Nike training program that they had that was given to college students and young people. So basically, the problem with the entire program was they took talented athletes on board, but they did not provide them with the proper facilities. They kind of overworked them. And if the athlete's performance dropped, say in a couple of matches, they kick them out of the program without giving any sort of compensation. So is this all a stunt done by Nike, or do they really care about the community? Because things like this haven't happened just once or twice. It has been happening for a couple of years. So what do you have to say about that?
Right, I do understand the controversies that are surrounding Nike regarding the performance and being to the best. And of course, we have tried to improve the
shoot. I'm that one person who can walk the talk. I'm that one person who can give anyone a tough competition, and the numbers never lie, right? There's a reason why I became the captain in spite of Mahendra Singh Dhoni and Sachin Tendulkar being in the side. I have led both of these people over here too. What I mean to say is I'm the future of the Indian cricket team. I'm going to win you guys the T20 World Cup and the next World Cup too. I'm a very futuristic person. I've also invested a lot in my wife Anushka Sharma, which is delivering. And then we were 3 in Jan 2021. So here's my pitch. I need the parachute because I'm the future, and the other
time is up, Kohli.
Are the past.
Okay.
Let's go, boys. Yeah, come on.
Tendulkar, your 1 minute starts now.
Yeah, so I was a former cricketer, and I was also the captain of the national team, and I was also I've scored like I'm one of the people who have scored the most runs in international cricket, and I'm also considered one of the greatest batsmen in the history, and
Pizza Hut, can you hear me? Number 12, Pizza Hut, you're on mute. Okay.
And then if the others have any questions, we'll take those up.
Okay.
Yeah. Team 34, you can unmute and...
No, I can't see you.
1 second, it's opening up for me. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Is so old that when he used to play cricket, they used to call old monk.
No,
My bye.
Okay, so this is indicative of why I should be the.
So wait, I need the parachute.
Why I deserve the parachute, because I am like cool-headed. I don't just.
The only reason why Sachin Tendulkar deserves the parachute is because of his daughter. Let's go, boys! Come on! Catch! My bye.
That's kind of disgusting. I mean, okay. Also, can you like just talk in English? So
the national captain once of the Indian cricket team refuses to talk in his own language. That is the irony of the past Indian captain, and that is why I deserve to get the parachute. The simple reason.
Dude, excuse me, just one second.
I was the captain of the former national team.
No, I'm just asking as a person.
So even I deserve the parachute.
Not as Dhoni. Just like, can you take that into?
And in terms of looking into the future, what are the kind of investments that the company
Ola has around $4.3 billion investment, and in the future it's trying its best for its electric project that's there, Ola Electric Mobility. Although it has already started, it wants to improve it. That's all.
I think we are done with rebuttal. The time for rebuttal is past. Judges, do you have any questions? We can entertain 1 or 2 short questions from the judges.
I'd like to see Uber present, and then we'll ask questions.
Okay, fine, sure. Team 34, Uber, you will be presenting now. So I'm here. Can you share your screen? Yeah.
Okay. Is it okay if I do it without the PPT? Because I can't share my screen now. So
No, team. Saimi here is going to be sharing his screen. You can go off of that.
okay, yeah, sure.
You can tell me next, and I'll switch. Yeah, no worries with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you just kindly let me know when the PPT is up. I'll stop.
The PPT is up.
The PPT is
up right now. Yeah, you can start.
Okay. So, respected panel, I am the representative from Uber, and I'll be dividing my analysis of the company into 4 aspects. Right. First, I'm going to be talking about the company as to what we represent. Then I'm going to talk about the growth trajectory as to where we are present. I'm going to then talk about the R&D and innovation in terms of where we're investing our money, and in terms of why. And the last one is comparison in terms of why we fare better than Ola. Right. So the first aspect is about the company. Right. Why we are the ones to beat. Right. So we have a varied portfolio ranging from food delivery, packages, couriers, vehicles for hire, and in terms of our cab services. Right. We have a market capitalization of over $80 billion, and we are present in over 900 cities and 93 countries in a mere 12 years since we have come into fruition. Right. We command over 65% market share in the Americas, and within the limited time we are present in the Indian market there, we command over 50% of the market share here. Right. We also undertake various social responsibility, corporate social responsibility initiative with respect to hiring more women and giving women more representation, whether in terms of our driver partners or whether it is in terms of our leadership roles. Right. We also intend to be carbon neutral and are investing in sustainability within the company to be carbon neutral in terms of electric mobility and in terms of cutting down our emissions. Right. Now coming to the growth trajectory. Right. So the company has been consistently growing with over 20 to 30% over the past 8 to 10 quarters. Right. We have consistently putting up growth of 20-30%, right? We have invested in our self-driving unit. We have invested in our Elevate, which is our air unit, in terms of how and in terms of investing in developing countries, right? Investing in markets which are upcoming, right? And in catering to the market needs in terms of India specific needs, in terms of US specific needs, in terms of Canada specific needs. So we're catering to the specifics of a market, which is in turn helping us get the consistent growth in terms of quarter by quarter, right? We intend to be profitable by the end of 2020, right? By the end of 2020, yeah. And we also have a first mover advantage because of being the first sort of company that has come up with the original idea of ride sharing and in terms of mobility, personal mobility, right? Coming to R&D innovation, we have heavily invested in Elevate, which is Uber Air, which is going to take place in partnership with Airbus, Boeing, the big names in the company, where Ola has done nothing of this sort, right? Where Ola has literally no sort of innovation and is very traditional and very primitive in terms of their investment here, right? They're investing in self-driving cars, which is the future in terms of reducing human capital requirement, right? Which is important in terms of reducing capital expenditure, right? Our self-driving unit is valued at $7 billion USD currently, which is more than the market capitalization of Ola itself. Our self-driving unit is more than the market capitalization of Ola itself, right? Now coming to why we fare better, right? Why Uber
in 34, we'll be taking concluding statements. You are already past your.
I'll conclude in just 30 seconds if the judges allow.
You're already 25 seconds past your time.
Okay, I'll just concluding statement. Sorry. So I'll tell you why we fare better, right? So we have more money, we have more investment, we have seen the distant future, and we have invested based on that, right? So and that is why we have the edge over Ola, right? In terms of mobility, in terms of revenue, in terms of all aspects which are inherently important to a company's growth. Yeah. Thank you.
Team 33 will be taking questions for Team 34 right now. Ola, you can ask questions right now.
All right. You say that Uber is trying and investing in developing countries. So India is a developing country. Can you tell me in how many cities is Uber running right now in India? And how is it investing in India? And how many cities?
So we are currently present in 55 Indian cities, and we intend to 55 Indian cities currently, and we intend to expand over the coming years. We already have a commanding market share with respect to Ola, which is around the 50% mark, so which is exactly half of what the aggregator market is. Yes.
You said you are present only in 55, but Ola is present in 125. So it's all right.
The question over here is whether who commands market share and who exactly is present, right? So within Shutter's short span of time, if we are able to command such a market space, then the marketing strategy and the kind of growth we have achieved as a company with our investment and with concrete marketing strategies is what is to be the primary stakeholder here, right?
And one more, I have another question for you. What do you do if a customer is unable to pay? Do you have any post-pay facilities or anything as such?
We offer wallet, we offer card payment, we offer cash payment. So the customers perfectly has all the amount of freedom to pay in whatever manner he wants. I don't think so that's ever been an issue, and it's never been raised in terms of any sort of payment issues that a customers face. So we provide all sort of mobility and any sort of we are a customer oriented company, right? So any sort of payment gateways that we develop is always going to be oriented in a manner that is going to be beneficial for them. So I think that point has been clearly put forth in terms of how we have structured our company and in terms of how we have been received all over the world and in India.
All right.
Yeah, I think the time for rebuttal is done. Judges, any questions? I don't think we have too much time. We can take one question per team if you guys are fine with that.
I just have one question for both the teams, and it's a common question for both of them. Now, I'll give you a situation. I'm the customer, right? And post-COVID, I want to make a choice as to which is the safer ride for me, right? I want to see whether Ola is safer or Uber is safer. How are you as a company going to prove to me as a customer that your ride is the safer ride to go with? How do I perceive your brand as a safer brand?
Do you want me to go first?
Either of you, whoever has the ideas.
Okay, I'm happy to go ahead. Also, as a company, we've obviously understood, what the situation as at hand is obviously impact our revenues. So we have oriented our platform to be more transparent in terms of, putting the safety measures, right? Taking the basic precautions, whether it is in terms of partnership between the driver, whether it is in terms of enforcing that the driver strictly be wear masks, be tested regularly. So all the precautions have been taken and being conveyed to the customer through our platform. So I don't think so this should be a cause of concern for anyone availing our service.
So I would like to speak something. Ola has recently announced a partnership with Marico that happens to be one of India's foremost consumer goods companies that aims at enhanced hygiene standards. So with help of them, what they're doing is they have a protected range of surface disinfectants with high efficacy that contains 77% of alcohol and easy to use spray format. So they're taking a lot of care about customers who are using Ola.
All right, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Anoki, any questions or can we move ahead?
Let's move ahead.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Team 33 and 34, Ola and Uber. You guys can leave the panel now. Please do not join back. And we'll be announcing the results at around 12:30.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm just looking at the timeline, and we have a lot of single teams that are waiting. Team 26 is waiting and 25 has not showed up. We have a couple of single teams, and if there's a lot of single teams, and if you guys want, I'm seeing that our rebuttals are taking almost 2 minutes every time. If you guys are fine, I'll quickly split panel 3 and 4 back to panel 3 and 4 to panel 3 and 4. You guys can take up one, and you'll have more time for rebuttal. Would you guys rather have that? Because all of our discussions are going over a minute. So I quickly wanted to ask both of you judges, are you guys fine with having panel 3 and panel 4 separate again? It'll take less than 2 minutes. And you guys will have more time to speak with each team individually, because we're going to have a lot of single teams now. There's Coca-Cola, but there's no Pepsi. Team 26 is here, but 25 is not. So So
No, I actually prefer this format because we actually don't have a lot of questions to ask to the participants. There isn't enough substance in the presentations for us to really question them. So I think this is better, and I don't want to disturb the format midway.
Okay, no, I'm just asking this because I'm not sure.
I think there's a little bit of a lag. I'm not
Just
getting.
open the PPT on the local screen, and we'll open the PPT on our screen as well. Just mention when you're changing PPTs.
Shall I present otherwise?
Sure. If you have it on hand, you can present. 42 GM, please wait in the waiting room. We will call you when it is time for you to present.
Okay, can everyone see my screen now?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So we have three main offerings, and we do what we do well. So we have the city taxi, the outstation, the rental. City taxi is one of our main markets. Outstation is generally used by by families who go out, and rentals are mainly used for business people who kind of need a car every day and throughout the day. So we are very focused in what we do. We do what we do well. That's what I want to say. And why customers choose us in comparison to our rivals is because we are much cheaper than our customers. Our customers, we have better offerings around 20% lesser than what our rivals give. We also have a membership program which helps people who are there in our people who are there with us. Cash because it's very centric to India's philosophy, and a lot of people don't go cashless. We have one of the main important facts in this slide is we allow drivers, our independent contractors, to have a local app interface, and also our customers to have a very regional app interface. App interfaces mean they can interact with their local languages, and hence we grow our market base.
Okay, your time is up. You can just quickly show the rest of the presentation slides if you want.
It is this I've discovered.
Okay, fine.
So just as an ending note, we try to grow organically everywhere, and we are very focused in our approach and just concentrating on cab hailing ecosystem.
Okay, if any of the judges have a quick question.
Yeah, I do. So, hi. So, I want to ask you more of let's just say, a strategic question. So now that Uber is in several countries and Ola is also trying to, expand. So tell me, which market would you enter? And if you're entering that market, what would you do differently to adapt to that market? Give me a market, which market you'll enter, and what you'll do to establish a brand there.
So before we enter any market, we look at how the payment ecosystem is present in that particular market. And if people do prefer to go cash or cashless, that is one of our main priorities. The second priority is the availability of our independent contractors that are our drivers. So based on that, we will. So in a country like India, there would be a lot of we have a lot of population, and so hence the independent contractors are a lot more than any other country. So basically, the demand supply ratio between drivers and consumers, we look into that, and also we also use the latest technologies and kind of cater to their local demand. Meaning, like we would go out and build local interfaces for the country's customers.
Just pick a country. Yeah. Just wait. Can you hear me? I just said pick a country and tell me why. What will you do different in that country? You said Ola has a lot of personalized touch and localized language and everything in India. What would you do different
So
if you move to a different country?
Let's say I enter the German market, and in Germany, people don't, instead of just growing inorganically and just having the same stuff everywhere, we would understand the market. We would understand what people speak. We like in Germany, people speak German; they don't know English. So
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but rebuttal time is over. Team number 3, we will let you know the results later. Please leave the panel.
Sure.
Okay. Next is number 13, Airbus. I will quickly move them. Number 13, Airbus. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great. So there seems to be some issue on my end for presenting. If you are willing to present, you can present. Otherwise,
aim towards like a world without waste. We also care towards the environment. That is, like, we have made most of our packaging material and bottling materials recyclable, and we aim to make it 100% recyclable by 2025 and use at least 50% of the recycled material in our packaging by 2030. And we aim towards bringing people together and support a healthy and debris-free environment. Even when we think about the cost about all the Coca-Cola products, it is very low, and like most of all the classes of people are able to afford it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Gaurav, I have a question before you go. Is it fine if I ask?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Team 36, you made a great point about your product. But regarding your brand as a whole, what do you have to say about allegations against worker right issues that are being violated in companies with lower income families like Colombia, Turkey, and even in like big countries like Russia? There's been big scandals that your company has been involved in. What do you think that has to say about your brand image?
No, we are like we have worked all that out, and it has like not had made a much difference on our brand image, because people still continue to buy Coca-Cola. Yeah, and it has an established name in the market. So whenever anyone goes to a shop and they never ask for a soft drink. They ask.
See that?
yeah, we can see the blank screen.
Okay.
Screen, we can see that. It's a white screen.
Yeah.
I can't see any screen right now. So
Yeah, don't worry. I'll present the screen. That's okay. Sorry for the confusion.
Yep.
Is my screen visible?
1 second, I'm switching to your screen.
Okay.
Still loading for me.
Yep, it's still loading.
No, it did not load for me.
What about now?
Yeah, my
same likewise.
It's
working now.
I'm still not able to see.
Yeah, you can just click on my stream.
Yeah, I can see Airbus stream. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, one second. I'll switch to that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
can.
I can see the presentation.
Great.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can get started.
Okay, cool. We'll start then. Hi guys, we're presenting Airbus today. The team members are myself and Shayan. So let's get started. So we here at Airbus continue to build a brand which has been tested over the last 50 years. We entered the market as an underdog and we've persevered to become the market leaders in the mid-body passenger section. So we follow three guiding principles. We make it possible, make it happen, and we make it fly. So our guiding principles have helped us form a strong, proactive, customer-centric brand. The market knows us to be pioneers of innovation with strong integrity. Passenger safety and large investments in R&D have helped us get where we are today. The market has rewarded us handsomely for our brand image as an ethically, environment friendly, and innovator in the aviation industry. We have a cumulative aggregate growth of around 9%, which Wall Street loves us for. While we catch our competitors off guard with our groundbreaking innovations such as the A330neo with more powerful engines and less fuel consumption, we continue to look forward over the horizon with our strategic partnerships with companies like Uber and electric aviation. Airbus is loved not only by Wall Street but also by the communities whose lives we impact through the Airbus Foundation initiative. So we have several initiatives such as Relief Centers, Goodwill, Airbus Little Engineer, Airbus Leadership Program, and we also have humanitarian flights which we have donated completely. And Airbus isn't just a single, commercial airline company, right? We range from a very large sector of CX. So we have customer-centric user experience in the airline industry. We are military defense contractors as well. So here you can see the list of all our subsidiaries. And let's move on to our competition, right? So our primary competition is Boeing. And we've proved that with our innovation over the last few years, we are higher in gross orders, net orders, and deliveries. And you can see the plot on the right as to how our gross orders have grown year on year. And we also want to end with one thing, right? When you buy an Airbus, we make sure it flies. Thanks.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello. I think that's our presentation for the day.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for staying within the time limit as well. Judges, if you have any questions, you can ask them.
Abhishek, do you want to ask something?
Sure. So what I want to ask you is more in terms of the current situation wherein Airbus has sort of become dependent on the US government and the US government giving them a huge amount of money to ease the travel industry, I guess, right now. So given that, and given how much of a struggle the current market then is there any plan that that Airbus might have in place specifically to, come out of that particular kind of relationship, or does it intend to stay dependent with the government to a certain extent for the next few coming years? Which do you think is the better strategy to go with, and why do you think so?
Yeah, so when we look at Airbus as a brand, right? So we were formed by a couple of small companies together in the European Union, and we have had government companies which have also come on board with us. So when we started, we have significant, the French government, the UK government, and the Germany government. They do have significant stakes in our company. And as far as the American government goes that far, they do have a lot of, they're giving us a lot of aid. But as such, we are not direct recipients to that, as we are not the primary defense contractors of the American government, right? So we don't really come under that purview. Boeing is more the company who's going to get a significant amount of that aid because the US government has a vested interest with them because they have a lot of defense contracts. But when it comes to Airbus, the US government isn't really that much involved. And looking at our future plans, the aviation industry itself has been significantly hit. But if you look at the given telemetric data of air travel, we will be back on a straight target in Q2 of 2021. Let's go back to our order backlog, right? A lot of our customers are airlines and they have a significant amount of cash crunch. So we've gone ahead, we've spoken to them, and a lot of them want to defer our orders, but we have only 63 cancellations versus around 600 cancellations that Boeing has. So we're doing pretty well in our order backlog, and that hasn't changed that much. So the long-term future does look good because we are investing in new markets such as electric aviation and so on. And we do have strategic partnerships in the defense segment as well with our Eurofighter Typhoon.
Okay, thank you, Team 13. Your time is up.
Can I just wrap that up in 10 seconds?
Sure.
Yeah, so we see that even if the commercial airline space does see a slowdown for the next couple of quarters, we do have strong defense spending still in our order backlog. So that should help us weather the storm, and we should be back on target within the next 24 months. So that's what our long-term strategy looks like. We're not going to really do much. We do have a few staff layoffs coming on board to reduce operational expenditure, but other than that, we're really not going to change much of our strategy.
Okay, thank you, Team 13. We will get back to you with the results.
Wait, can I just one thing? Not a question. What is your source that you said 69 cancellations with Airbus and 600 with Boeing? What's your source?
Yeah, that's reported by the Wall Street Journal.
Cool. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Team 13.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Okay, that was Team 13 Airbus. I'll now be moving Team 5 Pepsi. Team 5 Pepsi, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Great. We will start with the presentation. I'll be saying when there's 30 seconds left, and then you'll have an opportunity. Your rival hasn't arrived, so you'll have an opportunity to talk with the judges.
Okay.
Guys, please let me know if my screen is visible.
Yeah.
Okay, and are you able to see the presentation load?
No, I can't see.
I can see it.
Please join the live stream so you'll be able to view it.
1 second.
Are you still not able to see it?
No, I'm not able to see it.
Judges, are you able to see it?
No, it's still loading for me.
Okay.
I can see the screen.
Why is this happening? Are you able to see it now?
Yeah.
Everyone?
I personally can't, but it's okay. I'll just look at the PPT.
Yes, I'm able to see the PPT.
Okay. If any of the judges can't see it, just look at it in the drive.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So
Great.
that's okay.
Okay. You can start Team 5.
Just say change slide so that I know when you're on the next PPT.
Yeah, sure. Team 5, you can start.
Good morning, friends. I'm Avartha Raju. I'm studying in PS University for BBA first sem. Okay, next slide. And my brand is Pepsi. Pepsi is a carbonated soft drink manufactured by PepsiCo Limited, originally created and developed in 1893 by Callum Bradham and introduced as Brad's drink. It was renamed as Pepsi in 19.
I had all the leads that have been spilled up now. I don't know what's happening to the election. And let me tell you, if I get back in 2024, I will save India from being hit by Pakistan. And I will also make sure that USA citizens are more filled with economy and all that stuff. There's no point in Biden winning a Democratic who doesn't really care about anything. I crushed Republican Party last time. I crushed Democratic Party last time around when Hillary Clinton was there. I want to do it again. I need to make sure I got off this plane. And I'm sure I'm better than all these people. Kim Jong-un, you keep him in the area. He's going to destroy entire Earth with his World War III plan. Whatever he's planning, I don't really know what he's going to do. But yeah, I need to get off this plane. I need to make sure USA is under safe hands.
Time's up,
I've done it for
Trump.
4 years.
Next up is Kim Jong-un. Your time starts now.
I don't think I need to introduce myself. I am Kim Jong-un, as you all know. I am the supreme leader of North Korea. Imagine being the friend of the supreme leader. Imagine the perks that you're going to get. You're going to be part of the country that's like the most deadliest country out there, most badass. Some people term themselves as badass. My entire country is badass, and it's only because of me. And I've been in this, my family has been in power since ages. I literally control each and everything. So whatever you need, I'll make sure that you have it by your doorstep. So make sure you give me the parachute so that you can live a life so lavish that no one can even question what you're going to do. That's right. You are the friend of Kim Jong-un. Imagine the way people look at you. It's like a social status that you have. Apart from that, I'm making sure that my country is actually great again.
Okay, your time's up, Kim Jong-un. Next up, we have Vladimir Putin. Your time starts now.
Okay, my fellow friends, and so we are in this emergency crisis, and I need to point out one important thing. I have been the president of Russia for 4 consecutive terms, acting presidency once, and twice have been my first premiership and a second premiership as well. Consecutively, from the year 1999 till now, I have been controlling Russia, one of the largest nations out there. But right now we have USA, a person who is failing in presidency, and Kim Jong-un, the leader of a country that is so small that it could not even amount to the number of people in Moscow. So my opinion is, the reason I need to be saved is I have a large public prospect. Everyone wants me to lead their country. The Russians want me. I have diplomatic relationships with a lot of this erstwhile Soviet USSR nations, including Uzbekistan, Ukraine, and other nations that could come into political strife if I do not hold them together. Moreover, I have a bunch of foreign
Your time's
relations.
elapsed, Putin. Now your collective 5 minutes is going to start, guys. You guys can start discussing within yourself, and your time starts now.
Someone talked about my country being small. Even though my country is so small, people fear us. Secondly, Russia's economy is in terrible shape, over reliant on energy exports and lacking foreign investment and suffering chronic capital fight.
Let
Putin
me
is
tell
an
you,
enemy of his own people. He's a cynical
nobody
manipulator
cares
and
about
ruthless
North Korea.
global warlord. 21 years as president and prime minister, what the hell has he even done?
Kim, nobody cares about your stupid nepotism promoting country. All right, listen to me.
I think everybody fucking cares about my country because you better fear.
You scare people because you go down and you're gonna kill more people. That's the point I'm trying to make. You're gonna go kill more people when you come down.
I mean, look who's speaking. Donald Trump. He's racist publicly.
No. North Korean leader has several human rights violations.
No, I mean, look at Donald Trump. He doesn't. He doesn't have a. He's worse than Rahul Gandhi, dude. Come on.
Talk to me about 2016, Kim. Why did you test those bombs out there? Why did you test those hydrogen bombs? What were you wanting to play? Football with them? What you wanted to do
how
with
many
those
people you killed in
football?
Donald Trump,
It was
you are
done to protect the interests of the United Nations.
Biden was fakely claiming, but you're the one who was actually fakely claiming that the elections need to be stopped, and you went and started protesting and filing lawsuits in several
Donald Trump, Biden, Donald Trump, Biden.
I had leads.
On my way.
I had the.
Biden is already on his way to the White House. What are you doing, man? What are you yapping
Exactly.
about? Go home and cry.
India, why do we care if you save India or if you save Pakistan?
Oh,
That's
wait, you
not
can't
an
go
art
home.
issue.
You know how much tax you gotta pay? Over 800 million. You know how many people could be fed with that?
Moreover, USA is a failing nation. Your American citizens itself are saying, make America great again. So you itself, your Americans itself are declaring that you're not great, that you're fallen into the trash. So I don't realize why a failing ex-president needs to be nominated. Moreover, North Korea has been condemned by the International Forum repeatedly for so many violations, and I don't know why.
You mean allegations?
Yes, I'm talking about the allegations.
None of them are true, are they?
they're all true. So there is no reason you need to survive. I mean, literally no reason. You're the going to be the head of like what 2.25 million people. I mean, that's not an issue. If you die, there's just another dictator is going to come up. So your existence is
How
a minor.
different is Russia? What Putin's gonna continue even with all those.
I have diplomatic ties with many nations around the world. North Korea has diplomatic ties with very few nations, and even those ties are very bad. The only country that even supports you is China, and China itself is failing and has lost all international support from many nations around the world. So China is failing, and if China fails, you are going to fail. South Korea has so many leads in the forum. It's one of the
largest. Hitler, man.
So, well, let me be a modern Hitler. I don't mind, but I'm still ruling one of the largest nations out there, and I am ruling.
Let me tell you what and all you've done to stay in power. You have been bombing your own country. You are the enemy of your own people. Get that in your head. Your own people. I would never let my people down.
You have millions of people running out of your country. You have so many defectors running out of North Korea every day. People are dying to get out and run to South Korea, run through China. There are so many defectors out there who are trying to escape your wrench. And that is the reason why you need to fail so that North Korea can actually grow and become like a modern South Korea, because North Korea right now is failing. So your existence is actually a backlash for the entire nation that you're actually.
You need to pull up a mirror and look at yourself, dude, because it's exactly the same thing that's happening in Russia.
Dude, Russia. Tell me about the protests being done towards the health of public safety. Where is the pollution being controlled? There are so many human rights violations in Russia happening since 2009.
Are you aware of KGB? Russia?
Yes, I am aware.
You know, the organization that killed tens of millions of.
Yes, I did kill tens of millions of people for a good reason. I'm not at least torturing my own people. I'm not stopping them from getting food, and I'm not living in a palace while my people are dying out there for no absolute reason, which is the case in North Korea. On the other hand, when we come to Donald Trump, while you were the president of the United States, the number of COVID cases were riveting off the charts, and you have so many cases. Compare it with your population and your size. Your population to area is much lower than other countries, including Russia and India, China, many other countries. But Donald Trump failed as a president to control the pandemic. North Korea, on the other hand, gives out no legal information to the other countries.
I have made my effort to control the COVID-19 virus in USA. It has been controlled well comparatively
by the human rights committees. So North Korea is missing. So coming back to Donald Trump, what have you done as the president of the United States? What have you even tried to accomplish? You have done nothing. You have brought
a lot of decisions.
Situation where the American.
You can check my executive office decisions. I have done a lot for the people of the United States.
Is that
why has thrived? Jobs have increased for the Native American people. I focus for America. I'm going to save America. I don't care what happens to the world.
So you mean to say your own people didn't vote for you?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Why didn't you?
Okay, guys, your time has elapsed.
I am telling you.
Guys, your time has elapsed. It's been a really good panel discussion.
All hail to the supreme leader.
And you guys can now leave, and we'll be sharing the results with you pretty soon. It was really a nice panel session, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks a lot, guys.
Can you see this?
Watching. Yeah, the screen. Yeah, I can see the screen.
Sure, you can start. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. So, okay, wait.
Yeah, sorry for that. Yeah. Just had some issues. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I'm going to start in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, everybody. Today I will be talking to you about why FedEx is the best shipping company in the industry, and why, in comparison to DHL, it's better. Next slide, please. Just in terms of numbers, as you can see that FedEx delivers to 15 more countries, delivers almost 4 times more packages on a yearly basis, and has more employees on a marginal level. I think they deliver more packages than in terms of like the employees they have. So DHL is inherently a slightly less efficient company in that sense. FedEx also has the largest number of aircrafts in the industry in terms of 670, which is almost 6 times as many as DHL does. And DHL has to outsource any extra aircrafts that it requires for deliveries that it cannot handle based on its own fleet. Because I want to show you that I'm not like just talking about these numbers in a biased way, look at the last one. FedEx has a smaller market share than DHL. This is particularly important because it shows why FedEx is able to do more and target the right aspects of the market in terms of the amount of packages and the amount of like countries it delivers to. Next slide. Even with a 13.4% market share, the reason it's able to do so well is because of its market segmentation. On 3 levels, it's able to target e-commerce and business enterprises. It's securing a greater foothold in business-to-business supply chains, and it has better supply chain solutions and incentive programs, and it has that reliability building with its long-term customers. Next slide, please. So let's talk about the Advantage program of FedEx and compare that with what like DHL offers, and I'll tell you why FedEx is better in that sense. One, FedEx offers flat discounted rates from 6 to 20%, whereas DHL offers a bonus program with coupons, which is not as lucrative or consistent because these policies are likely to keep changing. It also has better insurance packages, which is because like DHL has lower insurance caps and has an arduous insurance claim process, whereas FedEx wants to make it as easy as possible in the event that it damages or loses your shipment. FedEx has no surcharges, whereas DHL is popular for its continuously changing policies on surcharges, which is why when you Google like FedEx and DHL prices, it'll say that FedEx is more expensive, but FedEx is very clear upfront with what its policies are in terms of pricing. It also has better service and more efficiency because of its customer service, and it's less likely to cause delays and damages. I'll explain this fourth point in the next slide. It's less likely to cause delays and damages because of its training and hiring. It has the most diverse structuring of the companies with many divisions and focus areas. It has world-class training. It has the best training in the industry with modules designed by like Harvard and Wharton business school professors. And because of this, employees have a better understanding of the logistics, are better able to manage unforeseen circumstances, and the customer service is actually useful, and they're not just telling you like things that you hear like over and over again. Next slide, please. Lastly, it has the best innovation in the industry and the best practices. It was the pioneer that introduced concepts such as overnight shipping and like live tracking of your packages. And it also sets the industry best practices in hiring, training, and efficiency maximization, which essentially means that like you can rely on FedEx to improve the industry to become better and better in the long term as well. Next slide, please. Finally, thank you so much. FedEx is fed up with you wasting your money on other shipping companies.
Thank you, Team 40. Judges, any questions? Gaurav Anoki.
Thank you for your presentation. Now, the thing with FedEx is that it is now being seen as a company that's a little too stuck up. It is not at the frontier of innovation when it comes to logistics and supply chain. Amazon is the company, Uber is a company that's being known to experiment with drones, experiment with shipping and warehousing. And a lot of e-commerce companies are either spinning off their own delivery systems, or they are choosing startups or other companies that are more, I would say, flexible and a lot more easy to work with compared to FedEx. Aren't your existing policies hurting your B2B brand image in the way businesses perceive how easy it is to work with FedEx?
Understood. In terms of innovation, I don't think like FedEx is that far behind in the game. Yes, Amazon has more money to spare because its business model is completely different. However, FedEx is one of the first companies who's introducing, say, deliveries that work on electric vehicles, and is trying to introduce the concept of sustainability in the market right now. In terms of it falling behind in the race because because its policies are too stuck up, I think it's changing because of the competitive market and like the changing needs of the people right now, especially in emergencies like now where everybody's going to rely on e-commerce. I think in comparison with the competition it faces from companies such as Amazon, it's able to target, say, like MSMEs and other conventional businesses that don't want to go towards the e-commerce route in terms of, say, like associating with Amazon, having to pay them extra money and losing money in terms of the amount of discounts you have to provide on these bulk e-commerce platforms.
No,
So it's allowing these smaller businesses to set up.
FedEx is not the go-to choice for MSMEs. FedEx is extremely expensive for any MSME to go with. They rather go to a startup whom they can speak directly to a founder and get a better deal.
No, see, the problem with getting better deals is that there isn't as much reliability as FedEx has because of the supply chains that FedEx has established. It's a more reliable option for these businesses to associate themselves with FedEx. And this is not just the small number of people who might send 1 or 2 packages a year like you or I. In terms of businesses, their incentive programs are immense, and they want to incentivize these businesses to associate themselves with FedEx and gain the benefits of this reliability mechanism that they've established for quite a few years now.
All right, so I think we're out of time. Aish, do you have some more time?
Do you have any other questions left? We can entertain one more question.
All right. Anoki, do you have something to ask?
Yeah, I just have one counterpoint. Now, you spoke about your supply chain. In 2020, it's very important for your company to set up more standards for your delivery, right? But recently, because of your Amazon contract, which got you had a loss of your Amazon contract, which really affected your supply chain because you're sourcing from independent contractors and their safety standards are not in place. Because of that, there's been a spiral of slow delivery and not hygienic delivery, and there have been a lot of complaints. I want to understand what is your counter strategy for that.
Okay.
Yeah, because to elaborate on her point, what she also means is that FedEx actually does not take as much on-ground responsibility as it would try to make it perceive. There isn't enough penetration or physical presence of FedEx where it can sort of have absolute ownership or control over the operations.
I get it. So I think in terms of it losing its contract with Amazon in 2020, you really can't predict what happens to businesses. A lot of ulterior motives are also behind, why these contracts are falling down. In terms of mistakes and errors that are happening on FedEx's part, I think this will happen with every shipping company. What needs to be considered is how better are the alternatives that FedEx is offering, and is FedEx able to improve these in the longer term? I think in comparison to all the other say conventional delivery companies such as say UPS or DHL, it's able to better these and fix their problems faster. And in terms of alternatives, it's easier for people to claim, say, insurance claims in damages, in losses, in delays. And this is easier because the customer service is not as arduous, is not, say, lengthy, and they're not trying to play hooky with you and avoid it. So then I've given you 2 alternatives in terms of why it's bettering itself. Mistakes are bound to happen. And even if mistakes do happen, the alternatives that we are providing to, say, our customers are better off.
I mean, I get your point, but when you talk about logistics and supply chain, it should never come down to customer service. Nobody wants to call up the customer service saying my package is lost, regardless how good your customer service might be. That's it from my end, honestly, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, we don't have. Oh wait, did he leave? Oh, cool.
I think he did, yeah.
Team 42 GM. We will be starting your presentation now. He will share his screen. We were supposed to go against 4, but they're not here. How we'll be conducting this is you can be conducting this 2.5 minutes, and then the judges will be asking you questions and gauge your rebuttal based on that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So guys, just tell me when you want to switch from one slide to other. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the team. My name is Likit Pujari, and the team I've allotted is number 42, and I'm representing General Motors Corporation, which is the largest automobile manufacturer in the United States. And let me give quick facts about GM. Can you see the next slide, please? GM was established in 1908 by William C. Durant, one of the pioneer businessmen of those times. and they share 50%. They are captured the 50% market of the USA and fourth largest in the world. It was the first largest till 2007 when Toyota took over to become the first largest. And let me tell you, it's General Motors is ranked as number 18 in the Fortune 500 list. One of the major brands include Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, and Cadillac. Cadillac, I think I didn't mention, it's the presidential vehicle of the USA president car. And it has all ranges of cars from a small SUV to carriers to luxury SUVs. And in general, they're considered very reliable and value for money. Can please next. Yeah, a small statistics comparison I got here. General Motors has sold over 7.72 million cars worldwide in the year 2019, and the global market share is 8.5%. Whereas on the other side, Ford is just 5.59%. And if you see the market cap, which is the main value of the brand, it's $44 billion. Just imagine $44 billion. Not even whether Ford is just halfway it. And General Motors owns its own finance company, which is valued up to $14.55 billion. And most of the blog spots on Quora and other sites say that it's very easy to maintain the General Motors car compared to Ford, because General Motors vehicles accessories are available of very cheap at a very cheaper cost. Next, please. Well, a brand just doesn't become famous just by creating it. It has to be created with a lot of craftsmanship and perfection, and so that it becomes eye-catchy. Like I would just take a small comparison in the mobile industry, just like for Apple. Apple has also become a status symbol in the society, even though few of the features are not so advanced. The same way, General Motors is very eye-catchy. You can see the picture. It's so eye-catchy and attracts a lot of quick attention in the traffic or on the road. Next, please. Well, the hierarchy of the General Motors in the society, you can see a small hatchback, a family of four can own, and a goods carrier owned by any construction worker or any carpenter or any goods carrier, to the American president's limousine, which is a Cadillac, a subsidiary of the General Motors. One can imagine the brand, how famous it's just because the president has owns the same car. Next, please. The future course, they're already committed to an all-electric future to make affordable and reliable electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles to make it completely green. They have also shifted towards the vertical integration in order to reach up to the mark of Tesla. I think it's not. I think it's simply not possible to equal to Tesla, but at least they can reach near to the Tesla. And affordable maintenance, and most of it is a DIY, like do yourself. So most of the Americans prefer it. Next one, please.
Your time is up. You can, if you have any concluding statements, we'll take that now.
Yeah. Please, next picture, please. The last one. Yeah. Well, as a symbol of state, as a symbol, most of the people love to click pics with the GMC SUVs, and my personal favorite is also the GMC SUV. And I think in every aspect, GM outshines Ford. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Judges will be taking questions right now.
Yeah.
Do you two have any questions? Ayush, Sai, do you want to ask him anything?
No, nothing in particular. Do you guys have anything to ask?
Sai, do you want to ask him a question?
No, I don't have anything in particular. Yeah. So. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Thank you for your presentation. My question to you is, General Motors is not the go-to brand for the new age automobile buyers, right? Because it's not as young or as innovative or as out there, or worth something that can be shown off, right? And new age automobile buyers are actually one of the bigger chunks that most companies are. Every company is trying to become younger as years go by, but we don't see that with General Motors.
But let me remind you of this Chevrolet boat vehicle, which was running from 2010 till the last year. It was ranked. It was given a 5-star rating from NSTSA. I think that would be the answer.
No, that is not the answer. Reason being, one car model does not define your brand strategy or brand image or the perception of your brand. We are talking about how is General Motors as a brand perceived by the audience, and if it's not a brand that I perceive as something that I can show off to my friends or probably go around in, right? how are sales going to pick up? Because you are the largest manufacturer, I understand, but this is about branding.
Yeah, I told you, I compared it with Apple, like how people consider it as a status symbol. The same way, these big, large SUVs, also most of the Middle East countries, if you observe, they consider it. If you see, just in case, I'll take a small example. If you see any random memes on social media pages about these cars and things, you see most of them are big SUVs of like Cadillac and Chevrolet. I think that's how the brand has reached the millions. Like how I want to say.
So you're going to be using SUVs and big cars as an affordable SUVs and big cars to sort of make your way through the younger market.
Yeah, through the younger market, we will be like as I told you, the smaller vehicles of like Chevrolet are also getting electric variants. So that's how we may reach to even the smaller consumer line also.
Okay, final question. Yeah, please.
Okay, sure. I had a counter to his SUV question.
Okay.
So you said memes is you're quantifying your reach with memes, and in the SUV market especially for younger audience. My question is, especially in recent times, you spoke about Tesla, but there's a lot more hype, a lot more talk about electric SUVs recently. Startups like Rivian, Tesla with the Cybertruck, and you see more memes of that.
Hey guys, we're just waiting for everyone to join. Once everyone joins, we will start immediately.
All right, guys. Am I audible? Yes. Okay. So, congratulations to everyone who could make it to round two. We're super excited to start, and we are going to be breaking you guys into two different teams. So, make a note of your teams, okay? Team one is Harshal J. Shah. Are you here? Harshal, are you here? Okay. Shafiq, are you here?
Okay, he raised his hand. Yeah, he's here.
Okay. And Rajesh, are you here?
Yes, I am.
All right. Neela V. Nayak. Neela V. Nayak, are
And
you
Neela
here?
is here. Neela is here. She's on
Okay.
this Zoom.
Okay. Abhinav Bhatnagar.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So Harshal, Shafiq, Rajesh, Neela, and Abhinav, you will be team one. Okay. We will be allocating your characters once you go into your separate breakout rooms. Okay.
Cool.
And so for team two, we have Stuff, Abhishek, Shashank G. Bhatt, and Atharva Gupta. Okay. So yes, so we'll be sending you to your breakout room shortly.
Yeah.
So what are we supposed to do?
Dude, yeah, we'll leave and join back.
Join where? They haven't given us the groups, as in like they haven't sent us another link yet, right?
Exactly.
No, you'll get a request to join a breakout room.
All right.
On Zoom itself or on
Yeah.
Discord?
Once they do it, you'll get the.
Okay.
How many do we have in total? 9 guys, though?
No idea. I think it's 5 a team or 6 a team. I didn't count.
No.
the phone is moving, sorry, the brand is moving into a more carbon friendly, sorry, sustainable friendly, where they're trying to reduce the carbon footprint. But what's happening is that it's just an excuse to reduce the amount of money that goes into making the product. Why do we see Apple not addressing that as a brand? Why is that? The more, like you said, the headphone jack is soon they're going to have the charging port is going to become wireless, and then they're also reducing the quality of the raw materials that's going into the phone. They're surrounding themselves with that kind of perspective where it's they're carbon friendly, but people aren't seeing it that way. People are just seeing that it's a cheaper phone. I'm paying $1,000, but I'm getting a cheaper phone. I might as well buy a OnePlus, or I might as well buy like a Samsung or a Motorola, like a flip phone, because the quality is better and I'm getting what I'm paying for. So, why do you think Apple is doing that?
Could you repeat? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Could you repeat what you gave as an example as to how they're going carbon friendly?
All right. So if you saw the latest keynote and the latest iPhone when they came out, or whether it was the Apple or whether it was the iPad, they're saying they're moving towards
WWDC.
Yes, WWDC, where they're moving towards a carbon-friendly product, where they're reducing the raw materials that's going into it. For example, they've reduced the weight of the iPhone by significant amounts. They've reduced the hardware of the iPhone by a lot, like the battery that they're using is not like the chips that they're using is also changed, which gives them less battery life, but they're saying that and the phone is lighter and it just feels cheaper when you look at it, right?
I think I'll just take that up, right? So I think one of the things you're referring to is the lack of a charger in the box. So let me address that first. So when you look at it from Apple's perspective, right? Most of the iPhone users are repeat customers, so they already have a charger with them.
Hi guys.
It's echoing.
Hi. Sorry. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, why can't I hear?
Okay, guys from breakout room 2, can you come back to Discord organizers, please? Everybody, all the judges from breakout room 2, please come back to Discord organizers.
Hello, is it okay if I leave this call? I'm from breakdown room 2.
No, they said
Just hold on.
Just let me know. All right.
Okay, guys. Breakout room 2. How many of your participants left?
Actually, we are done with our round. Actually.
Yeah, this is the entire team. The 2 rooms are combined.
Okay.
That's not to worry. Can everyone switch on your camera except for judges, obviously? Don't change your names. Could you all put your personality names back? Just rename yourself.
Just a second. Okay.
Give us 2 minutes. Hi guys. Oh, why is there so much echo? Hi guys, are you guys excited? Can I 1 second? Let me stop this. We'll be back soon. Okay. So judging was very hard. We were supposed to take all of 5 minutes, but I think we took close to 10 because both rooms were absolutely incredible. You guys made your points so well, and all of you spoke up. But obviously, there can't be 10 winners. So, 1 sec. Okay. So, first, from breakout room 1, the people qualifying to the finals is Mukesh Ambani, Satya Nadella, and Walt Disney. Congratulations, guys. From breakout room 2, I will just let you know. They told me the names, but I forgot. Give me a minute.
No, I know the names. I know the names. So, from breakout room 2, the people qualifying to the finals are Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. Congratulations.
Congratulations, guys.
Can you please repeat?
The finals.
Steve Jobs and Bill Gates are qualifying to the finals from breakout room 2.
Please remember that your personalities will not stay the same. They will change.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. I'm done
Congratulations, guys.
You guys wore your blazers and everything.
Wearing your jacket here, bro. The fuck.
Okay, so you guys have 5 minutes to just chill. The judge will join.
Yeah. Wait. Bro, now it's top 5, huh?
Yes, this is the top 5, yes.
Top 5 and how many are placed?
One.
All right.
One person.
Okay.
There is one winner from Air Crash.
Cool.
And yeah, that's it. By 1:30, the judge will join. All of us, after the judge joins, we will just be here for spectating. If you want your friends to watch, send them the YouTube link. This is streaming live on YouTube. Will be saved permanently for the rest of your life. So have fun.
Yeah, bro. Thank you.
Dhruv, I think we could make sure if all the participants are on the call.
They are, bro. I saw them.
Okay.
Where's the YouTube link?
It's in the announcements channel.
Oh, okay.
Okay, guys. So I think we have Mr. Soumyajit as our judge on the call. He has won over 90 inter-college fests across the country. He's won multiple parliamentary debates conducted by top institutes in the country. He's been chairing a lot of months for the last 3 years. He's competed and won in notable college events like Mood Indigo, which is in IITB, Oasis, which is BITS Palani, there's Waves, which is BITS Goa, and Sarang, which is IITM. We are very grateful to have him on board today, and welcome, sir. If you could please unmute yourself.
Hi everyone.
Nice to meet
I
you.
hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Give me a heads up if you can.
We can.
Right. Okay. I said heads up, not thumbs up, but okay. You guys are not good at following instructions already. Cool. How many participants here? How many audience members here?
So I think there'll be 5 participants. There are 5 participants in the.
I can see 6 videos, and hence my question.
Okay, so sir, Shashank, Stav, Walt Disney, I'm so sorry, and JRD Tata.
I think
guys,
let everyone change their names to their real
names.
names.
Change your names back to your original.
Let everyone change their real names.
And can I request only the video participants to be shown on screen?
Yes, I will do that.
I think you'll have a setting.
Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, I think it's only video participants now.
Yeah, so it's the 5 of them. They have their videos on, sir.
Okay. So are you guys ready? How many rounds have you had before this?
2 rounds.
2 rounds.
2 rounds, sir.
Okay, cool. You guys will have to speak up. I'm not able to hear half you.
We had
yes, we had 2 rounds up to now.
Before this, yeah.
Okay, great. So I'll lay the rules down clean and clear, so that there's no confusion. I don't know what rules you guys were following before, and how many of you have done air crash before, genuinely, because I've seen some of you before. So if you lie, you get a -5 straight on. So okay, so that's 4 out of 5. Oh, all 5 of you have done it before. Yes.
Yeah,
no.
I have.
Yeah.
First time.
Okay, great. Cool. So, do you already have your characters, or do I need to give it now?
You would have to give it to us.
Cool. So, welcome to the finals for everyone on YouTube. You're probably looking at 5 people who are very sorry right now to be on the finals. Let's see how they face out.
Not really.
Okay.
Glad to be here.
Wait, what?
I said not really. We are glad to be here.
Yeah, we'll see what you feel at the rest of the time.
All right.
Okay, cool. So first I will give you your character. I'll give you 3 options to choose your character from. You give me 3 options that you want to take. I'll choose which one you take or not.
All right.
Works?
You will give us 3 options and?
No, you give me 3 options. I'll choose which one I'll select for you.
Okay.
And before that, before you get to the character selection, I will lay down the rules here. Since we have faculty watching on this, let's keep it very, not very clean, but clean and classy. Let's not do a crass air crash that we are very fond of. Let's not do that. Second, organizers' discretion. I think vulgarity to an extent is not allowed. I mean, that will lead to direct disqualification. I'm sure the cash prize is on the line, so I'm sure you guys wouldn't want to get disqualified. Third, I'll split this into 2 rounds in the finals. I'll tell you what the 2 rounds are. I don't want to give it away right now. So once given the character, you will be throughout that for the final round. Understood? Cool. So there's no official score sheet as such, but I will be judging you based on how you portray the character the best. This is an event where you need to be a little funny, preferably. If not funny, be the best out of the character. I mean, if you guys are boring, I'll probably just stop you right there and maybe move on to the next participant. That's how it's going to go. Third, it's normally stage presence, but since there's no stage presence, how you carry yourself as the character, how you portray yourself the best, that will be the ultimate talking point here. Cool. And moving on in whatever rebuttal you give me, that will be another 10 points or 15 points. That depends on how the round goes, how boring or interesting you guys are. So we will be seeing on how to do that. Cool. So let me get some character suggestions from you guys. Let's see what you guys have to say. Anyone can go first.
Okay, shall I start?
Okay, cool.
So I need to give you 3 characters that I would like to impersonate, and then you would choose one, right?
Before you do that, I'm so sorry. I'll give you the format. It's 1 minute, 60 seconds of presentation time, which is why you need the parachute. Give me 2 reasons, not one. Give me 2 reasons why you need the parachute and who you basically are. That is 60 seconds. Rebuttal after that. Cool.
All right. And
no prep time. No prep time, by the way. So once you tell me the characters, I will choose and you start.
Okay. So, and rebuttal starts right after I finish, or after all the participants finish and you pick one by one?
No, rebuttal starts right after you finish.
All right.
And then we move to the next round. I'll tell you what the next round is. Leave that up to me. Cool. Organizers, we're good to go, right? Is there any clarifications from the organizing side?
No, sir, nothing.
No, sir. I think I'm good.
All right, great. So we can proceed, right? Just remember, keep it clean and classy. Don't turn this into a show that no one wants to see on YouTube. Cool. Let's do this. Abhishek, right?
Yes.
Yeah, your character suggestions, please.
Eminem, Ronaldo, Miley Cyrus.
Take Miley Cyrus. Your time starts now.
Hey, good morning. My name is Miley, guys, and as you know, I'm an LGBT activist. I'm a singer, songwriter, and I'm a teenage sensation, and I'm a huge inspiration to everyone all around the world. And as you can see, people all around the world are inspired by me. I deserve the parachute because I'm a huge inspiration to all, not just the teenagers. People look up to me because I've inspired so many people. I've faced tragedies. I've been to rehab, and I've faced so much criticism from people all around. And the very fact that I show people that even though there are people who are giving you so much criticism for everything that you do, not just positive stuff, my personal life has come into question. Paparazzi follow me all around the world. Every single movement of mine is being tracked, but even then I come out strong. This gives a strong impression to everyone all around the world, not just to people like adults and young adults or adults as such, but even to children and everyone. They should just know. And my songs have the lyrics behind my songs. They just reach out to people who have a traumatic background, who have problems. And I also do philanthropy, which I don't really talk about all that much. I don't want to say that, but we're here talking about life and death. And I want to show that I deserve the parachute.
Okay, Miley, 1 second. 1 second, Miley.
Yes.
You spoke about the world.
By the way, Pilot, you look really cute today. I just thought I should let you know.
That's not going to help.
I just thought you should let you know.
Let's not lie. Lying is not going to take you anywhere.
No, your good looks has to be complimented, and I do not lie.
Yeah. Okay. My question is: you spoke about the whole world. You spoke about how you did good things in the world, but right now the plane is crashing. What can you do for me? Because I'm not a big fan of yours. I would rather go for a Beyonce than you. I mean, honestly,
like I said,
given a choice between Beyonce and you, I mean, think about it.
See, like I said, you have to be, this is the exact image and the exact statement that I preach to everyone all around. You have to be comfortable in your skin. There is always going to be someone better than you. I live by this fact that if you are the smartest person in the room, you're living in the wrong room, because you have to understand that you can do better. There will be people better than you. You have to understand that I will improve, learn off them, do stuff that can make me a better person, be a positive image for people all around. And if you give me the parachute, I will make the positive change that the world needs The world has
Wait,
already seen that of me.
what will
And
you
what I
do for
can
me?
do for you is if
Yeah.
you do invite me to your parachute, if you do invite me to your cockpit, and I will let you know what I can
No,
do.
no, that is strictly close for my wife. That's not for you.
This stays between you and I. So if you can
No.
keep it behind
Wait,
closed
what?
doors, like,
I thought you're an activist. What is this between you and I shit?
I'm talking about something that we could talk about as to why as to why I
No, no,
deserve the parachute.
there's no
And I
entry
really
into
don't
my
think you should
cockpit
have
and
such thoughts about me. This is exactly what I'm saying. People always have perverted thoughts about me. This is what I do not like. Even though people think lustful thoughts when they see me, I should not let that affect me, because body shaming,
see
fat
the only
shaming,
thing, the
slut
only
shaming,
thought,
all of this is very pertinent in today's scenarios, and I do not let that affect me.
Miley,
And even if it
Miley,
does,
one
I'm
second,
trying to
one
come out
second.
strong, and which is why I say I deserve the parachute much more than anybody.
Cool. But with all due respect, none of the other passengers have any lustful feeling for you, nor do I. I think you're the only one who's turning everyone off here. So I don't think that
Really?
is actually.
I'll come in like a wrecking ball, and then you'll know.
To what exactly?
Really? As you can, I already know that you're married, so, and
Yeah.
I'm a very loyal person. So I'm just going to convince you, like I have been convincing you, as to why I deserve the parachute. And once I know what my other participants are up to, I would tell you as to why they do not deserve the parachute.
That is
And
next round. Chill, chill. No, all that is confused.
no,
Speak
please
about
do not
yourself.
refer to me as Da. My name is Smiley. Please refer to me as Smiley. All right?
See, I
Thank
can
you,
refer to
Smiley.
you as what I want to because I am the captain. I have the parachute. If I throw
Yes,
you
and
out,
my life is in your hands. I hope you remember
exactly.
that.
Yeah.
Please.
So behave. Yeah.
Well,
Okay. Cool.
behave, is it?
Thanks, Abhishek. Thanks,
Behave,
Abhishek.
is
Thanks,
it?
Mike.
Thanks, Miley, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. We don't want to see that right now, please.
Getting a little hot in here, so.
Don't scar the audience. Okay. Next
The
participant.
audience deserves a sneak peek, because once I get the parachute,
Yeah.
y'all will get a lot more than this.
Cool. All right. Great. Moving on. Thank you so much, Abhishek. Second.
Miley, my name is Miley Pilot. Miley
No, I'll
Cyrus.
call you Abhishek. You have a
But
problem.
my name is
You have
Miley
a problem.
Cyrus. Please get it right.
See,
All right?
not like you have identity crisis all around. So, like,
But I'm still
let's
come
talk.
out strong. I've come out with flying colors. Do not question my sexuality. This is one thing you should have. Be broad-minded. It's narrow-minded people like you. I do not want to criticize you, but it is narrow-minded people like you. That's the reason why the world isn't
Your
progressing at a pace
your
that it should be. I'm
your
sorry
life
to
is in
say
the
that, but
hands.
nah.
Yeah, your life is in the hands of a narrow-minded person right now. So behave.
All right. But please,
Yeah.
this is for the sake of your own good, because I want to be a positive image to people all around the world, and I want you to also learn something of me. Oh, I can spread mine as well. I can
Your
spread
time
mine
is
a
up.
lot more
Your
than
time is
that. I
up.
can spread mine a lot more than that, by the way. Little
Your time
more
is
than
up.
that.
Your
Yeah.
time is up,
I can spread my V a lot more than that, yeah?
I'm sure you do, but your time is up. Chill.
Would you like to know?
No, I'm loyal.
I won't tell your wife.
Okay, you shut up, dog. You go on mute first.
Do not get turned on so easily.
Organizers, put him on mute, please.
All right, I shall mute myself, babe.
Okay, good. Cool. Next participant.
Hi, I'd like to go second. So my character, I would like to choose Osama bin Laden, Ranveer Singh, or Shinchan.
Go with Sinchan, please.
All right, let's go. शिनचैन शिनचैन प्यारा प्यारा शिनचैन शिनचैन प्यारा प्यारा पर है इतना क्यों मेरा नाम है नुहारा बड़ी शरारत में करा मेरी मुश्किल में पड़ी मेरी फैमिली नुहारा
Okay,
come on
Sinchan,
baby come
one second.
on baby I made a song.
One second.
Yes.
Wait, you are learning that song instead of doing what?
अब मैं इतना भी कुछ खास नहीं है Come on baby दे दे मुझे पैराशूट जोर से कूदे हम तुम कूदे नाचो नाचो आओ करे हम दोनों काबू नाचो नमस्ते कैप्टन मेरा नाम
See,
है
Miley Cyrus left
तुम्हारा
because you started singing. She
वो
just left.
माइली दीदी तो है ना मोंटाना में गई है सर मैं तो एक्शन कमिंग का फैन हूँ चोको चिप कुकी खाना है और मैं सिर्फ 5 साल का बच्चा हूँ छोटी शरारत करता हूँ बड़े तूफान करता हूँ पैराशूट दे दो ना सर
No, wait, 1 second. Shinchan, wait. When
Who's this
did
cartoon
Shinchan
character
become a
singing, babe?
Bihari Babu? Miley, shut up. Your time is up. Next one.
Babe, please.
Miley,
अब मैं
go on
इतना
mute.
भी कुछ खास नहीं सर.
Okay, Shinchan, wait 1 second. 1 second. When did
Action
Shinchan before you restart? Tell me, when did Shinchan become a Bihari minister? What is their accent?
अब मैं लालू प्रसाद यादव जी का फैन हूँ सर.
See, now you're definitely not getting the parachute.
मैं इतना छोटा बच्चा हूँ, बड़ी शरारत करता हूँ, लालू जी का फैन हूँ, आप भी जामुन खा लो सर. Let's all live in peace. मैं उतना ही पूछ रहा हूँ. My dog Shiro is waiting for me down, sir. Please let me go. Action coming. Choco chip cookie. Let's go. मुझे पैराशूट चाहिए.
Okay, you're done. Give me one reason, Shinchan, give me one reason.
My dog is waiting and he's hungry, sir. And I'm only 5 years old. Why would you want to kill a 5-year-old child? मैं बहुत potential है. मैं next action coming बनने वाला हूँ.
You're a perverted kid. You're a perverted kid. I'll do Miley Cyrus a favor by actually taking you off your. She's probably scared for her life.
मानसूजा का मैम इधर है क्या? माइली जी, ये perverted का मीनिंग क्या है?
I'll give you Shinchan, 5 more seconds. Tell me why. Tell me why you need the parachute. Actually, what can you do for me?
सर, मैं आपको 10 डब्बे चॉकलेट चिप कुकी दूंगा. और सर, मानसूजा का मैम का नंबर भी आपको मैं दूंगा.
Not interested. I have Miley Cyrus on board. Why will I want to teach her?
Because she's pure, sir. Also, sir, my small puppy dog Shiro is very hungry.
This is why I say following Lalu Prasad Yadav is not the best thing you'll do.
सर, आप भी उनकी ट्रेन में बैठ के इधर उधर जाते हो ना सर. मैं तो अभी छोटा सा बच्चा हूँ, बड़ी शरारत करता हूँ, बड़े लोगों के साथ जामुन खाता हूँ. पैराशूट दे दो सर. सर, आप मुझे अगर पैराशूट नहीं दोगे तो मैं पूरे एयरप्लेन को इरिटेट करता रहूंगा.
तो अगर if I throw you out of the plane, you won't irritate anyone anymore, no? I don't have to give you the parachute. I'll just throw you out of the plane.
Sir, मैं छोटा बच्चा हूँ sir. Why would you do that? And also Mansuza ka ma'am is waiting for you down, sir. My dog is hungry. I'm only 5 years old. Why,
yeah,
sir?
You're a perverted 5 years old.
I do not know the meaning of these big words. Even I know one English word, photosynthesis. मैंने कल ही सीखा था. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Shinchan.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
Yeah, okay, stop.
Kabu.
Stop. Okay, cool. Miley Cyrus and Shinchan done. Next participant, please.
Only you will be done so soon. I will last for a long time.
Miley Cyrus, next time you speak out of turn in this round, you're getting a -5 from my side. No, I'm serious, Dad. Okay. Next.
I'll go next.
Hi.
Yeah, so
Yes.
my 3 options are Dwayne Johnson, Michael Jordan, and Deepika Padukone.
Dwayne Johnson. Tell me that again. I missed the second name.
Dwayne Johnson, Michael Jordan, and Deepika Padukone.
Yeah, tough choice. Deepika Padukone, please.
That was the easy choice. I see where your interests lie, Captain.
Yeah, we'll see where our interests lie. Where your interests lie.
Captain, I'll tell you something, Captain. Tomorrow when we land, in the news, I'll tell everyone that you saved me. Full swaha. Night full aha, you and me. Okay. And I'll give you.
Hey, Machan, see, you're using dialogues. One second. Stop.
Bro.
1 second. Deepika Padukone, 1 second. You're using dialogues which is used back in 2014 by me. Swaha in the evening, Maha in the morning, and all. This is used in 2014. Can you come back to some original dialogue?
Yeah, I'll give you Mal, bro. Okay, you'll reach elevated state of mind, not just in aeroplane, even here.
I don't want to die of cancer, dog. It's okay.
You won't die of cancer. It'll help your lungs also, some of them. Different mal I'll give. I am also mal. You can have a variety of mals. You don't have to get all these plastic mals that you have there. Miley, it seems. Some Sinchan, it seems. Authentic. Full authenticity is there. I can do lovely dance also. I can be your second-hand Javani also. I can be so much. Give me a little bit parachute, and then I'll take you full tour around Bollywood, and then take you to Dubai.
Deepika Padukone, tell me one thing. Other than being shameless,
I tell you two things.
What?
I'll tell you two things.
Yeah, tell.
I'm there for you also. I'm there for your future kids also.
No, that's just disturbing, Deepika. I don't want that.
It won't be disturbing for your kids, trust me.
No, it'll be damn disturbing for me, leave alone kids.
You won't find it disturbing, no? I'm there for you also. Give me parachute, and then I'll help you fly. From behind, aeroplane will blow on its own and go up. And yeah, so...
See, you're bribing me to be with my kids as an auntie.
I want to know. Full body, I go to the gym and all. And then, you see, my husband, he keeps making me run around. I leave him also for you. I mean, who is that guy? You have better dressing sense than he does. Captain, what a value. Take me down with you, Captain. I know you're not gonna land.
All this buttering.
I'm sure you're gonna land. I have faith in you.
Okay, give me two solid reasons.
I'll give you a lifetime of an experience. Mid-air stuff. What? Imagine. Mal, bro.
See, if you're performing like this, I feel like I need to burn you like in Padmavat. I'll just throw you in the fire. That's what I feel like with your performance.
There is no fire there.
There is fire. Oh,
but once we get down, we can do full fire. Fire party.
No, see, as I told Miley Cyrus.
Daru.
I told once before.
NSE,
not interested in
FedEx, whatever you want. That also will take you full high.
Okay, give me two solid reasons. Two solid reasons.
I can take you to an elevated state of mind. I'm giving entertainment to everybody. Like literally entertainment.
Entertainment to who?
Good movies I do. I'm gone to Hollywood also. I'll take you along with me.
We all know which part you played in Hollywood. Like, don't just show off because you've just been a part of a movie for like few minutes.
Rock,
and then you say Hollywood.
I'll make sure Rock gives you 200 million for that parachute.
Only when you reach to Rock, you can call him, right?
You'll take me, no. We'll be best buddies. We'll be best buddies and we'll go.
How do I know the others aren't better? I mean,
it's definitely not better. I mean, look at them.
Don't say you're married. Deepika, you're married, okay? I don't want to get into any criminal...
Second setting.
Huh? Second setting, though.
No, I'll divorce Ranveer Singh and I'll take you along with me.
See, you're proving out to be a true Carmelite. You're doing second setting all the time.
You must be dosified, no? That's why you know all this.
No, I'm not. You can check my... I'm not going to say that, but I'm not a dosified.
Then I'll take you, don't worry. I'll make sure you know everything. Take me along with you.
Okay, bro.
We'll do the Chika rides. We'll go to Kashmir. From Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we'll go. And then I'll give you weird night dreams.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Deepika, you're done. Thank you. We have 2 more remaining, right?
Yeah, I would like to go next. My
Yes,
options
please.
are Kim Kardashian, Ananya Pandey, or Kangana.
Take Ananya Pandey.
Okay. So hi guys, I'm Ananya Pandey, and as you all know that I've already done about 3 movies. Like I recently turned 22 years and I've already done 3 whole movies. Can you believe it? Like I'm the biggest struggler here. I mean, everybody has their own struggles, okay? I know that I was born with a silver spoon with like Chunky Pandey being my dad, but come on guys. Even he didn't go to coffee with Karan. Then how will I, in that case, how will I become a big star? Even he wasn't a big star. So it is great of me to do 3 whole movies within 22 years
Ananya
of
Pandey, Ananya Pandey, the only reason you got these 3 movies is because of your dad. Clearly, we see you have no acting
Yes,
capabilities.
yes, I completely acknowledge it, Soumya. Come on, yeah. I'm not refuting the claim of nepotism here.
Yeah, so like we have talented actors like Deepika here. I can just give
But
it to
I'm a
them.
struggler and I've been struggling, and this is the outcome. I've signed 3 movies and I'm going to be doing more with like famous stars like Vijay Deverakonda also.
Yeah, but with zero acting skills, no one's gonna enjoy that movie.
Of course not. Yeah, you can look at my followers. I have about 17 million followers on social media.
And you do what with it?
I make money and impress people through brands. I'm the only
Name
girl.
2
I'm the
brands that you
Skechers girl.
endorse. Name 2 brands that you endorse.
Only and Skechers.
What do you endorse in Skechers?
Their shoes.
Yeah, no shit, but which shoes? Ananya Pandey, you endorse only one specific kind of shoe in Skechers. Do you know which that is?
No.
So you're not Ananya Pandey, is what you're saying.
According to me, I promote all kinds of shoes in Skechers.
Maybe the shoes that is used to hit on your face also. People usually throw it on your face as well.
Stop
Is
it,
that the
yeah.
shoe
Don't
you?
be so mean. You're being so mean right now. I really need the parachute.
Yeah, I think you would. I mean, you're plastic anyways. Like you don't have any parachutes of your own, so you'll probably need the parachute. But I probably won't give it to you. That's you. You haven't convinced me yet. Like you have
But
got
I
3
really,
movies.
really
One
need it.
second.
Now, see, after the nepotism debate, there are going to be so many outsiders who are going to come. So I will need this parachute to prove.
Name outsiders.
To prove it to people.
Name the outsiders.
I have Bhumi Pednekar, who's an outsider. Who's
How
also
is she
my
harming you?
competitor, Tapsi Pannu.
You know, these are really strong actresses with strong capability of acting, and you
Yeah,
have
I agree.
nothing.
I agree. Yeah, I'm not putting anybody down here.
You can't put anybody down. You're putting yourself down. You're putting themselves up. You're not putting yourself down at all.
But is that why I'm getting so many movies from
You're
even the
getting
biggest
so many
celebrities
movies.
being a
You're
part of
getting
it?
so many. You're getting so many movies of Chunky Pandey. He's a good actor. You're not. He did second roles in movies, but he still did better acting than you'll
Yeah,
ever
but
do in
that's
these
what
movies.
you believe. There are so many people who actually want me in the movies.
Organizing committee. Actually, the crew on the plane. Would you prefer a Chunky Pandey or an Ananya Pandey on the plane? You can answer.
I'd go for Chunky Pandey any day.
Nobody.
And I'm glad because he's my
Highly
dad.
followed.
But as of now, Chunky Pandey is not on the plane, guys. It's me. And my dad is going to be sad if I don't land on the planet.
I think your dad will be happy. I think your dad will be happy that you
Of
made a
course not. Yeah,
choice.
he loves me so much.
Yeah, I mean, but like, if you get off his skin, I think he'll be
I'll be the
doing better work.
happiest if the parachute was given to him if he was on the plane, but he's not.
Okay, fine. I accept your plea here, but give me 2 reasons. 2 solid reasons which has no refute.
Yeah, because as you all know, I'm a struggler. I will keep struggling. I will keep trying my best to prove it to the world that I am a good actor. And secondly, as you all know, I have too many followers on social media. due to which I can influence, if not by acting, I can surely influence people in other through other platforms.
Okay. Before we move on to the next participant, can you tell me what kind of influence have you done socially?
Yeah, I have started the So Positive movement on social media, where nowadays everybody's being all negative to, you know, all the stars and all that. But I am being so positive with my So Positive
Yeah,
initiative.
but Anya Pandey, here's the thing. Everyone's negative about you except yourself. You're the only one who's positive
Exactly.
about it.
I want to spread positivity. There's already so much negativity in the world. You have to always spread love and not hate. Remember that, Soumya.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Ananya Pandey. Last participant for the day.
Yeah, my characters would be Johnny English, SRK, and Modi.
Modi, take Modi, please. And be careful. This is on YouTube, so if it goes viral, I mean, cops are coming right to your house. So,
Namaste, bhaiyo aur behno. I'm Narendra Modi, or I need the parachute because पायलट जी सौम्यजीत हम आपको बहुत मदद करेंगे. I really help you in getting a political advantage over in my party. You can really get very rich, and I'm going to help you climb the ladder with all my power. And without me, India has no competition in politics. So I really need to get down.
Modi ji, what happened to your ex? Yeah, like what will you do? Like your party is not. See, politics is not my interest, all right.
Politics is
Can
not
you
your
give
interest, but I'm going to give you the money to live your life.
But can you? Money is not what I need. Can you give me diplomatic immunity?
Diplomatic immunity.
Do you know? Do you even know what that means? Because I'm sure you don't understand English. So
yeah, please मुझे समझाइए थोड़ा. What is diplomatic immunity?
समझाना नहीं. If you don't know what diplomatic immunity means as a prime minister of the country, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to let you go here. Are you actually googling diplomatic immunity while we do this?
क्योंकि हम आप पे बिलीव करते हैं ना, तो इसलिए करना पड़ता है.
Yeah, Deepika Padukone, we don't need chai right now. He can't even. Yeah, we don't need that.
हाँ तो जी, सौम्यजीत, हम आपकी पूरी शिद्दत से मदद करेंगे. हम आप बोलिए और हम सब कर देंगे.
If you finished googling it, just read it out from there. It's okay.
अरे गूगल ही नहीं किया, जैसे आप बोले हमने बंद कर दिया. जो आप कहे हम करेंगे आपके लिए.
क्या करेंगे बताइए.
आप बोले तो सही. पूरी हमारी जनता हमारे हाथ में है. हमको एक जाके हम अच्छी स्पीच देंगे, आपको आके स्टेज पे रखेंगे, बोले भाइयों बहनों, सौम्यजीत हमारे साथ हमारे राइट हैंड बनेंगे.
You know what will happen once you do that? I'll probably become the most wanted man in the whole world. They'll be targeting me with their rifle guns instead of actually.
अरे most wanted तो हो गई अभी. Most wanted तो हो गई अभी कंगना रनौत. हम उधर तो जाएंगे ही नहीं. आप हमारे राइट हैंड हो गए और हम फुल सबसे इम्यून करेंगे. इम्यून, फुल क्राइम से इम्यून, सबसे इम्यून.
Okay, Modi ji. Tell me, what are your plans? Like, you know what has gone wrong in your party. You know what has gone right in your party.
Okay.
You know what has been things in the past and what is to be there in the future. Can you tell me one change that you will do to India?
Okay. सबसे पहले हम जानते हैं कि हमसे गलती हो गई जब हमने अलग नोट छपवाए 2000 के, क्योंकि ब्लैक मनी तो गया नहीं इंडिया से और वापस भी नहीं आया, मतलब इंडिया में रह गया. So first thing I would do for you, Soumyajit, is
no, wait. It stayed in India or it stayed with you? I think you took all the black money in.
It never stayed with Soumyajit. It never stayed with me. Adanya Soumyajit, it is all with my. I don't know. We are still tracking of who has the black money yet. We're still coming to the agenda and the result. But what we will do for India, we would obviously increase our employability rate I would actually give you.
From the time you've come, it has always gone down. There's never been an upward curve.
I agree because of the very crucial circumstances, but I'm always doing my best for India, and there's no competition, as you can see. If you want to give the whole country in Rahul Gandhi's hands, please go ahead. But then I am the epitome of right present Indian politics, and I would really bring up this.
Modi ji, tell me something. Why, out of all the things that you do in your life, every month you just come on TV for 15 minutes, you talk shit for 14 and a half minutes, you say something good in the 30 seconds. Why do you waste our time for 14 and a half minutes?
I don't waste your time for 14 and a half minutes. I try to bring you together at the same time, the whole India. I try to bring them together emotionally and make them strong and give them hope that we are going to be a big nation, and every citizen in India right now really has the hope, including you, Soumyajit ji, that India will become a big country, and I am there to rest that belief in every person and every citizen. भाई अंग्रेजी तो हम सीखते रह रहे, पर मौका नहीं मिला हमको बोलने के लिए. आज सौम्यजीत के आगे हम बोल चुके, इसलिए तो मतलब निकल रही है.
If you didn't speak English in front of the whole UN, I don't think it's okay to speak English.
उधर हम अब हमारे भारत को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे थे.
हाँ, so
Hindi is in history, Hindi has really been a very important language, and that's why the Namaste of India is really known. And I was representing
which stage is Hindi in our country? What is the official status of Hindi in our country?
It was the national language.
It was never the national language. India never had a national language.
I said.
Yeah. India never had a national language.
Majority states में तो.
Yeah, now see Ananya Pandey is googling if in Hindi is the national language.
भाई अनन्या पांडे खाली सूरत है, अब उनका दिमाग तो हमारे पास है. सबकी किस्मत is the whole India's.
That's okay. You can shift to English, bro. It's okay.
Yeah.
Clearly, Hindi is not working for you. English.
The whole India's economic growth, and also the decisions being taken, the serious decisions being taken for all the growth of you also is in my hands. So yes, I really need the parachute to really help you when you're down back there.
Okay, great. Thank you, Modi ji. Cool. First round is done. Thank you. Moving on to the second round, we'll keep this very quick and very simple. I would want, so this is a face-off round. Very simple rules. We have an odd number of participants here. One will be 2 participants and the other panel will be 3 participants. 2 participants, what you will do is go against each other. For example, if Modi ji is going against Miley Cyrus, you'll have to be Modi ji and Miley Cyrus and not your own self. Cool. You'll have to do that based on your own character, not who you are. No personal attacks. You can other based on the character you are. Cool. Make sense? All right. There'll be 2 rounds. The first round will be Singh-chan versus Deepika Padukone versus Ananya Pandey. The first panel will be 3 of them. Okay. The format here, Miley Cyrus, go on mute. You go on the next round.
Okay, babe. Understood.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. I'm scared. Singh-chan, Deepika Padukone, and Ananya Pandey. The format is 1 roast each, and if the person doesn't, if the person in order doesn't roast, you can continue with the sequence. You can't take more than 5 seconds to think about a roast. You can roast anyone on the panel within the 3 of you. Cool. Cool. Makes sense.
Okay, Sirji.
Okay, ready when you are. You guys can start. Make it a little funny if you can, please. I'm terribly
Deepika Padukone is on the panel, everybody. Deepika Padukone. So Deepika Padukone used to date Yuvraj Singh. The moment the world found out that Deepika and Yuvraj Singh are done, Yuvraj Singh was diagnosed with cancer. I don't know what was the reason behind that clearly, but the only reason why Yuvraj Singh has scored so many runs because the pitch was Deepika Padukone. You see, it was a pretty flat surface, and more number of boys have played with Deepika Padukone than the number of runs Yuvraj Singh has even scored. I mean,
अरे कार्टून हम तो
हाँ,
कुछ
हाँ,
है ना
अभी तो मैं
एटलीस्ट I'm
इतना भी
alive
कुछ
तू क्या
खास
है
नहीं हूँ।
एक स्क्रीन के you're behind a fucking screen
I'm
मैं
sorry,
बच्चे को
Deepika.
बैड वर्ड
confusing,
बोल
guys.
रहे हैं,
I'm sorry,
बच्चे
Deepika,
को
but
बैड
what
वर्ड
happened
बोल
to the
रहे
drugs
हैं।
thing, yeah? I thought
अनन्या पांडे, तुम्हारा दिमाग है छोटा. The only reason you're on this panel is because of
Shinchan,
your
तू है
dad's
तो
richest
छोटा
quota.
तू एक
Because of
Okay,
your
okay,
dad's
guys,
money quota.
hold up. Shinchan, when you're given a chance, you speak. Like when the others are
सर जी
abusing.
मेरे को कट ऑफ कर दिया सर जी. I couldn't finish.
थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड के
Do
बाद
it again.
कौन देखेगा तेरे को
is really
सिर्फ थर्ड स्टैंडर्ड लड़कों भी है
Come
अनन्या
on.
पांडे, तुम्हारा दिमाग
Come
है
on,
छोटा.
stop with the ha. We are all bored here. Please.
अनन्या पांडे.
Ananya Pandey, don't talk. I feel like crying when you talk.
Chunky
But that's
Pandey's
okay.
PP.
I'm here to only spread positivity. Unlike you all who are into drugs.
Okay,
and
guys. Sorry to
Ananya
break this.
Pandey's IQ is smaller than
Your
India's
platform
GDP.
is as small as your.
All of you, this is not a kitty party. You're not talking to each other. You're roasting each other. So make it feel like a roast, please. One by one. Yeah.
What's Sinchan without a TV? Doesn't exist.
So that's your roast.
Yeah, Shinchan, instead of typing it out, you can just say it.
I was. मेरे को.
He only knows to
ha.
Exactly. Only ha. I mean,
Ananya Pandey.
at least I have some IQ, yeah. You don't even have
Ananya
IQ.
Pandey, tell the full form of IQ.
Other than that, you don't know anything.
What's the spelling of IQ, Ananya Pandey?
Case, yeah.
Deepika.
What are you without the Pandey, huh?
Ananya Pandey का दिमाग है छोटा. The only reason why she is on this plane is because of her dad's money quota.
मेरा दिमाग ही छोटा है.
एक किटी पार्टी में इसने किसको इन्वॉल्व किया? ये लो आप ₹2 के चॉकलेट चिप कुकी खा लो आपके लिए चॉकलेट चिप की कुकी.
How did even a cartoon character get on a plane?
If there would be IQ test,
cool. We don't have time. Cool. All done.
Change your cue. I only read clothes all the time.
Than the number of runs Virat Kohli has scored in any international century.
I'm sorry, but there's more cricket than him roasting. Like, what is this? And you are
shut up.
As irrelevant as this character is on this Zoom meeting. अब मैं इतना भी कुछ खास नहीं.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Sinchan.
नहीं हो गया.
बंद करो.
हो गया. Wait, done. Moving on to Modi ji versus Miley Cyrus.
Bro.
Namaste, Miley Cyrus.
Yeah, one by one, please. Let's not be that chaotic like last time. Yeah,
Miley
Cyrus, you go.
आप पता नहीं देश के लिए क्या करेंगे एक्सेप्ट गाना बजाना और अपनी खुद की बजाना.
Please talk in English. I am not well versed in Hindi.
शायद आपका टाइम हो गया जाके.
Modi ji, please speak in English because if I do not understand what you're saying, just like the rest of India does not understand anything of what you're saying.
Anyway, you don't understand the word.
It's for 30 seconds.
You can't understand the word.
Something in Hindi like okay, hamesha, something. It's no, I can't even pronounce it. My bad. No disrespect to the citizens of India, but
हम तो respect करते हैं. आप respect नहीं करते तो हम तो जरूर respect करते हैं.
Mr. Modi ji, is your ass jealous of the shit that comes out of your mouth? Fair question. Is your ass jealous of the shit that comes out of your mouth?
हमको समझ नहीं आया.
Are you serious right now? You are the prime minister.
हम हमेशा serious होते हैं क्योंकि हम prime minister.
You do not understand English.
आपके जाके फूकने आपका फूकने का टाइम हो गया.
One second. I can file it. I can clearly see that Mr. Modi ji is right out of character because.
आप पहले ये बोलिए पायलट जी को क्या देंगे आप?
And right now he's acting like he does not understand anything.
Yeah, what will you do for your pilot?
This is exactly what
Please tell me one reason why you do for pilot.
Mr. Modi ji, Please show some parliamentary behavior, please. This is exactly what Mr. Modi.
What I'm showing. Exactly what I'm showing.
I have read about this. Even if the opposition parties bring up anything, he's just like, okay, I do not understand. I do not want to comment on this. If there are rapes in the country, I have not heard about this. If something's happening, if Miley is saying something, oh, I do not know. So this is exactly.
आप हमारे देश में है ही नहीं तो हम इस बारे में क्यों बोलें?
He's a married man. The very fact that he's left his wife just to look after Gujarat, when you know what all has happened in Gujarat in the past, the Gujarat riots in 2004, and I'm not well versed in that, but it's been in the news for a long time. It's been brought up in the, not just in the United Nations, UN. I'm so sorry, I'm still very young. I haven't been invited to the UN. But even
first of all,
I'm pretty sure I will speak in English and not in Hindi. So
okay, Miley, wait. Miley, wait. Modi ji, what do you have to say?
हम बस एक चीज कहना चाहते हैं कि
English, please, English.
First, please let me finish Miley Cyrus.
Oh, Mr. Modi ji knows English now. Can you please clap for Mr. Modi ji?
Miley Cyrus doesn't really respect her
Deepika, could you please clap for Mr. Modi ji?
She's only bothered about her and her fame, about herself.
I'm still searching for roasts, guys. I'm still searching. I'm still in search for roasts in this round.
Miley Cyrus smoked so much in 2 years that she blowed all her money she made in 10 years. And now she's back. Now she's back in business because she needs more money to smoke.
Mr. Modi ji, if I ever wanted to kill myself, listen. All of you know
I'm a great listener and I'm a great speaker too. So please,
let me allow me to talk so you can listen. Allow me to talk so you can listen.
Also, yes, please.
All right. You might be a great listener. I'm a good giver. First of all,
you're a good giver. Oh, I don't really need that because even the pilot doesn't need that.
First of all, listen to me. I've been through so much. I have been through so much in life, and even now have come out strong in flying colors. And if I ever wanted to kill myself, I would go up to as high as your ego is and fall down to as low as your fucking IQ.
You've been only through that much yourself. I've been through everything with my
What have you even been through? You have just served coffee. All right. Nobody gives.
Exactly. Miley Cyrus, you don't have IQ. You're not aware of the world. I sold chai for a living, not coffee. I don't know where your presence of mind is. I'm talking for the crowd. I speak only for the people, not to you. I'm sorry. Your points don't justify.
And the very fact that you do not even acknowledge.
You need the parachute. You need the parachute to go back to your house and smoke some. What do you call that? Heroin.
First,
you wanna light off hero.
First, you stick to asking for votes.
Which hero are you addicted to? Which hero are you addicted to?
Modi ji, Miley Cyrus.
Because even votes you won't get, you won't get parachute as well. All right.
Thank you.
Yes, pilot.
Okay, great. All of you go on mute, please.
You want me to mute myself, or can you gag? You can gag me and shut me up, pilot. Gag me.
Okay, cool. Fine. So this is one final showdown. Organizers have told me that we have only 3 minutes to finish this round. So let's make this pretty crisp and clear. Okay. I'll be announcing the top 3 participants from this. Then I'll tell you what the round is. Very quick round. Congratulations to all 5 of you. I don't know how many participants were at the start, but making top 5 at an air crash is never easy. However, I'm going to stick to the 3 clauses that I've given you in the past. Your way of portraying the character, how you defend yourself, and you be in the character the most of the times. Okay, so the top 3 are as follows. Sinchan. You have Shinchan going into the next round. You have Ananya Pandey going into the next round. And you have Miley Cyrus going into the next round. Deepika, Miley Cyrus, don't unmute. Don't unmute. You want me to kick you out of this round? Don't unmute. Deepika Padukone and Modi ji, thank you so much. You can stick ahead for the final round. This is going to be a very simple equation here. I'm just gonna tell you what's going to happen from here. Three of you very calm and composed. You give me one reason why the others shouldn't be getting, and one reason you should be. It can be a roast, it can be frank, whatever you want. But as I said, humor is one thing that is required all the time in this. Yeah, Miley Cyrus, you can sit down. We have had enough of your portrayals. Sit, sit, sit. It's okay. So all of you acknowledge the round, right? You have to tell me why the others don't deserve it. But here is a twist. Here is a small twist. Miley Cyrus becomes Ananya Pandey. Ananya Pandey becomes Shin Chan, and Shin Chan becomes Miley Cyrus. Cool. Makes sense. Miley Cyrus becomes Ananya Pandey. So Miley Cyrus, you're Ananya Pandey now. Ananya Pandey, you're Shin Chan now. Shin Chan, you're Miley Cyrus now. Cool. Okay, cool. You can start. Anyone can start. Maybe take 30 seconds and we can wrap this up soon. 30 seconds, guys. Whoever wants to start can start.
I was very honestly, just because I was born with a silver spoon does not mean that you can just like tell me that I do not deserve this. I have fought for everything that I have in life. I have been receiving unjust treatment from everyone because they're just like, okay, you're rich, you get a movie. But life is not all about that. Life gives you second chances. When you get an opportunity, you seize it with both hands, and that is exactly what I've done. And I am going to make the most of what I have, what the opportunity that I've been received. I am going to make the most out of it. The same way as I'm going to get the parachute from Mr. Saumyajit.
Why do you think the others don't deserve it?
All right, first of all, Miley Cyrus. He's wearing a suit, and Miley Cyrus has been playing with all sorts of stuff. Like what Miley Cyrus said initially was just like, okay, I'm a big image for all of this. And I completely question his Miley Cyrus's sexuality. I don't even know if I should say him, her, or it. I don't even know what Miley Cyrus is, what she refers to herself as. And she's been very vulgar. There are people watching. Not just that, it just sends a bad signal when the fact that it's a matter of life and death and she's still like that. Imagine when she goes right out there. I don't know how many balls she's going to wreck, what she's going to do, and that value of hers, I don't know how far it can spread. My God. And Shin-chan, I'm so sorry, dude. Shin-chan is just a TV show character, and the scope of sphere of influence of Shin-chan is just restricted to what, 5-year-olds? Let's just say maximum 8-year-olds, and only those who know Hindi. And even if Shin-chan is out there and saved and given the parachute, it's not going to affect anybody. It's not like Shin-chan is giving out some positive news like, okay, this is happening in the world, this is what you're supposed to do. It's just like, okay, you're bored out of your mind, let's watch Shin-chan. There's nothing to do, let's watch Shin-chan. Just kill half an hour of your time. That is all that Shin-chan is, and that is all that Shin-chan is ever going to be.
Pandey, thank you. Thank you, Ananya Pandey.
That I have to say, and all I'm saying is I deserve the parachute more than everyone else. Just because that I'm rich does not give you the right to say that I don't deserve anything, because I am self-made. Even though I am going to make my own self, I have my own image. I will build it in such a way that you will recognize Ananya Pandey for who she is and not just because of my surname, Pandey. Thank you so much for your time. And I will see you on the other side, Saumyajit, because we both will survive together. I know you're going to give me the parachute. Much love.
Cool. Thank you, Ananya Pandey. You can go on mute. Shin-chan or Miley Cyrus, whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, so I would like to say that I am an animated character that is still relevant. Okay, and I have been there since ages, and people still like me. Children still love me. Even if it's for those 30 minutes, children really, really enjoy what I do. You know, with my shambo or ha 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 or anything like that. Very, very cute things which children really do enjoy, and it becomes a part of their childhood. Coming to Ananya Pandey, I mean, not everybody is born with a silver spoon, right? Of course, you can acknowledge what you have done. However, it's not easy for everybody to get that one single opportunity in life, which is why I think I deserve the parachute. And Miley Cyrus, I mean, you have worked hard and everything, but again, you're such a confused soul, man. I mean, till date, I really haven't understood what your aim in life is, what your vision in life is, or what you are. Nothing, absolutely nothing. However, I'm a pure soul. My main my main purpose in life is to entertain kids, and that has been happening since ages. And I think I have fulfilled my job, which is why I really think I deserve the parachute to be alive and to stay relevant. Thank you.
Okay, Sinchan,
All
thank
right,
you. Miley
everyone.
Cyrus.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna do my nails and jump into a jacuzzi right after I'm done with this air crash and getting the parachute. All right. I'm gonna quit playing. I'm gonna get real for 1 second. You know what I'm saying? I come from a very, very humble background, unlike the other people over here. And what I'm saying over here is right from the start, from Hannah Montana to my thing over here, everything I've done in my life has been with some meaning. I've stood up for my community. I've stood up for the LGBTQ community. I've worked and I've been the face of so many occasions, so many solutions, and I've given so much back. And I'm young now. I can only get better and bigger. Yes, man. I be honest. I'm gonna stop playing. I'm quit playing with you. You know what I'm saying? I've messed up. I've had a pretty messed up childhood. I've done a lot of wrong things. But you know what I'm saying? Mistakes make you a better person. And that hit my soul. At least I'm real about who I am. I ain't taking no money from my daddy. I ain't taking no money from my daddy. I ain't taking my dogs. Shinshan, you definitely made my childhood, man. I agree. I've grown up watching you, but I grew up. I'm over here now. I'm over here. You're still there. And as a matter of fact, you're still behind the screen. You know what I'm saying? We have your recordings. We played. So I'll be happy if you know more, man. Because I know, Shinshan, you have a heart big enough, and I respect that, to give away the parachute. And coming to the other person, other woman, Ananya Pandey. Mutual respect, buddy. I understand that you've struggled a lot, that you've come from a very, very struggling background, but all you did is take your dad and daddy's money. And you know what I'm saying? I can sing, I can act, I can dance, and I have 5 better talents than you, right? You're more irrelevant than Chunky Pandey being in a houseful movie. That's a double roast over there. And I have mutual respect for everyone. Let me get real in the end. Whoever gets this parachute, whoever wins this event, at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure that I entertained the audience. I put a smile on at least someone's face. It can be you people laughing at me or laughing because of me. Or I'm an entertainer and that's what I do. I give. And that is my life purpose. And which is why I need to get the parachute. All right, Mr. Swamiji, do you want to take a selfie with me? Probably I'm dying now, probably I'm not. But let's just take a selfie saying this guy killed me. What's up?
Yeah, I wouldn't
Thank you
want to
so
go to
much.
the cops right now. Bye. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna quit playing.
Okay,
I'm
great.
gonna get real. You know what I'm saying? Peace out. Love you. Love
I just have
everyone.
I have a question for the pilot. This is just a
Yeah.
general question. So Miley Cyrus has grown up watching Shinchan, is it? All right. One question that was. All right. Thank you.
No, it's okay.
I mean that
All
question
right.
was
So Miley Cyrus,
more
thank you.
irrelevant than Ananya
And another
Pandey's
thing, pilot,
acting
another thing that I
career.
like to point out. This is a question regarding the point scoring. Just 1 second, Shinchan and Miley. After which y'all can interrupt me. Just
Shinchan is an anime, so
No, we are done with the event, guys. We are done with the event. We are
one
done with the
question.
event.
Shinchan is an anime.
Okay.
It's an
Miley
anime.
Cyrus says
It comes
she was
to
a
my
self-made
country,
person,
and I
but she
can
also
watch what I want.
her father is
I
Billy Cyrus, who was already a country singer who has been doing well.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for participating. I'm so sorry, but we have to end the event now because we have our workshop starting on. For everyone watching,
Instagram live, please smile.
For everyone watching,
for my million
we have our resume building workshop going on right after this. So do stick on if you are interested in being a part of that. Thank you, Samijit sir, for being an incredible judge.
Hey, just one. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Can I get your real name so that I can announce winners to your organizers later?
My name is
announcing
Ananya
it
Pandey.
later.
Ananya Pandey. Follow me on Instagram. Thank you.
Dude, tell me your real name.
He's Abhishek. This
I'm
is
Neela.
Harshil Jesha.
Okay.
My name is Ananya Pandey, but it says it's Abhishek down there. I think there's a mistake, but I don't know.
The event is done, Abhishek. It's okay.
It's Ananya. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you guys so much.
And 1 second, just one last thing. Please follow me on Instagram. I have 17 million followers. Okay,
Got it.
Soumyajit, you'll be on my live today. Do not worry. I will make you a big person. All right. Do not be disappointed. I'm going to make you a big man.
Points are calculated. It's done.
All right. Please give me the parachute then. Much love. Much
Thank you
love.
guys. We will be announcing the prize winners, by the way, in the closing ceremony tomorrow. So
All
if
right.
you guys are part of the other events, please start preparing for that. Again, we have the resume building workshop right now. But closing ceremony tomorrow, we'll be announcing the exact time on Discord. Thank
All
you
right.
so much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir, for being a part of this. You made
Thank you.
this entire experience absolutely incredible. So thank you so much for doing that for us.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you
man.
guys.
Thank you so
Nice
much for
participating
organizing
with you
this.
guys.
Thanks, Soumya.
Thank you so
Good
much.
job.
Hey,
Good
I've seen
job,
you
guys.
in
Good
Thank you,
job.
boys. Thank you.
when you come to judge me like a couple of years ago with Kushveer and Nagesh.
Oh, Macha, you were there. Oh? Which event
Yeah,
was this?
Air crash.
Where?
Okay,
Where?
I do not know what you're talking about. We'll talk on Instagram DMs. I'll DM you. All right.
Cool.
Okay, text me tomorrow. Congratulate me after I win the event tomorrow. Thank you. See you guys.
I'm not very confident of that. but
Really?
okay. Cool.
Imagine.
I'll see you.
I'm so sorry, Abhishek, but I have to mute you and I won't let you unmute again because we have to move on. Yeah. Anyway, I will be allowing the workshop people in so you guys can choose to stay or not. Sir, you can leave. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The organizing team will call you up.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Hey guys, thank you so much for joining so fast. The workshop will be starting in a very short while. We're just waiting for Devashish to join us. Once Devashish joins, he will take over. Till then, make sure you tell your friends. It's a resume building workshop. It's going to be a huge benefit to, I'm sure, everybody. So make sure you're here, and I'm sure you guys will learn a lot. Also, I know none of you can unmute yourself, so that's all right. Just leave a message in the chat if there's anything.
Hello, Dave. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, hey guys. So we have Devashish S. Vaishnav. He is the co-founder of Coached, and he is here to take. He's here to give us a wonderful resume building workshop today. He is also the ex president of ESL. He's a PS alumni, and we're so great to have you on board, Dave. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys doing? I hope everyone's doing good and staying safe. How
We're
was
doing
the
great.
How have you guys been enjoying it?
We're doing great. Doing great. Thank you so much. So
Yes.
they have been waiting for a long time for this, and we're really excited for this. So over to you, all yours.
So, guys, most of you already know me. I know some familiar faces here, but yeah, I'll try to make sure, introduce a bit about me. I graduated from PES last year in this year in 2020. I was the last batch. I'm currently working full time as a business consulting analyst at Ernst & Young. And alongside, I recently launched my own startup called Coached with seniors of mine from PES. They are 2018 alumni. We are doing pretty good in the education management space. We are not a consulting space, so we don't counsel people and stuff. We are more like an education management. So we are doing pretty good there. And this is just one of the ways that we are trying to help people or college students, I would particularly say. So I will try to keep it really short with the whole resume building workshop, but I want to make sure it's really interactive. I want to make sure you guys find value in it. And the reason I really feel that I'm the best person to do this thing right now is because I've done it in the past and it's always worked. When I graduated from college, I knew it that resume is the thing that helps you get the job because it's your first mode of interaction with any employer. So yeah, that's the thing, and I feel it will be good. Let's hope you guys are to decide. I'll share my screen and let me know how it is, if it's visible and stuff. Neil, you do communicate with me during the presentation because I'm not.
Yeah.
Okay, there's some problem with. Just give me a second, guys.
Guys, we'll be starting in a minute, so please hold on for just a minute.
Sorry, everyone. There was some problem with sharing my screen. I guess, yeah, now I'll be able to do it. Let me know when you guys can see it.
Yes, Dave, we can see it.
Oh, that's good. So guys, I really want you guys to speak up, unmute yourself, talk throughout this whole workshop, because I want it to be as interesting as it can get, and as I really want it to be communicative. I want everyone to open up. So yeah. So I would want any one of you to actually tell me, what do you think a resume is? What do you guys think a resume is?
A resume is anything that showcases your work to the person who you wish to show your work to.
Okay. Any other answers, guys?
It includes all your, all your credentials, your achievements, what you have done, and what you have achieved in life. Like
it's like summary, summary of all the things that you've done.
It's a way to market yourself to potential employers.
Wow, that's the best answer, and that's something that I was really looking at too, because I believe in that too. So yeah, people generally feel a resume is your, basically a summary of all the academic and the work history that you have, and that's the approach that we have in our minds every time we write a resume. You just try to fit in all the things that you've done so far. But do you really think it really works for everyone? No, it just doesn't work for anyone. Like, if you just sit there and write things out, it's not going to help you out. You really need to do more than that, because your resume is just more than that. It's going to always be the first mode of communication between you and the employer, as I already mentioned that. So what exactly is a resume? A resume is basically a depiction. It talks about you, your personality, your capabilities, your background. That's where your whole summary comes into picture. Your background, your accomplishments, and how organized you are. The reason I say how organized you are is because you have a challenge in front of you. You have to put your entire 20 years of life in one single sheet of paper, and all your achievements in one sheet. So it basically means how organized you are, because if you can't write a resume properly, that shows that you don't have your things together. And also, as someone already mentioned, it's an advertisement, it's a marketing campaign for yourself. Would you really buy in something if the campaign is not good? Think about it that way and then write your own resume. So what exactly can a resume do for you? It's a first impression about you, helps you organize your thoughts. Because when you sit, the first time I really wrote my resume when I was in second semester, I guess, I went up writing a 4-page resume because I wrote everything I have ever done with no prioritizing. So what really happens is, I'm pretty sure you all went through this. When you really sit to write your resume down, you go with like 4 pages or 3 pages, and you have to make sure you get into one page, because the most important information needs to be there. List only relevant facts about you. People know what are the real facts about you. Be a basis for the interview to justify your hiring. Because what really happens so your resume is the first round, and then you get into an interview. I guess all of you guys know that. So what is on your resume is what it basically drafts your whole interview. Like, the questions are going to be based on what you have written on your resume. People ask me this often that, how will my interview be? I'm really scared. If you ever think about it, if you've ever attended interviews, even the interviewer is thinking only one thing: what should I ask? What should I interpret from the resume that he's provided me? So always, it's a basis for your interviewer. Like, how is he going to hire you? Those are the questions they'll ask you. Create your value from the employer's point of view. So the employer needs a justification, as already mentioned, and he needs to know that whether you're creating value. And that's going to come from the past history of whatever you've done so far. And this is the most important thing. You need to make sure it's attention grabbing, because employers see 1,000 of resumes. If you guys are on LinkedIn, on Internshala, all of these things, you can see how many people apply to a particular job. So what do you do that makes your resume attention grabbing? Because it's obviously, you don't have a chance, more often than not, you don't really get a chance to talk to the employer. So all they know about you is that resume that you're providing them. So always spend time on a targeted, effective, and error-free document. These 3 are really important. And if you guys are making notes, I would really want you to write these 3 things down, and that too in bold. And there is no one resume that, this is the mentality we all have in college, that there's one resume that I'll send it to everyone. College placements are fine, but during internships, I definitely recommend you not to do that. Every time you are applying for a company, every time you're doing something new, write a different resume for that job role. And we will run through how exactly you will, stage by stage, what should you do. And this is 100% true, guys. Hiring managers don't spend more than 10 seconds because if they really have been doing this day in and day out. So they know what to looking for in a candidate, and they know if the candidate's faking it or not. A clear and a crisp resume, as I told, you need to have a one pager which has all the relevant information, will definitely land you an interview, because you should have certain question marks which the interviewer needs to ask you and you can answer them. So what are the basic fresher resume issues? And I'm only catering to freshers because everyone here is almost a fresher or is a recent graduate from engineering. So the core issue is that just a second, guys. Yeah, so the core issue is that a resume must be a useful document to its reader. You must provide only relevant and concise information. Don't write stories. Don't write what you've done in 10th grade if you're applying for an interview in 3rd semester or 4th semester, because it's too late. There's no such thing as an all-purpose resume, which I already told. Obviously, your basic information will be similar, but you need to modify your resume for every employer, every different employer. Otherwise, if you don't do that, it's like, your resume is getting scraped out just like that. Most important issue with the resume, this is a really important thing, guys, is ATS. I'm sure that you guys are applying on Internshala, LinkedIn, and Naukri.com and all of these for internships. And have you ever observed that you never get an email back from the employer that you've been rejected? And you keep waiting for it for really long. The reason is big firms use something called as an applicant tracking system. So what does an applicant tracking system really do? It basically, there's a job description and all the resumes that come for it. Now they try to match it according to it. Now, let's say it tries to find out most relevant application out of the ton of applications the company gets, and those are the resumes that the HRs really check, right? So on an average, you can say about 75% applications are rejected by the ATS, and that's why you don't get an email. We keep wondering that, why didn't I get an email? Why didn't I get a rejection email? That's because there's an ATS that has rejected your application, that's rejected your resume. Even if you get past this obstacle, the recruiter will give only your resume and you just check through it, as I told, like maximum 10 to 15 seconds. And these are data which I've gotten from Naukri.com and all of those sites. So it's pretty much relevant. Now, what do you really do to make sure your resume passes through the ATS? You have to make sure you use the keywords, resume keywords. There are different set of keywords that you use for resume, and we'll run through them. Both ATS as well as the hiring managers scan for relevant keywords that fit what they are looking for. If you know how to properly use resume keywords, you'll have a leg up on the ATS. That's 100% true. So the first tip for this is make sure you, let's say you're applying for a software developer role. Try to get 2 to 5 job descriptions. Every time a company comes to college or every time you see anything, there is a job description attached to that job opening. So try to go there and try to identify keywords. How do you identify keywords? Just like this. So here, if you see, highlight the keywords. They're software developer, 5+ years of experience, bachelor's degree in computer science, engineering, computer engineering, and these are a ton of other keywords, right? There are some which are acting verb, their actions like verbs, and there are some that are core computer science related. So you have to distinguish them, job related keywords and action verbs. Now, what really you have to do is you have to break it down even more. What are the soft skills that company is looking for? What are the hard skills they are looking for? And then the action verbs, and try to incorporate all of these words in your resume. Okay, they'll either come in your resume or in your work experience, skills, education, or any other section of your resume. But let's say none of them come. If you feel this word is not the right fit for me, it's up to you. You're the best judge to decide whether it comes to your resume or not. But let's say if it doesn't, don't try to use it, because you know it already that you don't fit in to use that word, right? So just make sure you do that. Now we'll run through the whole ideal according to me, and I've spoken to a lot of hiring managers and I've done recruitment myself for our firm. So yeah, I'll just run through you guys what is a basic resume, the whole structure of it and what works best for everyone. So first of all, you should have a resume header, and this is, I will obviously be sharing with you guys some templates, but I always recommend people to either go on Google Docs and create one for themselves, or use Microsoft Word and create one for themselves. Because what really happens is you have a template for your own. If you use any template that is available online, the spacing might be a really big issue. And again, there's no one resume template that fits all. So yeah, the first thing that you do is you need to have a resume header, which has your name, your contact information, your email, phone number, address if it's needed, or else what you can do is you can also add your LinkedIn nowadays. That works a lot because it acts like a hyperlink and people click on it and they go to your LinkedIn. Also, make sure you have a very professional email address. So don't have cool, etc. on your like email address. If you are applying for companies, try to find the most appropriate and most professional email and attach that to your resume. I've seen it more often that the freshers put in any email address that they have, and it's a major turn. Don't do that. What exactly is this line? Neil? Neil, are you there?
Yes, Dave. What happened?
What is this line?
Sorry, Dave?
What is this line here? Okay, never mind. So this is again a very big question.
Dave, you should have an option to disable annotation. You click on view options on top.
Okay.
And or wherever your sharing bar is.
Yeah. See?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I can undo it, is it? I can't undo someone else's action, I guess.
You can. You click on annotate, then go to settings and click clear.
I clicked on annotate. I did.
I've cleared it. Just disable people from doing it.
Never mind. Yeah. So this is again a very big question, right? A lot of people feel that what summary can they act, like, really write on their resume if they haven't been experienced. So in that case, if you don't just copy paste something from the net. This is the most common thing. People write something like, my goal is to grow professionally and contribute to your esteemed organization and learn more. And imagine that you're reading a resume for the first time and you find something that you've read it 1,000 times. So it just doesn't help you. What do you really do? You sit down and write something for yourself, something like to become one of the best software developers in the world by creating products and softwares which will help the organization and will also drive my desires to accomplish great things in my career. It's pretty simple, straightforward, and it's not taken from the net. And that's most important because, as I already told, hiring managers and recruiters are looking into 1,000 applications a day. Especially during COVID, everyone's losing job. There's so many people applying to a single job. You need to make sure you stand out and don't try to take something from the net because that doesn't stand for you. So yeah, always if you're going to write a subject like your objective, whatever your career objective is or your career summary, make sure you write one for yourself and not take it from the net. Okay, so then we come down to education. So the first thing was the header. The second thing was your career objective or your career summary. Then third is your education. Now, one thing to remember, this is pretty simple and all of you guys know is, whenever you write education, the most recent one stays on the top. You obviously use that chronology. Then first undergrad, then your class 12, and then your class 10. And certain times when you say that you don't have space, let's say you're applying to something abroad, they don't really care how much you got in your 12th and 10th because that's not going to be useful for the job description that they are looking for. So you can obviously skip class 12th and class 10 when you're applying something across the countries. So yeah, it's pretty simple. Always make sure you write a GPA if it's something very competitive and you have a really good score. So do write your GPA. Duration, when I say duration, I mean 2016 to 2020 in my case. Most of you guys have other years, so write that. Don't write dates. It's only the month, not even the month actually, just the year. And yeah, internship experience. So, undergraduate work is something that's common across most fresher resumes. Freshers feel that, they are expected not to have experience. But for example, let's say you're working with the E-Cell and you're actively a core member of E-Cell and you've been working out for the E-Summit or any other fest. You can obviously make sure you write all those things because as a student, they don't really expect you to get any other professional work experience. So you can write all the things that you've done inside your college, inside your schools, try to help people out because what really it needs to be there is your experience. You don't need a professional work experience. Professional work experience is expected out of those guys who have been working for a really long time. So make sure if you've done anything lab project works and something, obviously outside your academics, if you've done a project as a part of your academics, then that cannot be mentioned in your internship. Let's say you are working in a summer for in case of PES, you can write let's say you're working for CCBD for the summer. You can mention that in your internship and work experience. So keep that in your mind. Then academic projects. So throughout our 4 years of engineering or any other degree that you're pursuing, you do a lot of projects, white papers, research papers, all of those things are outputs of academic projects. So first of all, write the title of your project, right? After that, underneath, write a small description. Now, what people do here is they end up writing the whole project. If you write the whole project, what really happens is the interviewer either likes it or dislikes it. If he likes it, you might land an interview, but if he dislikes it, he'll reject the application right there. So I suggest people to write their project's description in such a way that it creates a question mark in the heads of the interviewer. What do I mean? Let's say you've done a project on GANs, which is a type of deep learning neural network. So what you really do is you write deep learning. So the interviewer really calls you and asks you, what did you use in deep learning? Okay, and this is a very technical example, but this is how it really works. It should create a question in the heads of the interviewer or the hiring manager so that they ask you this. If you write everything about a project description, it's a yes or a no, and you don't want that. So then fifth is your academic projects. And then this is, was there someone asking for me? Hello? Okay, I guess there's no one. So skill set for your resumes. This, oh God, what is this again? Dhruv.
Dave, you can find an option to disable it in that same place.
Okay.
Disable participants annotation.
There is no, okay, there is no option for me. I guess you can see my screen.
No, I can't see your screen. I can just see the PPT.
Okay, never mind. Just like, I don't know who's doing it, but let's see. So skill set for your resume, your skills, like basically it's really important because, you know, that is something that all of us have. We have some of the other skills and we all know it. So, but there's one thing you need to know. You have to add only relevant skill sets. You just can't write any skill that you have. Let's say you're applying for a software developer role and you write marketing. How is it relevant? It's not going to be relevant. So make sure you write only relevant things. So how do you find that? That's again how you find, like, you know, you can search it out on your job description. Job descriptions generally have that. Let's say your job description doesn't have your skill set. Go on the net and see what are the skills that a software developer have, and see what do you match. And let's say if you don't have any of the skills, you can obviously learn it and then mention it in your resumes. So relevant to the role that you're applying, recognizable within your target industry. There are certain skills which are, like, you know, particular to some industries. For example, marketing, digital marketing, and it keeps going, copywriting, content writing. These are all niches which are very well recognized inside the marketing industry. So if you use certain skills, it'll be really good in case you're applying for a marketing job. And a mix of both soft and hard skills. We will understand better what soft and hard skills are in the next slide. So hard skills and soft skills, you have to always differentiate between both of them. What are hard skills? Hard skills are skills which are basically, like, you know, they are taught. Like, you have to really work on it and do. Like, it can be your programming languages, it can be your SEO or SEM if you can do that, database management, knowing an Adobe software if you know any, data mining, mobile development, UI design, UX design. Like, if you can handle marketing campaigns, you can manage all of them. These are all the hard skills. And people also call hard skills as technical skills, but I always prefer using the word hard skills because something like marketing campaign management isn't really a technical skill. So that's something. Okay, what is this again, bro? If you can see this. And soft skills, again, if you look at what soft skills are your personality traits, as I call it. Integrity, dependability, like, you know, if you are a team member, you are, like, you know, if all this problem solving, analytical, things which are generally vague, but they talk about your characteristics. So those are soft skills. And a nice way to represent this is drawing two columns and mentioning, let's say, 5 hard skills and 5 soft skills according to the ones that you're applying to. Let's say you're applying for software developer, things like database management will really be helpful, data mining will be helpful, mobile development will be helpful. Let's say these 3. And things like teamwork will be really helpful, problem solving will be helpful, and critical thinking will be helpful on the soft skill side. So this is how you differentiate between both of them and then write. But make sure you don't do this mistake of writing a soft skill under hard skill and a hard skill under soft skill. So don't do that. Now comes certificates and coursework. Or like, don't, like, when I say workshop and seminar, I don't mean this workshop, because this is just going to help you personally. It's not something that will help your job, like, you know, whatever you're applying to. So let's say you have any certification, something from Coursera and something. And this is a section particularly very useful for those guys who are not able to create that one-pager resume, who have a lot of blanks. Let's say you know that your resume is only 75% complete in a one page. So you can obviously get certificates online and try to mention those certificates inside this thing. And nowadays with Coursera, Udemy, and all of these things coming into the picture, you can finish a certificate within a few hours and try to mention that here. So yeah, obviously do that. And then if there are any workshops in particular, the IEEE workshop that you attended, IET workshop that you attended, try to mention those which are relevant. Again, the word relevant is very important when you're sitting and writing your resumes, because people end up writing anything and everything that they have in their head. So make sure only relevant stuff is there on your resume. Yes. Now, 8, all these things are more or less the same. Your achievements, your interests, and extracurricular activities. Because if you're listing something as your interest, they expect you to be good with it. And because you're good with it, you're supposed to get achievements in it, and you have done some extracurricular activity associated. Look at it. Okay. So this is something that comes at the end of your resume. This is the final thing that you have in your resume. There's nothing after this. So we'll run through all the 8 sections of your resume again. Okay. There might be a 9th section if you ever have a reference from someone and the company is asking for a reference. Let's say you're applying to a company where you know someone, and you can write the reference number or reference name below so people can talk to them on behalf of you. Yes, so first is resume header, then second is career objective or summary, then education, internship or work experience, academic projects done during college. These are done during college and not outside. If you've done it on the outside, it comes under your internships. Skills, hard and soft, certificates and courses. When I say courses here, I don't really mean your college coursework, because your college coursework is going to be mentioned in your education, obviously. And then finally, your achievements, interests, and extracurricular activities. So after we are done with all this, you come down to this very simple question: how do you format your resume? You have to make sure your resume is easy to read. Always think that you know what the reader needs. What are they looking for? Are you satisfying those needs of the users? Make sure that your resume has a credible professional look, and use colors to break up your sections. There's generally everyone uses a black and white template. I prefer using something like a dark blue and white, because it adds some color, but don't try to use multiple colors so that it looks like a junk mail basically. So don't try to do that. Use very subtle colors. But yeah, try to make your resume look good. Okay, but it should always be professional and look credible. I guess all of you are like, you know what credible really means.
Dave, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. The participant who is annotating on the board, Dave, you can click on settings and just look at who is doing it. On the in your bottom panel, there should be an option for you to show participant annotation. Are you able to see that?
Show names of annotators. Yes.
Yeah, show names of annotators. At least that way. And there should be a disable also right above that.
Yes, disable
yeah. Yeah, just disable that. Perfect. Thanks.
Works. So yes, guys. So basically, allow space for your information. Don't try to cramp up things. General font, which I mean is use Times New Roman or Arial, works all the time. And for headings, you can use the size 11. And if you're writing anything under it, size 10. So there's a distinguish between the header and whatever you're writing under it as a description. Okay, it should be easy to read. And I'll tell you how to like really go forward with this thing again, right? So your final resume looks something like this, even though I've told don't use black and white. This is a template which I found online. And it's a one-pager actually, and it's pretty good. It looks like, it looks professional and pretty clear and concise, most importantly. So this is something that you can always follow. These are a few templates. I'll share it across at the end again, which you can use if you're not going to use Microsoft Word or Google Docs. And now let's get on to the common errors in the resume. People don't use the whole spacing and layout properly. They end up writing personal details. I don't know why, personal details and stuff at the end of the resume. What are the father's name, mother name, the father and mother's name, the languages they know. These are things which are not necessary at all. But colleges ask people to add this and people end up adding it. Actually, college doesn't even review a resume. The employer reviews it and they don't like this. There's no need to declare at the end that the information is true to my knowledge and etc. etc. There's no need for a signature, place, date at the end. So don't do all those things. Hierarchy and order of the resume is very important. Always make sure that the hierarchy that I shared with you guys, it is the best one. It works all the time. And this is something which is expected by the employer as well. They expect you to write it in this way. Chronology is important. Most recent things on the top, and then it keeps on going that way. Always try to limit your resume to one pager, because I've seen CEOs who have a resume which is one pager. Then freshers should definitely have one pager. Most importantly, don't lie in your resume. If you know something is not true and you're just writing it down, you might actually get screwed up big time in the interview. So it might land you an interview, but you will ruin that interview for yourself, and it'll be a very bad experience for you. Now, please remember, as at the start we told, your resume is a marketing brochure. Take time, create it yourself, and make sure you're the first buyer of it. Because if you don't really buy your own resume, there's no one else who's going to believe in you, right? And final checklist. These are the 4 things that you should always know. Are you basically even addressing the criteria what the employer was looking for? Are there any typos? Grammarly is an amazing tool, guys. It helps you edit your mistakes. It just highlights them and you can change them. Check if it's looking good. You're not the best one to judge. Just share it across with your siblings, your parents, or your friends for that fact, and ask them if it looks good. Because you might feel what really happens is you have a bias. It's a human tendency. If you're writing a resume, start liking your resume, but you don't know if people will really like it, people will buy it or not. Include all high value information only. When I say high value information, what I really mean is don't try to mention everything and anything that you know. Okay. There should be certain questions that comes in the interviewer's head and he wants to ask you. And that's how this thing really works, right? Don't put all the information that you have in your resume. Finally, you're ready to go. So this is it, guys. And I would really open up now before I describe our coach for you. And if there's any questions, I really want you to ask me those questions now and we can talk about them. Proof.
I have given permission for participants to unmute themselves. If anyone would like to ask a question, please unmute yourself and ask. Please remember, profanity is not allowed.
So, hi, Ashish. So, a certification is sort of an achievement for most of us. Sometimes it's an achievement, sometimes it's not. So, I just want to know, how do I distinguish it? Should I put it under certification or should I put it under achievement?
Okay, so it's very simple, guys. When you're doing a course, okay, and you get something out of it, then it's basically a certification only. It's nothing else than a certification. But let's say that you have won a prize and you've gotten a certification for that. That's your achievement. And that's the difference between both of them. If you've just done a course and you get a certificate, that's not exactly an achievement. Because you're actually supposed, it's like, I'll give you a very simple example. Your engineering degree, when you complete it, you get a certificate. That can't be your achievement because you're supposed to get that certificate at the end of it. Does that answer your question, Sai?
Yeah, it answers. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah. Any other question, guys?
Following up on that only, this is Chaitanya. For example, you said Coursera certifications. For example, I get a certification in, say, GANs or something. Do I also add it under my hard skills, or do I just add it under certifications and achievements?
There's a subtle way of mentioning it on both the sides. Okay, your hard skills, you can write something, knowledge on machine learning, knowledge in deep learning, right? And mention your certificate in this thing, because you should always know that you're not writing about the same thing all the time, right? You can't keep using the same keywords throughout your whole resume. You have to make sure that obviously your certification title will be exactly what the title of the course you did was. But what was the output of that course is your hard skill. For example, I did a digital marketing course. Okay, the course name was Intermediate Digital Marketing Course. Okay, let's say that is the title of it. But what I learned out of it, content writing and copywriting. So these become my skills. And the title of the course comes under the certification.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Other questions, guys?
If no one else has, I have another one. Just like you said, these are for freshers, for companies and all. For example, would there be a subtle difference if you're applying to something like GSOC or stuff apart from like companies itself?
See, I've never really applied to GSOC myself, but I'm pretty sure, like, there are material available for GSOC. Like, there's plenty of videos on YouTube for GSOC, which you can actually check. But what I really mean is the general standard of your resume as a fresher is this. The reason I can really say this is because I've been on both ends. I've applied as a fresher, and I've also worked in an organization where I was reviewing the resume and spoken to the HR, and we were checking, sitting and talking about, what is really needed by that, like, prospective employee. So the general structure of your resume remains this wherever you go as a fresher. Obviously, when you change, right, like when you, let's say you have 2 years experience, 3 years experience, the entire thing changes, because then your that description of your job experience that you have in that firm for 2 years, you have to go heavy on that. You have to write everything that you've done in that firm for 2 years, so you'll miss out on other things. But as a fresher, this is the structure you should follow anywhere and everywhere. And yeah, there's something I'd like to mention. So there were 8 points, right, in the structure. Sometimes some people might have even 6, some might have even 5. Okay, let's say you have no interest that you want to mention in the resume. Let's say you don't have any big achievement that you want to mention in the resume. So you can always skip this. When I said all the 8 points, doesn't mean that you have to follow all the 8 points exactly, point to point. These are the things that always exist in resume, but some people have certain things and some don't have. There are just things like like, let's say there is someone who's in second year right now. He might not have any internship experience, and so you don't need to mention any internship experience. In fact, go heavy on your projects, write the details about your projects, write things about what skills you have. So that's how you can go about with it. You don't really need to have all the 8 points on your resume.
Hi, Devashish.
Hi.
So I have a question. Let's say I'm applying to a technical internship, and but I do have most of my experiences are not technical. Rather, they are somewhere grounded towards your marketing side. And is it? But it's the only thing I can put across as legit experience that I have. Will it be useful actually mentioning it in a small para about the experiences I've had, or should I just skip over that part completely?
I would recommend you to skip over it, because I'll share a small personal experience. When college placements are going on, and I was pretty naive with it, I applied for my first company, Cisco. And as most of you guys already know, I've always been this management guy, always interested in non-tech stuff. And I went this with this particular non-tech resume to Cisco, final round, HR round, and people don't really mess up HR rounds. And what really happened was they saw my resume and they told, when am I doing my MBA? Straight. They didn't ask me anything else, because it portrays something else about you when you take right marketing and stuff in a technical interview, because they will feel that this guy will leave our organization, he's just here for a small time. So in that case, you don't mention anything, you skip it entirely, and you write all the high value information in terms of technical. See, because if you have a thought of applying to any company, you obviously know that you have something in you which is valuable to them. If the answer to that is no for on your end, don't apply. That's as straight as it gets. But certain times it also happens that we have a buffer time. I call it the buffer time because generally what happens is, I've recommended this to a lot of people. Let's say a company is having their tests on Friday, you get the email on Monday, and they ask you to submit a resume. There are plenty of online resources, especially YouTube, which you can use, which you can leverage, and you can update your skills for like 6 hours or 7 hours and write them down. And when you sit in the interview, tell them whatever you know. Okay. And apart from them, tell them that, because the organizations know that they'll have to train you. They don't expect you to know everything from the start itself. But what they want to know is, are you trainable? If you are trainable, they will take you. So in your case, if you say that, I have marketing experience, I have sales experience, but I'm applying for a technical job and I'm interested in technical job, try to learn more technical skills. Okay, even if it's very basic, but yet they are technical skills, mention them on your resume. Be very frank in the interview that, you know this thing about the skill and you're excited, you're eager to learn more. The company already knows they'll have to train you, so they won't mind that.
Thanks a lot, Devashish.
Yes.
Hey, this is Chaitanya again. You said you should have your resume sort of like peer reviewed, or sort of like show them to your friends and family and sort of other people, as in like, because we have a bias. So what would you say? Should we have like 2-3 versions of our resume, sort of like, because you say subtle differences do matter, or should we just focus on one final thing to show all the people and then finalize?
No, you should obviously have 2-3 versions of the resume. For example, this also caters to Shashwat's question. Always have a tech, non-tech resume, which is a general template, and things change according to the job description, because your high-level information like your education, your work experience, your internship, your projects, they won't change anyway. So that remains, but you won't get your intermediate resume. So let's take the three, like you're starting off your resume, there's an intermediate level and the completed resume. Don't get your intermediate version or your half complete version reviewed or peer reviewed by any of your family, friends, or anyone. Get them, like, show them the final version, take their inputs, work on their inputs. And when I say don't show it to one person, because it might be that person's bias also, show it to 2-3 people at least. Show it to your seniors. I have an even better way. Something I was talking to one of the guys who's here in the, I guess he's here. Yeah. So he's applying for an internship, and he might land an interview. So I told him, actually go on LinkedIn, try to connect with a PES senior who's working there. Okay. Ask him to review your resume, because he already knows what the company is looking for. And he's your alumni, so he'll be more than happy to help you. For example, if any of you guys are applying to EY or getting into EY in the days to come or years to come, you can always run it through me, because I'm a part of them right now, right? So that's how it goes.
Hey, Dev, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, so Dev, there's a question from the YouTube live chat.
Okay.
So RK Aishwarya is asking, is it like we're not supposed to mention our achievements in cultural events or activities on the resume?
No, you're actually supposed to mention it at the end of it, right? Your achievements are achievements. Now, this achievement, but yeah, obviously, like, your cultural achievements won't add that much of value on the employer side, but it will just show that you're an outspoken person. You are going to go above and beyond other than your work also. So do mention them, but don't expect something great coming out of it.
Okay, thank you, Dev.
Hi, this is Anvita here. I just wanted to know if the recruiter looks at the quality of the internship or the quantity. Like, should we do like more number of internships, or like something that we specialize in better than something else?
It's very simple. It's quality. There's nothing else, because see, there is something, the number of internships. See, for example, let's say you have interned in this one big place. Okay, you have a big name. That's more than enough. Okay, that will add value for itself. Let's say there's someone who got into GSOC, then they don't really look at the description itself. They'll be like, "Oh, this guy's got into GSOC," because what really happens is they get their validation from GSOC. They'll be like, "Okay, GSOC did their validation, then took this candidate, so we can definitely take him because he's been there," right? That's how things happen. But if let's say you don't have any heavy names on your profile, write down whatever you have done, worked on, because they will then look at the quality. So quantity is definitely not a question. It's either quality or brands. There are certain brands which employers are very picky on, because, for example, people say it's big four: EY, PwC, KPMG, and Deloitte. So the employees in these four companies basically do rotational. They keep shifting from EY to PwC, Deloitte, and KPMG. So that's how companies look for it. If a guy is from EY and the recruiter is in Deloitte, they'll offer him because they know the work culture remains the same. So let's say if you're applying to Microsoft and you've interned at Google, obviously it's very hypothetical, but yeah, if that happens, they'll be like, okay, Google would have done their own validation. We just need to like have a look if this guy is even falling into the right set of the team's need.
All right, thank you.
Any other question, guys?
Yeah, yeah, Sai here again. So there are some companies which have GPA cutoffs, right? Especially when we go and apply it. But sometimes we do not meet those GPA standards. But then again, we have we have done a lot of internships. Our experience is there, especially when you mention quality internships, and as well as we have done academic projects. So is that will that help in getting into such companies?
So definitely, but there's a catch here as well. You have to make sure. So I'll tell you this thing that PES does. I guess most of you guys are from PS, and In fact, every colleges ask you for resume. They don't screen it. The employers don't really screen it in the first. They review your resumes only when you land your internship interview. So sometimes what happens is you miss out writing a test because you didn't match the GPA cutoff, but you know you have relevant skills. You have to make sure you go to that employer, okay, whoever is coming that day of the testing college, or let's say in case you're applying online, you need to get in touch with the hiring manager. Write to them that I have relevant work experience. I might not have the cutoff GPA, but I know I'm good with it. Could I get a chance? Make it sound very professional, and more often than not, they will give you a chance. I've heard stories of this in PES itself. There were people who got into Goldman Sachs with 6+ GPA only, but they didn't really get through the first round because college doesn't let them write the test. So you have to go to their employer and tell them that you have that skill, you have it in you, that what they are looking for, and they will give you a chance.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Others?
Hi, this is Anvita. I have another question. So what if I'm already working for a company and I want to quit and I want to join its rival company? So when we mention in our resume that we are already working with a rival company, will they consider it?
Actually, yeah. In fact, that's how it works really, because if they're competitors to each other, they know that you will bring in some information, some value from here to there, and that's why they're even looking at you. But what might work against you is, even though these companies are competitors or rivals, there are some people who are like, I would say, whistleblowers. Okay, they will basically go and tell that this person's planning to apply there, and this is very experienced thing. As an intern, intern or a fresher, this will not even come to your head. But yeah, like you should apply to your rival companies because you know that you have some info. This is called industry information or industry standards, as people call it. Okay, there's something in the industry. For example, in the finance industry, it's Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, and JP Morgan and Chase. So these three companies come into the investment banking umbrella, and they, like, if you see, the rotation again happens in these three too. Then there is in consulting is MBB, McKinsey, BCG, Bain. The employees keep shifting from one to the other. So that's the industry knowledge that you have, which the competitor is looking at.
Okay, yeah, not as an intern, just in future. Anyway, yeah, thank.
In the future also, you can always you should always apply to your competitor because they will know your value and in fact pay you what is your worth, real worth. Because you might be, as the first time when you go somewhere, you will not really get that thing. In case of, I'm talking in particular with Big Four. Big Fours don't, when you're entering Big Four, you might not have that fancy package. But after your first shift to your competitor, it's going to be a good raise.
All right. Thank you.
So
may
there's
I?
one thing, guys, I really want to emphasize this on. Like, before any of you ask this question, I don't see how many. Okay, there were 33 people, and I've been in. I joined PES in 2016. I was a part of ESL from the first year. It has changed my life, like, entirely. That was something on my resume which everyone asked me about. Okay, I joined ESL and I joined ESL in the public relations team. That the time the team was 5 people, and it went on to 2 people. Then basically it was just 3 of us, me, Abhishek, and Arnav. And eventually we started recruiting, and Dhruv, Shashwat, and all of these guys came on board with us, and we have basically grew to a very big team. And nowadays I see all you guys doing so many more activities. So we always have this thing in our head that an internship is either summer internship or a winter internship, and you do it in breaks. But contributing to the ESL can add a lot of value to you guys. Not only to the ESL, in case if Karthikeya is there, he's done a lot of TESO-IO, right? And things like this that they have done in college, okay? They are also acting onto your experience. But I'm going to talk about ESL because ESL is something that I've been associated with through the start of it, right? And I've seen these guys doing things now. I've done it myself. So if you guys feel that you're lacking some experience, be a part of the ESL. Try to do things. Now, for example, Shashwat, you told that you lack that technical experience. So, and you have that marketing and that thing. So work with the technical team at ESL. Try to build some product for the ESL community that you can list down in your resume. This way you're getting an internship for yourself according to you on your own terms. And it helps. That's how you should be thinking. That should be your mindset. Don't always think that I want a summer internship or a winter internship. Why not do something during college? So that's the mindset you need to have. There is someone who also asks, Vijeta Arya, can we directly use LinkedIn resume? Like we have an option, in LinkedIn itself to download. So I wouldn't recommend that, because in that case you can just simply share your LinkedIn link, right? Like your profile link. I would even want to send. So don't do that. Create a resume and then share that. And Karthik has sent to everyone that definitely ESL has done some great work in the past few months. Congratulations to the entire team. Thank you, Karthikeya, and I think all the team should take the credit entirely, because you guys have been doing this amazing job. So, pat on your backs. Any other question, guys?
Dave, sorry, this is Dhruv. What do you think was the best experience that you had in college? Not from a resume point of view, just in college.
So I had a lot of experience, I would say. I was not associated only at ESL. So at ESL, there were only 3 people, me, Abhishek, and Anna. We had to verge that, ESL was going to get shut. Then we recruited you guys, and you guys did an amazing job. But so the best experience of PES was I got an industry standpoint experience even when I was in college. And companies understood it all the time. And I'm not trying to boast about this. When I graduated from PES, I had 5 offers during COVID. And so I feel all these things happened because of my communication skills, the management skills that I've done, and all of those things. And it's going to help you guys equally, if not more, because companies look for that. Companies don't want someone who's sitting all night, all day and just coding, because that person will not lack interpersonal skills at a large extent. And I've been like, ever since Dhruv has joined college, I'm observing him. He's been doing so much alongside college. Try to talk to him, try to talk to people like him and ask them that, what are they doing? How do they get these opportunities? Like Dhruv, I feel that you should talk about this, give a session to everyone about it. And like that will help everyone. Those are real management skills that companies want. And it will help you a lot. Like I cannot emphasize more on it. I'm pretty sure even Karthikeya will agree to it, because he's started Pesu.io like almost after 1 year, and till the end he was with it. Now he's in his 4th year. So, these are small things that you will not understand the value of it when you're in college, but once you come out of it, because the thing is, let's say, I'll give you this very simple example. Every internship that you get from college for the 2-month internship at the end of your 3rd year is waste, an absolute waste. And it sounds very harsh, but it is waste. The reason I say it is because the company is just trying to see if you are PPO worthy. Okay. So what really happens, you will not learn anything. They're just checking if they can give you a PPO or not. Are you trainable or not? So always make sure, always, when I say always, like, just make sure that you try to get real world experience. What can you do that can change something? What can you do which will be worthy enough to write on your resume? Big companies obviously add value, but real work adds more value. So can you please talk about profile building for going abroad without experience? So to be honest, I have traveled a lot, but I've just gone for one event internationally. That was HPAIR's conference. And it's just a basic resume work for me, because what really happens in those cases is you're anyway bound to get an interview call, because they just check your resume and then call you for an interview. So go with the same structure, and that works almost more or less everywhere. But there is certain things, right? Like for example, whenever you're applying to anything to US, they want your professional photo to be applied on the left side, like in the left top and left. So you have to put on the photos, and also you can get those standards online when you check for it. This question is Vidisha Rani. She asked me this question. So always when you're applying abroad, they have their own standard. Germany has their own standard. I guess whenever you're applying to anything in Germany, you have to write it in German. So you use translators available online and translate the resume accordingly. So those are the things that you have to keep in your head when you're applying abroad. Otherwise, let's say you're applying for a conference like how I did, you can obviously apply with Indian standards. And there's nothing like Indian standards, these are general standards. Could you share the PPT, please, Aniruddha Ram? I'm sorry, Aniruddha, this is a PPT that we follow, but what I will do is the most important information, I will make sure Neil or the team will share it with you guys. But the entire PPT cannot be shared. I apologize for that. But yeah, I will share whatever is needed by you guys for sure. Neil, can we do that?
Yeah, I think we could definitely do that.
Guys, I can do one thing right now. I can share my screen. You guys can take screenshots if that works for you guys. Okay, Aniruddha, so sure. Whoever's interested can do this as of now. But let's do that at the end. If there are any more questions, let's talk about those.
Yeah, also, sorry for interrupting, but this entire session is live streamed on YouTube, so you can find the recording of the entire session on our. I'm sure everyone would have the link already. But if you don't, just message on the Discord group, check on Discord announcements. But yeah, but the entire session is recorded so that you can go look at it anytime, whenever you want. It will be on YouTube. Yeah.
Guys, also, if there are any questions you have with regards to your life at college, like in general, what things are you're supposed to do and stuff like those, you can shoot those questions right now. It's a good time. And Karthika, if you would like to unmute yourself and discuss with me, answer some of these questions, because I think you also both will be able to answer a few of these questions. So it'll be good. Can you please guide me? What all should I do as a student of first year? Karthika, if you're here, we can discuss this question together.
Yeah, I am. I just saw
you want to take
the workshop has been really insightful, man. First of all, kudos to the entire eCell for putting this together. I think you guys are really lucky to have this information available to you in such a well-constructed manner. I personally, so I'm in the 4th year. I had my placements. And I spent upwards of 10 hours, going through the internet and finding some 100 resources. 50 of those resources were wrong and so on. So I think great work by Devashish here. And, as usual, the eCell has done some great work.
Okay, Karthika, I would like you, me and Dhruv to discuss this question together. As a first year, what do you guys have done which you felt worked in your favor, and what you didn't do would have actually worked in your favor? Karthik, take this first, Dhruv second, then I'll take it.
Okay, sure. Could you repeat the question? 1 second, I'm here on the Zoom. Where's it's in the chat, is it?
Yeah, it's in the chat, but it's to me privately. So it's basically, what did you do as a first year student which helped you? And what do you regret not doing?
I think I don't have an answer for the second part, because as a first year student, I did literally everything. I think, that's what I tell everyone. Ki college is one of the lowest risk periods of your entire life. There is no one dependent on you. There is no financial burden immediately. So you should just go and try out as many things as possible. So in my first year, I went out, joined the debate society, Mun society. I organized 2 college fests and everything basically, whatever moves, I'll be okay, I want to do that. And I think that's important for all of you guys too. Many of you are in your 2nd year, 3rd year. And this is a time where you really need to start exploring your interests, because at the end of the day, that you should know what you're good at and you should know what you love doing. That's the most important part of anything, right? Any university, any job, whatever it is. So that's what I did. I just went and tried, and a lot of them failed. A lot of them were horrible. I think I got kicked out of the Munsock. So it happens, it's fine. So at least I got to know the experience, right? Okay, that wasn't for me. This was for me, and so on. So yeah, that's what my experience was as a first year, just go and try literally everything. Worst case scenario, you'll waste time. Best case scenario, you'll find what you're good at. I discovered my love for marketing, public speaking, graphic design while doing and exploring. Yeah, that's from my.
I'm sure you agree to the fact that these things have added value on your final resume.
Most definitely. I mean, so I'm the branding manager for Peso.io, and Peso.io covers almost a 1/4 of my resume. Things related to Peso.io, all the events I've hosted, all the student registrations we've gotten, those things add some real value. Even during my placement interviews, we spoke a lot about e-learning. I took a course on public speaking. So I told them about it. We had a 10-minute chat about how the course was, what was my favorite memory, and so on. So these things definitely added value on my resume and during my interviews.
Dhruv, Shashwat, anyone else who want to, I'll finally obviously talk about it as well, but if anybody else wants to barge in right now.
Yeah, no, so I totally agree with Karthikeya, because genuinely all I did was I saw something, I went for it. I'm not kidding. I'll tell you how I first started out. For Samarasa, someone called me up and they're like, bro, do you want free attendance? I was like, of course, who wouldn't want free attendance? So I went for Samarasa. And then after that, the events just kept coming. But the thing is, every event I tried my absolute best to make sure that the event went off perfectly. That's why, and to be honest, Karthike at least has found his love for marketing. I still do not know what I enjoy doing. I love coding. I love marketing. I love organizing events. I don't know, but I'm just trying, because I'm just going with the flow. And yeah, and it's helped me a lot. I take every opportunity. So I work with Red Bull. I work with OnePlus. I do a lot of college related stuff as well. So it just works. Just try. That would be my advice, I guess. But I'm obviously not experienced as the two of you. But yeah.
So in this lockdown period that we first years are at home, we have taken admission in PES. So what should we do staying at home? Any activities that you suggest we should be doing, or just sit idle? Anything that will help us?
So I would first of all, I don't know how the whole college thing is working right now, how you are in your bio bubble at college. So not sure about any of those things. What are the events that college is organizing? What are the clubs doing and stuff? But again, being virtually available, try to be a part of as many clubs, as many discussions. It's not about clubs. As many forums that PES forums, there's so many different things that are happening, right? Talk about talk to your classmates first of all, get to know them, get to know what are the clubs that are in PES, talk to different people, talk to your seniors, like your immediate seniors are through Shashwat and all of them. So talk to them, ask them, what are the clubs, and try to get POCs, point of contacts for all of these clubs. Send them a message. And Samyukta has just told that, you can always reach out to ECEL and do that. So I have this different analogy, okay? I didn't do what Dhruv and Shashwat did. I was hardcore into ECEL. I didn't do any other thing than ECEL, and it helped me. I might, they might disagree, but it actually helped me because I was focused on one thing and it gave me results. I was able to understand the whole pipeline or the whole structure of ECEL. It was at a point ECEL had shut down and we got it back to life and brought it to where it is today. And it's going really well today, I feel. So, either way, you can have two approaches. You can either take ECEL or any other club, go hardcore into it, or you can be a jack of all trades, as I call it. And today's world needs more jack of all trades. I have a better word for it. It's called a Swiss Army knife. Always try to be the Swiss Army knife because you want to know all the skills. As Dhruv told, as Karthikeya told, and I also believe in it, is the thing with ECEL guys is they know management, being technical students. Don't try to neglect your technical skills. Don't tell that I don't want to be technical. That's the worst thing that you can say. You always need to know a bit of coding. Even if you are in civil, you need to know a bit of coding. You need to know a bit of Python. You should be able to run a basic query in SQL. These are small things that you should be able to do because you're holding a technical degree. And management is just an addition thing that you got as being a part of ECEL. Okay. And so that's how you should look at it. When you join ECEL, Fahad, in your case, if you're joining any other club, try to see that, are you able to become that Swiss Army knife at the end of 4 years? Will you have multiple skills at the end of 4 years? So many ton of guys doing amazing job with ECEL. I've seen Gayatri doing an amazing job. I've seen Maha doing an amazing job. They have started their own small ventures doing good things, and they're able to understand the whole pipeline of sales and doing different things. So see if you can do that. Don't try to limit yourself and sit for software developer companies just because you've done a technical degree. And don't expect college to help you out. You're supposed to help yourself out. College is just that certification degree. That's it.
I just want to add in this. So if you're in first year, what I would like you to do is, first of all, be open to all experiences, right? You don't know what is right for you. What you can do is experiment with everything. That's how at least me and Dhruv started off. We put our heads everywhere. And we realized what is good for you, what is not. I'll tell you a personal experience. I joined into this engineering college not liking engineering. In third year, I realized that I actually do like engineering, and I am good at it. And I figured this out in these 2 years of doing it. And I, even through ECEL, I met Devashish during the first IO course, during marketing management. And from that point onwards, I think I've had tons of experiences where I can say what I'm good at versus what I'm not. So all I can say is, if you're first year, there are so many events like we conduct. There'll be other multiple clubs that conduct, right? So go and hustle around, see what is good for you, what you like, what you enjoy,
and don't be afraid to spread your wings.
And
Because
guys, most importantly, here something, Sasha, just to cut it on there. Network with your seniors and when I say seniors, your immediate seniors, obviously. Like Shashwat, Dhruv, me, we have a difference of 2 years. Karthik and I have a difference of 1 year. But we've been like good buds all the time. We've spoken like, one call away. So try to have that mentality in your head, especially for answering your question. Try to network because you can't expect to network with someone on LinkedIn if you can't actually communicate with your immediate seniors. And
Okay.
seniors will always help you out only because they have been where you are.
Okay.
It's a scary situation that we are in because, at least when we were in college, we always had the opportunity to go and meet our seniors. But you guys don't have that opportunity. So what I would recommend is actually just check out on Instagram. Everyone's on Instagram. Check out Instagram, check out the club pages. Just DM any club page that you see.
All
Any
right.
club page doing things, any club page that interests you, DM them. They will definitely help you.
And
One
always
thing
get to know the
about
clubs too, if you can tell, like, how the freshers can get to know what are the clubs in college.
so you can
I guess the website has all the clubs.
yeah. So you can
The
go to
college website has it, yeah.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah. And so one last thing just to add on. So everyone said some great things about college, club, seniors, and networking. This is kind of a tangent, but I did this and I think I learned a bunch of new skills. As new students, I think a lot of us underestimate online learning. Thankfully, the world has now been forced to shift to online learning. So I think you guys should, definitely explore things such as Coursera, edX, or whatever it is, because a lot of certifications have been free. And even if you don't complete it, at least like put your head in a course that's completely unrelated. Maybe you want to start learning machine learning, or you want to start learning public speaking, product management, or if you want to learn a new language. All I care, like, all I'm saying is make use of these resources. A lot of these organizations are trying to help students. In COVID, they recognize that students are also badly affected. So I'd say go online, try to learn a few new skills, because that will make you stand out from the crowd. When you come in and you say, yeah, I have some experience in this, or I have learned a new language, whatever it is. I think those things also help you. Because if you're at home in the lockdown, I guess that's one way to pass time.
Guys, Neil, do we have time?
Yeah, Dave.
We have time.
Okay, guys, I would like to introduce one person who's there here right now. He's one of my close friends, Divij Rakra. Amazing mind. It's a proper marketing head. Divij, if you're here, don't switch on your cam. It's fine. Completely fine. If you could tell people about how freelancing has helped you. So Divij is currently a student at DTU, second year, doing his B in mathematics, I guess. So if Divij, if you're here, if you could tell people how they can start a bit of something about freelancing and how it's helping you out as a second year student, just second year right now. If he's here, let me see.
I don't think he's here.
I see him in the chat.
Yeah, but he doesn't unmuted.
Okay, cool. Let's drop it. Cool. So that being said, guys, always try to get opportunities will come on your way if you try to knock. For example, one more other example here is Neil. Neil was our first BBA hire into ESL. He was the first BBA guy in ESL. And I couldn't believe it myself, but it happened. And we have come 3 years long and he's still here and he's been conducting events, learning so many things, doing things. So amazing. If he really wanted, he could have just told that, it's a thing that engineering students do. I would not like to be a part of it. And to be honest, before him, there was no one from BBA who was a part of ESL. So
yeah, and I completely agreed to that, Dave. I'm so sorry for interrupting. I mean, I've learned so much from the past 2 years. I have changed as a person altogether. So, I mean, this has really, really helped me out from a completely different standpoint. So I completely agree with what Dave just said.
The bottom line is you need to get your own opportunities. They're not coming on to you. And COVID has taught everyone about it. And Karthik told something really important: online learning. Try to emphasize, capitalize on all of those things. Try to get all these freelancing gigs available online. Even though I work on my own startup and I have as a full-time employee somewhere, I try to always see if there are consulting projects which I can take it up. And I get more than enough opportunities like that. So the same can happen with you. You need to create a small but yet a personal brand for yourself. And it will add value, believe me. Small things that you do today, which will add a lot of value at the end of it. And guys, do we have any other questions right now?
That is actually a great callback because we actually have a workshop tomorrow about creating your own personal brand. So all of you on this call, make sure you attend that as well, because that's like the post session after this. It's how you build. And yeah, so we were supposed to end this at 3:30. It's 3:45 right now. And we did that purely because a lot of the participants texted saying, just please continue it. But we do have another speaker session coming up at 3:55. Mr. Meckin, who is absolutely incredible. I'm sure you guys can't wait. So we will just take one more question if anyone has it.
Yes.
One last question, and then we will end this session. We will get prepared for the next one.
And also to someone's question, right, regarding the resume thing, I will share it across, don't worry. Guys, and if you guys, like, you feel that, you know, you need a hand holding with the whole resume, you need something. So you can obviously avail coach services. We have a bunch of services where we provide mentors to you. For mentors, as in, let's say you tell you want to get into a big four, we'll try to get a mentor for you from a big four who will basically help you out from the start to the end with the whole resume drafting and all of it. So that's if you guys are interested. I wouldn't. Any one more question, we will be able to happy to answer it.
By the way, I'd just like to add on to that, Dave. By the way, Coached is also going to be on our Launchpad event, which is going to be happening from 5:45 today. So, I mean, you can always interact with the company on the Launchpad, and we look forward to seeing you there, Dave. Thank you so much.
This may be a bit of self-gloating as well, but those of you who are interested in doing freelance internships and freelance projects, I've started something. It's kind of small, but you can check us out. We're called Pyramid Developers. We are also on the Launchpad today, so do come chat with us and I'll let you know a lot more about what we do.
If there are no more questions, we're good to talk.
Fine.
Okay.
If we have time for one question, I'll take it. Chaitanya again. You talked about the chronology. You said the chronology does matter a lot. But for example, I have done a lot more personal projects than internship or work experience with clubs or some shit. Clubs or something. So should I sort of like prioritize that, prioritize my personal projects above internship to highlight them more?
Yes,
or should I not?
You will do that. These are small changes that if you do, they will be overlooked if you have the good content, because that's only because you've told you've done a lot of projects and good material into it, right? So you can obviously do that.
Good, thanks.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess I should drop then.
Yeah, there are no more questions. Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions. If anyone has any questions, do come at 5:45 for launch. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, if anyone has any questions, do come at 5:45 to Launchpad. You can ask Dave there, or you can ask Coach.
If I'm not there, there are representatives from our organization who will be there. So
yes,
you guys can reach out to me in person, like LinkedIn or my Instagram, if you have any questions. In that case, if you want to talk,
you can always reach out through eCell. Through eCell, we will help you connect with whoever you need. Yeah.
Don't miss out the chance to connect with the LinkedIn celebrity, guys. Devashish is right here. Take note of spelling and start sending requests.
It's a long way to go. Okay, guys. Amazing chat. I really loved it, and I hope you guys found value inside it. Like, you know, always make sure whatever you attend, you get something out of it. Don't waste your time for like we've been here for almost like 2 hours. I didn't want to waste your time. I guess you got some value, and that's it. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Dave, for joining us. I can't tell you how insightful this was. I know I learned a lot. A lot of people messaged also saying they learned a lot. So thank you so much. And yeah, by the way, this is off topic, but did you know that 3 years ago today was the last time the e-summit was conducted, Endeavor?
That was the last Excel. I didn't know about it. Good.
Yeah, that was different.
Good data.
Yeah.
Amazing, guys. Endeavor had a different format. It was a 24 hours business hackathon kind of a thing. So I really like this format because this is much more better. And kudos to the ECL team that they pulled it off. Honestly, we are at 30 members. At a peak, I guess we're 33.
No,
I wasn't expecting.
there were 40 people on the Zoom call and another 30 on the YouTube live.
So I wasn't expecting this, but kudos to the team. Kudos to everyone who worked hard for it. The second years, the first years who attended it, and everyone. Thank you guys. You're doing an amazing job and you will be rewarded for it. I'll end it with this. See you guys. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you all so much for joining the resume building workshop. We now have Mr. Mekin, who will be joining at 3:55 on the same link. So you can either choose to stay on, or you can, yeah, preferably just stay on. You can always take a small break of, I think you have 5 minutes, and then that is also going to be very, very insightful. Mr. Mekin is we have a introduction plan. Let him also join the call. But yeah, if you guys have any feedback about the session, do leave it in the chat. Oh, actually, one sec. Thank you all so much for joining. Mr. Mekin will be coming on board in exactly 5 minutes. He is the ex-CPO of Flipkart and founder of Udyam.org. He's a co-founder of Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship, that's GAME, which is one of the biggest organizations in the world. He's going to talk about entrepreneurship opportunities for all of you. So do stay on. Sorry. A very good evening to everyone present on the call. I see we have 20 people. If your friends are yet to join, please do send the link out to them. But we will begin since it's 4 o'clock. Sorry. So Mr. Mekin Maheshwari is ex-CPO of Flipkart and founder of Udyam.org. And he is the co-founder of Global Alliance for Mass Entrepreneurship. Being a PS alumni, he knows all about the culture prevalent in colleges and will enlighten us about entrepreneurship opportunities for students. Mr. Mekin, sir, if you could... Yes, hello.
Hi.
Hi, Mr. Mekin.
Happy to be here. Should we wait? Should we get started?
No, we can start off. There are people on the YouTube live as well.
All right. Hello, everyone. And while I start off, I would love for this to become interactive. I don't know if we can keep this interactive like we can keep a live session, but we do have the chat room. So please feel free to post questions, comments.
Good morning.
Sorry.
Okay, that's a very different kind of interactivity.
I tried unmuting someone, but it turns out they're not in a position to be unmuted right now.
Yeah. No worries. This is it is the new normal. It is how we now interact with each other, how we get together. Okay, so quick background before I start talking about student entrepreneurship. I graduated from PESIT a long time back, 2002. Worked at Yahoo. I don't know how many of you might know Yahoo. It used to be an internet company that, that was quite successful in its days. Then worked at another startup because I found Yahoo to be too slow. And that startup did okay, got acquired. Post which I joined Flipkart to head technology for Flipkart. Back when Flipkart was in a 2-bedroom house. So we had two engineers, couple of interns back in 2009. So that's when I started working at Flipkart. Built the technology team, started with building a technology platform and overall technology for Flipkart. Did that for the first 3.5 years that I was there. Then moved on to running a couple of small businesses or startups within Flipkart, one in the payment space, the other in the digital media space. Did that for about a year, was having far too much fun running those mini startups within Flipkart. The founders asked me if I would run HR. And I said yes. It might seem bewildering to a lot of people that what was I, a technologist, doing running HR. And I had realized that I had a lot of fun enabling people to succeed. So building the technology organization, the tech culture, gave me a lot more joy than the technology systems alone. So I think the possibility of doing that with all of Flipkart was exciting for me. So I did that with running HR for Flipkart for the last 2 years that I was there. Post which, as my friends would say it, midlife crisis hit. I started asking myself slightly hard questions of why do I do what I do? What have been some of the reasons why I have done what I have done? And eventually asking myself, like, what do I care about and who am I? So the short answers for some of those were that I was doing things based on what the world thought was success. So what the family thought of as success. So getting good grades, getting a good job, getting married, getting promotions, earning more money. I think all of those were things that were seen as success, and I chased that success. But most of those success metrics were defined by others, by people. And it wasn't necessarily based on what I deeply cared about. So at the young age of 35, I asked myself, okay, boss, what do you care about? Who are you? And I think the one answer that I could find was that I cared about people succeeding. And more importantly, I cared about the underdog succeeding. So that, in some sense, became my core driver for what I have done since then. The one place where I think people should be prepared to succeed is education. So I spent a lot of time in researching education. I spent about a year understanding what happens in the Indian education system before starting Udyam. Udyam Learning Foundation focuses on building entrepreneurial mindsets. So we do that with both students as well as with small businesses. And we've been successful in helping state governments implement entrepreneurial education within their classrooms and within their timetable. So
yeah, I can. Oh God.
Hi.
So is there any issue?
No, I thought there was somebody trying to speak, and I was only wondering if.
No, sir, there's no one trying to speak. If anyone has any questions or anything you want to ask, you can just drop it in the chat box and Mr. Mackin will get to it. If you want to unmute, that is also, if Mr. Mackin's okay with it.
I am completely okay with it. It's a small group of 23 people. I'd also be like, maybe find it easier to speak to people. So if you're comfortable putting on your videos, that's fine too. Yeah. Cool. All right. So that's basically what Udyam does. Yeah. In my journey of working with entrepreneurs at Flipkart, the entrepreneurs that I have invested in as an angel investor, or then at Udyam, working with student entrepreneurs as well as small business entrepreneurs, there are a few things. There are a few things that I have arrived at, and that's what I wanted to cover in this conversation in terms of what could student entrepreneurs think about. But before that, Kartikeya has an interesting question, which is what kind of questions I asked myself to figure what is my definition of success. I think, okay, here were the set of some questions that come to my mind. There is no one answer to this, Kartikeya. These are my set, and I would encourage each of you to try and figure your own set of questions. But the first piece is like, what is most important to you and why? And if the reason for the why, like, so somebody could say that, hey, money is most important to me, for example. Right? And why is money important to you? What is it that you're hoping to achieve from it? And figure that is the anchor for that. Right? Is the core answer coming from something that's personal and selfish, or that's something out there where you're enabling others? I think if you're enabling others, then the chances of it going wrong are much lesser. Not to say that you should not work for yourself. That by all means, figure out what you really care about. But if all you care about is yourself or your convenience, your comfort, your joy, the world is a very social place. It's much harder and also possibly not as rewarding to be living a life which is only about adding more convenience for yourself. So that's one part, which is like, hey, what is most important for you? I think you answer the what is most important for you primarily by looking at where do you spend time and what are hard things you are able to do. Like all of us know that, oh, working out is a good thing, right? But to do it consistently, to do it diligently is hard. Similarly, we know a whole bunch of, hey, these are good things to do, but very few of us are able to do it. Like helping others, enabling others are good things to do, but very few of us are able to get ourselves to do it. So what is it that you are consistently able to do? Like what areas can you work on which require grit, right, which have difficulty, and you are able to do them? So I've realized that I am happy to work with people despite failing multiple failures, right? Despite facing multiple failures, that people often take time, and I take time in being able to work with someone. And I realize that I have patience when I'm working with people. I may not have as much patience when I'm working with machines. So that's another line of thinking. I think one question that a friend of mine asked me when I was quitting Flipkart, and basically was telling my wife and my family that I intend, because I thought I had enough money and I didn't really intend to earn more money. The friend of mine asked me that, hey, if you were to die tomorrow, right, like what would you wish to do in the next 24 hours? That was a very provocative question. It got me thinking about what do I think is most important to me. And then he repeated the question with, okay, if it's not tomorrow, if it's let's say next month, what would you try and do in the next 30 days? And if it's not 30 days, if it's 12 months, if you knew you had 12 months on this world, what would you want to do? And I think those are very important set of questions, because we live our lives assuming we will live forever. Right? All our lives are finite. So it's a matter of time. It may not be 1 year, it might be 50 years. But this forcing us to think is much easier when you think that, oh, I only have this much time. It forces you to think about like, oh, if I only had 24 hours, this is what I really, really do. And then maybe that is what is most important to you, and you should go about it. So those are some questions that help me figure what did I care most about. You're most welcome, Karthik, and feel free to not call me sir. Meccan's okay. It will make me feel younger.
Okay, Meccan.
Thanks, Karthik. Okay, Chai has a question. We often think more of what to do, but what is one or few things student entrepreneurs that is often overlooked as per your experience? Sorry, Chai, your question's unclear. Do you want to go off mute and say it and explain it to me?
Sure. Like my basic question was, what is one thing student entrepreneurs often overlook or do wrong, like very often?
Okay, so can you maybe quickly answer what course are you from on chat to help me get a sense of who am I
BTech
talking to?
CSE.
BTech CSE, most of us? Most of you?
No, it's pretty varied actually.
Yeah.
Which is why my request to put it on chat.
Okay.
What is your course? Okay, ECE, CSE, 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 CSE. Okay, law, nice. CSE, haha. ECE.
Neil, you sent the message to me.
Civil. Okay, so a bunch of engineering students, one law student, mostly CSE, some ECE. There is a BBA student too. Okay, so I think I'll nuance my answer, because I think the one thing that most student entrepreneurs and especially engineers overlook are customers. Right? Every company, every business in the world exists to serve customers. Right? Most engineers often start off with technology. Right? Most of us start with, often we start with a solution or an idea. Right? Instead of starting with a customer. Right? Like, yes, there is a customer, yes, but वो सब secondary है. मतलब मेरा idea बहुत cool है. And this is the idea that I want to work on, and that is what is most important. And in the process, you've overlooked two key pieces. What I think are two very important pieces. One is the customer. Who is the person, or who is eventually going to be paying for your service, or who's going to be using your service? And second is, what problem do they have that you're trying to solve? I would be provocative in saying that I think ideas are a dime a dozen. Right? Deep understanding of the customers, understanding their problems, and then relentlessly staying at solving the problem. Right? Matlab, Flipkart didn't succeed because of the idea. E-commerce existed in India from like 1997, which is 10 years before Flipkart started. Flipkart started in 2007. And yet e-commerce was not a solved problem. Right? And what Flipkart did was not that, oh, we are helping people shop online. Yes, we were doing that. But in the process, we were doing a whole bunch of other things, right? We were delivering on time. Right? We were delivering products that people could trust. That if you've bought this, you will get that. Because those were the kind of problems that customers were facing online. We were able to get them, we started out with books. We were able to get them books that they could not find offline. Right? That they had been looking for years and they could not find them. And on Flipkart, they could. And when Flipkart said you will get it in 3 days, you got it in 2. So those were the kind of things that Flipkart was able to do. So a lot of student entrepreneurs start from, oh, I have this brilliant idea. And then they are lost in their solution and their idea without really thinking about, or often ignoring, that is the customer who's going to be using the idea excited about your idea? Is the idea really solving a core problem that they have? Right? Is it something that they care deeply about? If not, they're not going to use it. Right? In the venture community, VC space, solutions are often broken down into 2 segments. Is your idea a painkiller or is it a vitamin? And the reason is that people will pay for painkillers. Abhi dukh raha hai, it is hurting me, and if your painkiller can help make the pain go away today, right? People are willing to pay for it. If it's a vitamin, which, oh, if I keep, it's like yoga or exercise that I do for 10 years and I will be a healthy body, forget about it. Right? Like very few people, very few customers have that diligence, and very few people will pay for your product. So, like, what problem are you solving, and is that a pain, a here and now pain, or is it a pain over 10 years? Right? So those are ways to think about what kind of spaces you want to operate in, what kind of ideas you want to work with. Yeah, I like this model. I'm happy to keep answering questions, or I can take us back to some analogies from Flipkart.
So sorry for interrupting, sir.
Ahead,
so there's a question from the YouTube chat actually. So the question is, what do you think is the most happening field or a specific niche which potentially could turn into a very large market in the near future?
Yeah, I'm generally not in the business of predicting the future. I'm a very bad astrologer. I feel that that some of these areas, like a lot of the areas, are areas where, and again, right now it seems to come at the space a lot more from a solution angle. I can talk about the problem spaces that I care about, that I feel are super important. I think, and I do have a bias towards what's called the development sector, which is things that are important for the world overall, and not just for some people making money. So with that bias in my mind, here are some of my answers. I feel climate is a very, very large and important area. Like there's massive opportunity for solving problems around climate. It's also increasingly becoming an area where there are enough customers who care about things. So that as an area, and specifically about being able to make aspects of climate change relevant to people become easier and better. So individuals' impact on climate can become a positive impact on climate versus today being a negative impact on climate. I think that's one large space. I think the overall human development space, which is what we understand as like how does what you can call education or HR and people management and people development and people growth. I think that whole space for very long has been an art. Why do we have 12 years of schooling? I tried spending and researching in trying to find answers to it. I didn't find any logical answers. Right? Why do we have only arts, commerce, and science? Why don't we have lot more options? Why is most of our education theoretical and not say sport based or not project based? And I think answers to a lot of those are basically legacy. That's how it was, or abhi bhi hum wahi kar rahe hain because nobody else has tried and nobody else has found easier, better ways. So, in my opinion, education and health both have massive opportunities to disrupt. Like with COVID, we've experienced already that just how hard it is to do simple things, right? And then the more difficult things like being able to create a vaccine. When a gun is put to your shoulder, put to your head, and there is right now a gun on the humanity's head, and yet it is really hard to solve some of these problems. So having more talented people focusing on solving challenges in these spaces, in climate, in education, in health, which I feel are a lot more foundational. To me, those are important. I think the fourth space that again I am excited about, and I feel there is a lot that can be done, is in the space of what's called food tech, agri tech, things around farming, things around like it's something that all of us do at least twice, sometimes 3 or 5 times a day, right? It's a human need that isn't going away anytime soon. And yet there is very little work done to help make it better, to help solve problems that exist in that space. It's very similar with, as in, while I spoke about climate, but more immediate is like environment. So water and air pollution. Like Bangalore has an AQI of about 200. People in Delhi are living with an AQI of about 450, 500. Right? Those are like really horrible intake of like what you consume with every breath. Most global cities operate at AQI levels, or a large number of global cities in the West operate at AQI levels of below 50. So we would, over time, people living in Indian cities would anyway start becoming unhealthier and be less capable because of the air we are breathing in. Right? And that's not just a problem in India, it's a problem globally. And there are ways of solving a whole bunch of these challenges. So those are the spaces or challenges that I am excited about. Good point, Chaitanya. I think climate is a vitamin idea, right? Or climate has been a vitamin idea for the last 30 years. Now it is starting to become a painkiller idea, at least in a few places, right? Where people are seeing either flash floods or regular droughts or no water, cities going dry. I think a lot of that, or heat, etc., are starting to happen. So, and by the way, the painkiller or the vitamin idea is the VC way of looking at things. My recommendation is not to only do VC-able businesses. Right? VC-able businesses is one small section of businesses that can get you, it's high risk, high returns. It might get you rich really quickly, like it did for me, or like it might fold and like you might have like, okay, failed startup as your CV, and that's all you would probably have. It helps you learn quite a bit. So I think that's worthwhile.
But there are non-VCable businesses, right? There are social enterprises. There are profit-making businesses that don't need VC money. Like if your customers can pay you, you don't need the venture capitalist to pay you. Venture capital is only a source of funds. And you need that only if your customers are not willing to pay you, or there is some time before your customers can pay you. If you can convince your customers to pay you, you don't need the VC money. You can keep 100% ownership, or like the team that's building it can keep 100% ownership rather than share ownership with people who are just rich, right? And giving their money to you and taking equity as a result. So I think I know the painkiller or the vitamin idea is appealing, but that's an idea that's applicable to the VC space. It's not necessarily something that's applicable to all businesses, right? Like people open restaurants and restaurants work. Restaurants are somewhere between a painkiller and a vitamin. So between a painkiller and a vitamin, there are whole shades of gray. Like the reason for a Chinese restaurant or a Pan-American restaurant to work is not that it's a painkiller. Like it's not like people were dying of hunger and this restaurant is now helping them get out of it. So there are more categories than just that. Okay, Kartikeya just raised his hand. Yeah, no. I just had another question regarding, because you mentioned Flipkart. You were a part of Flipkart since the very starting phase. So I remember from the previous the Venture Labs panel discussion, you mentioned that joining a startup is just as dangerous, if not more, than starting your own. So I just what made you, since it was such a risky decision, that Flipkart was nothing, what made you decide that you want to go work for them? What was that decision like? Yeah, I think the core reasons were one, what is it that the entrepreneurs were trying to do? Right? And what endeared me most to Flipkart was Flipkart was trying to create a company where it wanted its customers to love it because of what it did. I, in that Venture Labs conversation, also probably gave an example of how, like, I saw Flipkart had processes which meant that people got their products early, right? So a company that really cared about, hey, can I get the product to the customer really, really fast, right? And having grown up in an India where like nobody cared about you as a customer, right? Your bank does not care about you, your airline doesn't care about you, the government definitely does not. So like none of the business entities actually cared about you. Here were two entrepreneurs trying to create a company where they wanted a company where customers loved us for the kind of things we did, right? I think that was probably the most inspiring piece. There were other pieces that I had built technology, but most of the technology I had built was for foreign customers, right? Like as Yahoo, as others in the other startup, we were building products, we built amazing tech, but was serving international customers. Could I serve Indian customers? Right? That was a large pull. So can you use technology on the internet to serve Indian customers? There were no previous examples. Flipkart was the first successful example of a company using tech to solve for Indian businesses or Indian customers. I think some of these were key reasons. There was obviously this piece about the chance of running technology, right, and building technology for something that I thought will become very, very big. So to build the foundations or something that would grow really big, I think, and the overall ambition of what it could become, as in none of us in our wildest dreams had imagined it would become as large as it did back in 2007, 8, 9. But we still did imagine that it to become a much larger than companies that existed at that point of time. So those were the reasons. Samyukta, you have your hand raised.
So this event is live on YouTube. So I have a question in the YouTube chat, which is very interesting. They asked, has the fear of failure ever hit you? And if it has, how did you overcome it?
Yeah, I think I would say fear of failure is part of us at every step. Right? Fear of failure is the reason you don't try and jump from the top of a tower.
terrace and believe that you will fly. So some of you may have felt like doing it, but it's the fear of failure that keeps you from trying it. So there's some relevance to that fear, and I think it's relevant, and you should keep it. But at the same time, I think knowing that most fears are fears that are a result of our own thinking and conditioning. I think getting away from that is useful. So I can give you examples. The question is more about when it has hit me. Let me first give you 2 or 3 examples of when I overcame it. Right? And this might seem bizarre, but you are all PS students, so I can talk to you about this. Back in 1998, when I was joining college, PS was not in the top 3 colleges. Right? My CET rank back then, even non-Karnataka students had CET and not Comed K or others, was good enough for me to join RV, which was the top-rated college. And yet, I thought when I spoke to folks at PS, there was a building under construction. I spoke to DJ and he talked a lot about future plans, right? That this is what we are planning to do, and then next year we will do this, and next year we will do this, etc. So I saw a lot of future orientation, right? Versus in larger colleges back then, including RV, I thought there was like a lot of status quo that, hey, we know what is right for you and we just do that. So even at that stage, I was attracted to this idea of growth, that, okay, PS seems to be a college that's growing, that's learning, that's improving, and I want to be here. And that's an example. And I know a lot of you, like, I didn't necessarily enjoy my stay at PS, and I was not a very loud ambassador of PS when I was at PS. So I know some of you may be sniggering around at this, but that's fine. I think similarly,
I'd
like
like
leaving.
to remind you that this is streamed on YouTube, and the faculty can also watch it.
Oh, very good, Dhruv. I think thankfully now we are at a stage where faculty tells me, please don't call us sir, and so on. And I think I feel they play a role. They have a role to play in shaping us at the young age that we enter college at. But they're all good human beings and practical human beings and understand what life is about and so on. So, but back. So there was that, all leaving Yahoo, all joining Flipkart. I think all of these are areas where I thought I was at least not afraid. And when I look at a lot of others, the reason we are afraid, or the reason people are afraid, is about, hey, what if I fail? I think I have, so I've pushed myself quite a bit on that. Like, so for example, I'm a pathetic singer and I've yet enrolled myself in classical singing. But at the same time, when my teacher wanted to put me in front and say that, hey, why don't you do a solo? I'm like, Guruji, ye nahi hoga. So there, the fear of failure has hit me. I believe that, and I was not able to overcome it. I've been able to do a duet with my wife, who sings brilliantly. So it's my voice or my bad voice can be hidden by her good voice. And that works well. So I feel there are areas where I'm afraid. There are areas where, but at the same time, specifically around learning and career, I've generally not been afraid. I've been happy to go from technology to HR, or HR to education, from big startups to NGOs, and I feel like I have a lot to do and learn. So I'll continue to experiment, and I would recommend the same, that keep learning. If you become too tied to your successes, right, you stop learning. Okay. Chaitanya has a question, which is tips enough to move on from your current idea if it's not working yet. When do you stop being consistent with one idea and move on? Chaitanya, tough question, right? So, and I can already see in that question just the depth of, for for one idea to succeed, it needs a lot of energy and a lot of focus. If you think about it, Flipkart continued. So if you think 2007 is when Flipkart started, 2017 is when it was like near 3/4 of it was acquired by Walmart for about $22 billion. So a company that created $22 billion of value in 10 years, for 4 of those 10 years, 40% of that time, it was a bookseller. Flipkart only sold books, right? Which from a business point of view is a stupid decision. Like in a country like India, where voluntary book readership is so low, for a company to be selling books for 40% of its time or for the first 4 years might seem very foolish. But I think what worked for Flipkart was this focus on one category, on one idea, and really doing a good job of it. Right? It faced enough challenges with book sellers, with book publishers, but it kept on solving them. It faced challenges with customers, like how do you deliver faster, how do you deliver to pin codes that you don't have access to, etc. And in the process, it learned a lot. That said, like this, like grit or continuing to focus on one idea is not the same as banging your head against a stone wall, right? In the hope that the stone wall will break. Right? Chances are it won't. So it is at the same time, while you use focus and grit, you also use common sense and smarts to figure, hey, what might work and why might it work, right? And how could you help like change the outcome based on your inputs. So you're constantly thinking and iterating and learning, right? So staying focused on one idea does not mean you stop thinking. It's like, oh, I have decided this and now brain shut down, hands, legs move. I have become a robot. I only now go do this. No, that's not what staying focused on one idea is about. Staying focused on one idea is about like, okay, this is the problem that I'm now married to, right? And I'm going to stay married to this problem. I will not rest till this problem is solved. I will keep coming up with hits at it, right? I will keep trying different ways of solving the same problem. And in some way or the other, I will solve the problem. So I think staying focused on problem statements for a much longer time than is worthwhile. That said, you have to know, hey, you have tried this, the market timing is not right, you are not the right person to be doing it. For whatever reasons, this is not working. And at some point, you call it quits, right? You say that, hey, maybe I shouldn't be doing this anymore. I think the point where you say that there's this idea of affordable loss. Can you afford any more loss? And the loss is of both time and money. So can you afford more loss? If you can, then afford it. Go for it. Right? If you deeply believe in this problem statement, again, not in the idea, but in the problem statement, that this is an important problem statement, and you believe in yourself to be able to come up with some way of solving it, then stay at it. If you don't, right? If you cannot afford the loss anymore, you have family responsibilities, or you need like, hey, you need to get somewhere, then maybe it's time to call it quits. I think the other piece is that, hey, are you fooling yourself? Are you lying to yourself when you think that the idea might work or the idea is showing signs of working? And I think the easiest person to fool is ourselves. And the most costly mistake is that. Right? The more you fool yourselves that, hey, when actually the product or the data is telling you that this is not working, but you don't want to believe that. So you are making yourself believe that, ha, chal raha hai, dekho, this small thing happened and that small thing happened. I think those pieces are really what make it hard. Okay, Joshua has a question. Since you spoke about transitioning from tech to HR, could you walk us through that experience? Did you face any challenges? If we'd like to make such a change in the future, how do you suggest we can go about it? Okay. Yeah, I think the background to that is that when I joined Flipkart, there weren't any, as in most HR processes at Flipkart didn't exist. So I was the one to help set up hiring, compensation, ESOPs, performance management processes. So it's something that I cared about.
like I have cared deeply about the tech culture that got built. So I anyways had an interest towards this area of people, and which is why the founders asked me to like, hey, would you want to do it? That said, I think there are fundamental differences between technology and HR. I'm a person who loves to learn by doing and loves experimenting. Experimenting with technology is very easy. Experimenting with people is not advisable, right? Like you can't promote somebody and say, oops, that was an experiment. Sorry, I have to roll that back, which you can do with technology. So, so I think being able, like understanding what is the transition you're wanting to make and what are the underlying principles of the role, right? Like with people, you have to be a lot more thoughtful and compassionate and like thinking about the side effects or consequences a lot more. Right? If you love speed, then maybe people is not the space for you. So similarly, if you love experimenting, maybe you shouldn't necessarily be like at Boeing building an aircraft. So I think thinking about a role not just in the job description language that most people talk about, I think that's just English, mostly bunkam. Like really understanding roles at what does the job really entail. मतलब इसमें तेज भागना है या धीरे भागना है? Like, do you run fast? Do you run slow? Is detail more or important, or is covering more ground more important? And I think those kind of things and understanding who you are and what your strengths are things that could help you with this. I think that the transition for me was relatively easier because I had been at Flipkart already for about 5 years back then, and people knew me. I had built some of the original HR practices, so the transition was easy. And yet, I didn't enjoy the HR role as much because I realized that as a technology leader, if I wanted to make a change, I had all the levers in my hand, right? So for example, I have this bright new idea about, hey, we are going to go from 1 day orientation and induction to 1 month induction, right? Let's take the new hires, college recruits from a really experiential program of really getting them to understand Flipkart, right? Let them go do customer support for a week. Let them go on bikes to see deliveries and do deliveries. Let them experience supply chain. And then let's really start their work journey at Flipkart, right? I had this cool idea, but as a technology leader, this is easy for me. Oh, there are 60 new hires joining. They are going to be available only 1 month from now. Some of the projects have to be shifted. Some projects have to change. I have to talk to my other leaders and figure out like, how do we do this? And I can do this. As an HR person, even though this shift seems like an HR shift, this is very hard to do because the HR person does not understand that, oh, big billion day aa raha hai and I have to I need the technology people as of a month back. So I can't have them spending 1 month in training. Right? So HR does not necessarily, HR is it's an influencing role, right? And it's not necessarily accountable for line deliverables. And that's what made that part of the change hard. Besides the piece that I talked about, that you can't move as fast and you can't reverse decisions, which you can with technology. Okay. Sai has raised his hand. Sai Meher.
Yeah, hey Mekan. So so Udyam has been, it's gonna complete its 4 years soon. And so there are so many small startups, in the not only in the field of education, but in many other fields. There are so many startups coming, especially Bangalore being a startup hub. There are many small startups which are launched and then they sustain for some time, and they vanish away. So those things are like painkillers or something in the market. Okay, they need demand, they just come in, create the demand, and either they are being sold to a big company or they vanish off completely. So what does it take for such a startup, even though the market is changing, right, to sustain? Because even you would have had that fear when you started Udyam, right, that will it sustain or not, and then you took it to 4 years.
Yeah,
So 4 years is is a short journey. Lot more to go. But I think sustainability, I can talk about sustainability from 2 or 3 angles. One is basic, which is money, right? Do you have the money to sustain? You need to pay salaries, you need to pay rent, you need you need to pay server cost, etc. Right? Where is that money going to come from? Either you have investors who are investing in you, so investors who believe in you, or there are customers who are paying you, right? Those are really the only 2 answers. If you have those, if you know how to raise money, and if you get investor money, you can sustain, which is in some sense, say, the Flipkart journey. That Flipkart did raise money, and raise money like um, large amounts of money to be able to sustain itself, and that requires you to like be able to build belief in an investor about, hey, what is the system that you're trying to build, and how might this become of value over in future. So I think that's one. Second is customers paying you. But if neither of them are paying you, you don't have money, right? You can't sustain. So that's Udyam is a non-profit, and we can discuss that separately, right? So Udyam by definition is not supposed to be making profits. It can make revenue, but it's not supposed to be making profits. And it is funded primarily by a few philanthropists, myself, Binny, few others. Right? So I wouldn't treat Udyam as the same as startups that you referred, right? Especially education startups that you referred, because most of them are for-profit startups where you expect the customer to pay you. Like we work with government school students where we do not expect and we do not charge government school students. Right. So I think keeping that apart, right? The other part of sustainability is like, if you have a ready supply of money, then you are sustainable for a long period of time. But it might get harder if people do not stay with you, right? So like, hey, is there sustainability of talent? Like, is the organization fair to people? Is it a decent place to work? It's not something that's taxing people too much. It's not abusive. It's not. So I think all of those pieces, that, hey, you have built an organization that people want to stay at, right? And if people stay at the organization, it remains sustainable. That I think in some sense is the other form of sustainability, right? Third is for your customers. Are you continuously serving them in a way that keeps benefiting them, and they keep liking you and they keep buying from you? If that keeps happening, then you are sustainable, right? Beyond a certain point, Kodak stopped being sustainable, right? Beyond a certain point of time, Yahoo stopped being sustainable. So I think there are like, these are various ways in which you need to think about sustainability. I think that some of these are areas you will learn with time, and there is no shame in not knowing everything when you start. But that said, I think as long as you are wanting to do the right thing for your customers, for your employees, for your investors, right, you will figure ways out, right? So willingness to learn, and then wanting and staying focused on doing the right thing. I think those two will see through a whole lot, and you won't make huge errors. All of us will make mistakes and learn from them.
Yeah, I think that answered my question.
Okay. We have about 10 minutes to go. Yeah, I've talked about some of the things that I found most important, which is like focusing on the customer, staying focused, like ensuring that it is not the idea that you are married to, but the customer and the problem statement that you really focus about. I think with all of that said, I think a lot more of us can be trying things out. Right? That today the cost of experimentation has come down significantly. Like it takes nothing except for your time and focus to build something that could be useful for people. And you have distribution channels, you have systems and setups through app stores, social media, websites, that you can try something out. So like there has never been a better time to try things out. And that is something that you are in control of. So as you like, once you start understanding a customer problem, and like cycling or swimming, entrepreneurship is learned by experience, is learned by doing. Right? You do it, you learn. You do it, you learn. And it's not to say that a 60-year-old entrepreneur, because they have a lot of experience, will always be better. The learning is as important. So somebody might learn every day and choose to get better every day, in which case they might be significantly better than a lot more experienced entrepreneur in their area of entrepreneurship. But I really feel like the cost of trying is so low, that a lot of you could at least be trying out things that serve certain customers and see what you learn from it, right? And the process would definitely be a deeply educational one, where you will learn quite a bit about not just the customer and the space, but also about yourself. When going gets tough, right? When sales are not happening, what do you like doing? Like, are you pulled towards shutting down the business? Like, oh, kaun karega yaar, chhodte hain. Or are you like, hey, I want to stick this out, right? I want to get help. I will talk to 5 more people. I will. And I think you all have significant amount of privilege and access. And I would strongly recommend that you use it. Right? You can go after solving problems that customers face, that the country faces, that the world faces, in ways that very few people can, and especially at a time when you have very few responsibilities. Right? In college and maybe just after college, times when you have very little responsibility. So use that time to try things out, and in process learn. So don't try them just for the oh, I just want to be my boss. I feel like that's amongst the worst reasons I've heard as a desire to be an entrepreneur. Right? An entrepreneur is not their own boss. A good entrepreneur is always serving customers. You're always a servant to your customers. Right? You might think that, oh, you are your own boss, but an entrepreneur who's not serving their customers will not survive. Right? So, yes, if you want to be the one understanding and solving problems for customers, that's a very good reason to be an entrepreneur, right? You want to trust someone else, or you want to partner with someone else, that, hey, someone understands the customers really well. I want to learn how they do it. And hence I want to join their organization. That's a very good reason to join their organization. Right? So at this early stage, really prioritize doing and learning. Try crazy things and learn from them. That's what I would want to leave you folks with. I am happy to answer anything else that you may have. Chaitanya has one more question. If you were to start with them today, what key difference would you have changed in your approach in hindsight? Or would you have kept the approach the same? Yeah, I think with Udyam Shiksha, I would have probably started working with government a lot sooner than I did. Right? We weren't necessarily, we thought we were very small and we were happy with our experiments till Delhi government called us. Right? And when they called us and then we were able to help them, we realized, oh man, we can actually help governments in solving this problem. And then we went on to solve for Haryana, for Assam and other states. And it was just lack of self-confidence in ourselves. So maybe the one thing I would change is have more self-belief and maybe start working with state governments a lot sooner. With Udyam Vyapar, I would change a whole bunch of things where we work with small business entrepreneurs. And we are now I'm starting an NBFC now called Udyam Financial Services. And there I think a lot of those learnings are coming in, right? That we are designing a small set of products, very focused, for a small group of entrepreneurs, seeing how they work, perfect that, improve that, stay focused on that, and only then go after scaling them. So I think in Udyam Shiksha, I would change just that one thing.
Sir, one more question. You mentioned specifically that we should always try to learn things from experiences or failed experiences or so on, right? Uh, my question was like, is there any particular framework or something? Because yes, when things fail, obviously a lot of us reflect and we are like, okay, this is what probably went wrong, and this is my takeaway from it. So is that it, or is there anything else to the learning experience per se? I mean, how do we classify? Okay, these were my key learnings from this experience, and this is what I should do from next time onwards.
So there are a bunch of frameworks. I think the one simple framework that I have liked and used quite a bit is there is the Toyota's 5 why framework, which is like, okay, this happened. Why did it happen? And that applies to both successes and failures, by the way, right? It's a lot more useful for failures or errors that, oh, you expected people to do something, but that didn't happen. Okay. Why might it have not happened? What are the 3 or 4 or 5 possible reasons? And then for each of them, you ask a why again. So you very soon have a tree, have often a broad tree, and then you have to pick like, oh no, of this broad tree, I can only follow this one small path, right? And fix this root cause problem, right? That this is the problem I'm going to change, or this is the one thing that I'm going to change and improve, and let's try again, right? That I am assuming, my hypothesis is that this is the most important and most probable root cause of the problem. And I'm going to try again by fixing that one thing. So you do that, and then, so I'll give you an example, right? When we had launched mobile phones back in 2010 at Flipkart, we'd launched mobile phones in, I think, March or April. It was August. And our mobile phone sales were flat month over month, right? So मतलब जितने July में बिके उतने ही August में बिके, while our book sales were constantly rising, right? And we were shocked, like, hey, how is this even possible? The whole country is buying mobile phones, and we're not able to sell mobile phones, and almost nobody buys books, and yet we are able to grow our book sales. Like, what's happening? And then we asked this 5 whys, right? And like led to a lot of answers, and the realization that one is that mobiles are more expensive. People's willingness to take a risk is low, right? So you understand that okay, so how do you reduce risk? You do things like cash on delivery. You do things like, hey, replacement guarantee. Like if the phone is broken, right? But then you realize that, okay, those are things that you start with, but there are more fundamental issues. And it is the 5 whys that led us to some of this, that books generally are error free, right? Books have an error rate of about 2 in a million, right? 2 books out of a million books have errors. Phones back in 2010 used to have error rates of 2 in 100, right? Some of the brands had error rates of about 9 or 10 in 100. So 1 in 10 phones would not work, right? So I'm a new customer. I've just bought from Flipkart. I got this new package and I'm excited. This is my first smartphone, right? I open it and it doesn't work. Who do you think I blame? I blame Flipkart. Right? Because I wish I'd just bought it from a store. I could have gone back to the store पे ही test कर लेता. अब मैं क्या करूँ इसका, right? And back in 2010, reverse logistics in India was absent. Even today, it is absent. Like couriers only deliver to your home. Try and get a courier to be picked up from your home, right? For sending couriers, you still have to go to a courier shop. Yes, we have Dunzo today, but that's a far newer age and for a very specific purpose. But couriers in general do not still do reverse logistics. So till Flipkart was able to solve reverse logistics in some sense and do these things like 30-day replacement guarantee, cash on delivery, these things didn't take off, right? So selling mobile phones is different than selling books. And only when you go deep into understanding why is something happening, will you really be able to get to root causes and fix them. And then Flipkart now continues to be the largest mobile seller in the country, and mobile phones continue to be the largest sold category online. But I think that was possible only because you did those 5 whys, right? You asked yourself those hard questions. So yeah, that's a good framework to learn from, not just failures, but also successes.
Right.
All right, it is 5 o'clock. There doesn't seem to be any question here, and I would say
Yes, sir. So I would just like to say that I was just about on mute. So we've reached the end of our allotted time. It's 5 o'clock. We have, if anyone has a question, they can drop it right now. But seeing as we've already had a lot of questions, seeing that we already had a lot of questions, I'm sure Mr. Mackin's also tired. So thank you so much, sir, for being a part of the eSummit 2020. And I'm not sure if you know this, sir, but you were actually the keynote speaker at Endeavor 2017, which is the last time the eCell pulled off an eSummit, which was a newfound realization for us as well. We realized a few days ago when we were scrolling through our feed and we saw your name. So that was actually really cool.
I've been a PS alumni. I'm happy to get back to PS.
Yes,
Like you said, like I already told you, despite of my experiences there and maybe your experiences there, I think PS did have a lot to do with what I have achieved in life, and I'm grateful to it. So I'm happy to do whatever I can for students of PS.
Thank you so much, sir. That means so much. I'm sure everyone's learned a lot. I'm sure you can see the comments as well. Everyone's leaving some great reviews. And yeah, that's it, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Bye, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
For everyone on this call, we now have a 30-minute break before our launchpad starts off. So when the launchpad starts off, you have 7 channels on Discord. Each channel is for one company. I'll just read out the company names for those of you who are interested. We have Vimana, we have 2180, which is artist platform. We have Narka, which is a recent startup by students from MS Ramaya University. They basically sell clothes again. We have Spark, we have Vimana, we have Pyramid Developers, we have Global Student News, and we have Coached. Coached is again Devashish's. So do join in. Each of these voice chats will have at least one representative from 5:45 to 7:30, and 7:30 will mark the close of eSummit 2020 Day 1. Thank you all so much for being a part of this. We will see you all, since the Zoom link and YouTube live link will end now. We will see you all tomorrow, bright and early, first thing in the morning at 9:30 for an incredible keynote session by Mr. Amarish, right? Yeah. Mr. Amarish is going up tomorrow morning, and I cannot tell you the things that he's done. He's the ex-CFO of Microsoft, and I promise you guys, you don't want to miss that. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this today. We hope to see all of you interact with the companies in Launchpad. It's a new concept. We also want to see how it goes. Call your friends, ask them to talk to the companies. I'm sure you can learn a lot because they're all student ventures. They're all startups. They're all entrepreneurial aspects, which, like the speakers so far have spoken about, are very important to all of us. So see you guys there. Thank you so much.
Dhruv, sorry for interrupting. I think we have the panel discussion tomorrow morning. So
oh yes, I'm so sorry.
From 9:30 to 10:30.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's not Amresh sir. The panel discussion is happening, which is Satya sir is moderating. There's Sahil Kamath, Akash Shroff, and it's going to be incredible. They're going to talk about startups during the pandemic. And I just think that's something that's very important to all of us. Mr. Amresh is later on tomorrow. So yeah, see you guys on Zoom tomorrow at 9:30. And see you guys on Discord for the launchpad today. Thank you guys so much. Bye-bye.